What's up, witches? Alright, let's get signed into the Discord. We're doing more Diablo 4, baby. Only this time, it's metal. Which means I need to change some game settings, because I gotta turn the game sounds down if I want to hear my metal music. No. Let's just jump into it. Jewelry upgrade unlocked. Gem upgrade unlocked. Minor healing potion upgrade unlocked. You've been disconnected. Means I have to restart this game. There was an error. There was an error. Of course. Why wouldn't there be? So we gotta restart this bitch. Well, at least the queue's not so bad now. At least they fixed all those damn login problems. And gem cache. Wait, I got a new ability point. And I'm throwing all into the Hydra. Alright. Upgrade my potion now. Like, I'm in a different town. That's why I can't go that way to upgrade my potion. Where's the potion upgrade guy? This guy does amulets.
I saw eyes in the darkness of the forest before I reached town. Glowing eyes. I've never...
Elixirs brewed to order.
He says weapons. Okay, so the person who does the potions isn't in this town. I guess I'll be doing them later. Go finish this side quest first. Done. An elite already.
Out of mana once again.
Goodbye, elite. Feel like it's still a little too loud. still loud with the sound effects. I think it's just the sound effects that need to be turned down. Effects volume. Crank that on down here.
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
Keep the dialogue all the way up. Don't want to hear that. Guess that'll have to do. Ah, it's got the effects so loud. Da-na-na. Come get some.
I lack the needed mana.
Burn them down. There we go. Thank you, Ryu. Yeah, it's a little cold in here, so my wife has we're doing a sleepover, so we got neighborhood kids over here, and they were cold. They were hot, so my wife turned the AC on. It is, what's the temperature outside? My phone will tell me. Let's see, outside it is 45 degrees, and she turned the fucking AC on. I'm like, no, it's hot. They're hot because they've been running around playing. Just tell them to chill out for a minute. Alright.
Let us move quickly before we draw unwanted attention.
Is this where we're going, bud? Diablo 4 time! Playing Diablo 4 again tonight, but this time, it's metal. Yeah, I know, right? I'm still waiting for that adult sleepover. Wife can invite some of her friends over. One's happening. It is happening. That's gonna be. It's gonna be my gift. That's gonna be my housewarming party. Don't worry, I'll film it. That's gonna be my housewarming party when we get that new house. Adult sleepover time. Let's break it in right. That's what I'm talking about. You got the right idea, man. Wow, it's taking a long time to load this dungeon.
Here in my study, I have been permitted to research the occult. If we displace the demon bound to the axe, perhaps we can then see it destroyed. Take the woodsman's axe from the table. Place the axe in the holy water. There's no telling what the demon will do once we begin.
Okay, put axe in water, fight demons. Got it.
Heavenly
I'll probably do some e-invites.
Let us drive out the demon in our midst. Grant us your favor so that we
Come on, big guy. What you got? Burn, motherfucker, burn.
fathers
Oh, shit. Get out of there. Oh, no, no. Did I get it? Did I do the thing?
no more. I know not what has become of the souls of its victims. We can but pray they have found the light.
Side quest complete. What did I get for that? Piece of armor. I lose my ice armor, making me unstoppable, though. I'll keep my legendary equipped. Take that, though. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. If I invite enough people, I might have to RSVP for this thing. Alright, let's go upgrade my health potion. Tell me about gem crafting.
I see you have an eye for quality. You'll find no finer gem cutter in all of Sanctuary. Bring me your unhewn stones and I will perform miracles. You will see.
Try the sound like that.
Not while I'm in town.
Well, that may be too loud. Alright, gem crafting. Yeah, it's a little too loud. I may have to turn it down a little bit. I need to talk to somebody and get some dialogue. Nope, you're not giving me dialogue.
A fine deal.
Yeah, we'll turn it down a little bit. Trying to find that meet in the middle option for the sound. Go down. Go down to 30. Alright, that's not what I was looking for. I'm looking for the potion person. I don't think you're it either. No, you're the extract aspect. Destroying a legendary item will create an aspect of its legendary power. Damn it, I could have equipped that other thing and do this. Craft sigils. Savage Nightmare sigils will turn them into sigil power, which can be used to craft new sigils. Enchant item. Oh, and that'll let me replace an affix on an item. Just play around with this stuff. This one, once my incinerate, burning damage has a 5% chance to restore mana. Select an item slot. Replace. Let's do the cold damage. Oh, I don't have I don't have the stuff needed to replace that. Okay. Go Storma. Let's go store my gems. Consumables. Oh, I got elixirs here. I'm not even thinking about using. Keep forgetting they exist in their own separate tab. I mean, I like the way they tabbed out the inventory. Just I forget the tabs exist. They'll hire me as a stripper. I did win an award for dancing. I mean, I did it with my clothes on, though. So, you know. Let's... Oh, yeah, that's where I can change my... Okay, so you can just change your appearance at any time. Did I get any new clothing options? Doesn't look like there's a lot of clothing options built into the games. So I'm guessing they're all going to be like cosmetically sold, which I guess I'm fine with.
I was never religious until I saw a miracle. Inarius himself blessed the man with the light, got up and walked again for the first time in years, right then and there. The light is real, my friend. Take comfort in it.
God, everybody's preaching to you all the time. What do you know of the
You
prophecy?
can't take a few steps without hearing about it. The great war against evil. The day Inarius takes all of us up to the heavens with him. I hope my cat will come with us too.
He won't. Tell me of the pilgrims here.
Day and night they stream into town. Polite folk. And they always pay their tabs. Not like some of the locals around here.
Na-na-na. Alright, now I gotta find that damn... Oh, down there. Okay, it's down there. Go make some better potions.
I cannot do that here.
Okay. I think I found the sweet spot for the volume here. Looking over at my volume meter. Everything looks alright. Let me know if something's too loud. Better healing potion, please. I'll need to hit level 30 before I can upgrade it again. Okay. Kind of elixirs. Iron barb, elixir of shadow resistance, fire resistance, lightning resistance. Okay. And I can make materials. Upgrade all my materials here. Oh shit, that's gonna cost a lot.
Blessings.
Save that for when I need it. When I need materials, I know I can go there to get them. Oh, got another side quest. God, I'm trying to finish all the side quests before I move on with the story, but man, there's so much to do in this game.
My boy.
What's going on here?
You look capable. I could use an extra set of hands exorcising the demon that has seized this man's son. Meet me in the cellar there, and prepare yourself. You're about to witness a miracle.
Alright, these are the kind of side quests I like. The ones that have me go right here. Don't have me go do a bunch of crap. What for your birthday? Yeah. Be a hell of a birthday, son. Alright.
It's colder down here than out there.
A sure sign of demonic presence.
Is that what that means? Because it's cold in here too.
Take my chair.
What do you want me to do?
Sit in front of the boy. I need to read through my prayer book for the right passages.
Holy chalice. Alright.
Sister, I know the cathedral's normal method is to burn the person possessed.
Some of the clergy can be eager in their reading of the scriptures. That won't happen here.
Oh, praise be.
Alright. Begin the exorcism. Oh, let me check my Discord real quick. Alright. Begin the exorcism. Yep.
Father
Deep breath.
Inarius, as I shed my wicked blood, let it be purified in thy light. Let the light fill the darkness.
Pathetic. This child belongs to me.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Above! My son!
Let the light push out the darkness hiding within this child. Father, force this demon out.
Your mewling has no power here.
Come on out so I can fuck you up. There we go.
Father, protect this child with your grace.
I hope somebody's protecting y'all, because I am going to be spitting a lot of fire in here.
No. No!
It is
Wow.
done.
He wasn't very tough.
But, my boy, can you hear me? Please, say something.
Father? Where am I?
My boy!
You're in a dingy basement.
Oh, Father, you're all right. Thank you, sister.
You're welcome. I'm sure I will see you at the next service, yes, Peter? Right in the front pew?
Oh yeah, he'll be there.
Sister, of course.
Let us give them a moment. Speak to me outside.
You got it, bitch. There we go. That's my kind of side quest. One and done. That was interesting.
You did well. You're more suited to this work than you think. There are many more people in Kyovoshad who are in need of me. If you have the time, I would welcome your assistance.
You got it, baby. What'd I get? Got a herb cache. More crafting materials. Alright. Let's see. What's next? Trying to... Alright. Sealed door. Trying to knock out all these... Oops. Trying to knock out all these side quests. Sealed doors up here, isn't it? No, it's gold wool spent. Sealed doors here. Okay. And I don't have a fast travel location, so we're gonna have to walk. Dun 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 dun. Oh, that's the world tier statue. Okay. It's this way. Gotta leave the town through this door and then go up. Level 20? Oh, I am level 20, so this works out. Level 20 area. And here we go. Why am I hitting an invisible wall? What is happening? What? 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 Is that not doable during the beta? Okay, let's try going around the other way. Weird, I can't go that way. Alright, so I need to go through that one. Let's try going around this way. Oh, got a public event over here. Let's go do that. Excuse me, guys. Ow.
I'm low on precious mana.
Come on out and fight me, asshole. Oh, you're just gonna keep hitting up these guys, huh? I need to hit up the ones that you've got locked in this thing. Kill the elite. Get me out of there. Damn it. Now you're doing this one. Not today, brother.
I'm out of mana.
So I gotta keep them from reaching her. Oh, there we go. Finally. Finally, you came out to play.
I lack the needed mana. I need time to prepare that.
Put my shield on. Mission accomplished. Alright, public event complete. Now let's go around that other way. Fire and forget. Let's go this way. Seems to be a specific way that the area discovered. Okay. Yeah, there seems to be a specific way that the beta wants me to go. Just gonna leech off you to kill a rare monster there. Oh, grave dust. I don't know what it is, but I'll take it. Okay, we got more side quests and stuff over here. Yeah, now we're talking. This must be the way they wanted me to go. I don't know why I couldn't go the other way. This invisible wall, I'm going to assume because beta. Beacon of warmth in winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace. It's cute. Rhymes. Alright. Dungeon! Ooh, gross. A white. Y'all know I don't like the whites. Time to die, bitches. Burn, baby, burn.
Out of mana.
Well, let's get some more.
Help! I beg you!
What do you think I'm doing? Oh, you kind of transformed into a demon. Okay. Sorry, bud. You gotta go. Oh, Proteus!
Give us money. Just give us money.
With the subscription. How long of a streak is that? Thank you for the reminder that I should probably have my dashboard open while I'm streaming. Be a good idea, wouldn't it? Let's see. Stream manager. 20 months! Jesus Christ. This is turning into a real relationship. Has it been that long already? Time flies when you're boning fun. I mean, having fun. Same difference. Fuck you, bitches!
I'm low on precious mana.
What else you got? Yep, get me out of there. Big guy's got to go first.
I'm low on precious mana.
Fire beats ice. Haven't you played Pokemon? This is how it works. What we got here? Sealed door. So I went the wrong way. I gotta go back that way. Find the key, unseal the door, and then come back. God, I'm leaving just this horde of charred bodies in my wake. Look through all that stuff I've picked up. Oh, got some better stuff here. +1 rank fireball. I don't use fireball. But I'll take it. It's better. Oh, it's got a gem slot on it. Let's see. While injured, your post also grants resistance. Healing received, dodge chance, strength I don't need, but again, better than what I'm wearing, so put it on. Ooh, I like the new look too. Nice. Alright, let's see. On armor, damage taken over time reduction, maximum life. We'll put a gem in it so it's got something. What's this do? It's got a socket. Distance all elements is better. Healing received. Damage reduction from distant enemies. Movement speed. I'll lose my fire damage over time though, but I get 2 points to resistance, so let's put it on. Better gear is better gear. That's not better. No, I'm not gonna equip any blues. Fucking blue. Although that's... No, can't get rid of that because that's how I'm using my Frost Nova and teleport. Okay. That'll do. Pig. That will do. What's this? Oh, I got a new thing. Okay. Okie dokie. Better gear. Sup, bitches? Oh, everybody's burning now. Ow. I need you to quit it. Quit it! The door has been unsealed. Wow, I just missed that one little cove right there. Now I gotta run all the way back. Alright, back we go. Laying to rest the prisoner. What sorcery is this? Dead. Oh shit. Conduit Shrine. My favorite. I know, I love the upgraded Conduit Shrine. Look at that shit. fucking wipe everything.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
That is true. You would not have. Can I use that? Yeah, that's better. But I will lose the teleport in Frost Nova. Damn it. I don't have to throw ability points into the teleport in Frost Nova, but I may have to. Alright, I'll go this way. I mean, I'm going to keep it for now, because I want it. Myself unstoppable for a second.
And out of mana.
Get me out of that shit. Oh, fuck. You guys are putting up a hell of a fight out here.
I'm not ready yet.
Put my shield on. Okay. Got a little difficult for a second there. What we got here? Plus one rank to fireball. Okay. Dexterity. That's better. What about here? Damage to close enemies. That's how I do most of my damage. Life while not damaged recently. Hold and shadow resistance. How does that compare to this one? Oh, I get plus 4 fire damage. Resistant slowed enemies. Fire resistance, shadow resistance. Plus 5% to close enemies. I'll wear it, I guess. And what's this thing? Oh, this is better. Let's see. This gives me strength, mana cost reduction, lucky at chances, gives me crowd control, strike chance, cooldown reduction. I get more critical. I can't really tell if this is better or not. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it's better. But I can put a gem in it, which would give me other shit, but keep what I got for now. That one didn't look better, judging by the stats.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
No, you wouldn't have. Burn, baby, burn!
I'm low on precious mana.
Ugh. Hate the slowdown effects. Oh, damn! Bringing the roof down. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I got a locked door over there, so we'll keep going this way. I don't even need my Hydra for you guys. Goodbye. Okay, now I need the Hydra. Burn this mother down. Another elite in the bag.
You're a saint.
Yeah, something like that. Alright, now we'll go to that locked door.
It's locked.
What? I mean it's locked. I've been everywhere. So I've missed a key somewhere? What you're telling me? Alright. We can find said key. No. Must have missed it. Free the prisoners. There's a prisoner missed? Oh, how did I miss that one? Thought I came back here and freed this guy. Yeah, I did. Oh, there's another one behind it. Okay. There's the key. I see you lurk. Nothing wrong with lurking. I know I'm late with my responses, but whatever. For whatever reason, my chat bot did not update right there.
I'm out of mana. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
There. Take care of that shit. What's up, bitches? Burn, baby, burn. Everything's destructible. I do love that. What's up, bitches? I don't think I'm gonna pick up the blues anymore. I'll pick them up. I can always drop them later. Do it that way. Oh, fuck you. I teleported. Put my shield on. Oh, get out of there. He's got lasers. Alright, what'd I get? Another ability point. And max out the Hydra. I used the fuck out of that Hydra. Da-na. What? What the fuck? How the hell did that thing one-shot me?
I'm out of mana.
Not this time, asshole. Piece of shit. And we've actually died.
They have surrounded us. I'm not sure what or who summoned the demons here, but they overwhelmed us in the mine in mere moments. I tried to run, but stumbled over loose rocks. Now my cursed leg is broken. I can hear the echoes of other people still alive, but I can't see them. I suppose it doesn't matter. As long as the demons can't see me, I'm safe.
Yeah, doesn't look like that worked out so well for you there, bud. Treasure. Boss fight time. Oh, that one's putting up a hell of a fight. Better back off for a second. Oh my god.
I'm not ready yet.
Here you go.
I'm out of mana. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
Oh, fuck. Oh, out of it. Yeah.
I need
Damn it.
time to prepare that.
Come get me.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, fuck. I dodged right into it.
I'm not ready yet.
Bitch, you better get ready. We in the middle of a fight over here. Ugh. Put up a hell of a fight. Dungeon complete. Got a new aspect of power. I wish it made exits for the dungeons at the end of them so I don't have to run back out of it. So I got a long trek back. No, that's going to take me to the town. I don't need to go to the town. I just want to exit the dungeon. Dagger. I don't use daggers. Oh, what do we got here? Ice shards. Ooh, ranked incinerate. Yes, please take that. I don't need ice shards, but I'll take incinerate. Alright, let's run out of here. Yeah, they need to put those little teleportation back to the entrance of the dungeon things at the end of them. Because this is just a pointless waste of time right here. But it still would take me less time to do this than it would to teleport back to town and then run back to the entrance of the dungeon through the overworld. There's like no quick way to get back to the entrance of a dungeon after you beat one. You just gotta run back through it. I need to bring that little quality of life improvement back. I'll understand how you had it in Diablo 3 and then you take it away for this one. Ugh, glad my chick didn't skip leg day. I gotta run all the way back. Finally, back at the beginning. All that just so I can get back to the overworld. Because they didn't think to put dungeon exits at the exits to the dungeon. Not sure how that happened, but whatever. Here you go, guys. Fire and forget. Area discovered. The deep white. There's a joke there somewhere. I'm just too lazy to look for it right now. There's where I'm going. Search for the sealed door. Says it should be right in here. I need to...
Goodbye. Thanks.
to do an emote. Oh, wait. Zoom? Oh, that's how you zoom on console. Okay, so you can zoom on console.
Impressive. Halt.
Alright, we got something right here. Nope, that ain't it. Got something to do with this.
I apologize. Greetings.
Huh?
I could use some assistance.
What does it want me to do? Learn of a cataclysm from an old man. Shirts the frigid expansion for the strange sealed door. I mean, that's where I'm at. Oh no, I'm standing in front of a different one here. Okay. Sealed door's up here. I'll go back to that one later.
What is this?
Ow. Dick? Don't mind me just breaking down your bone wall.
this is it.
I think I found it. Whoa. Can't have you guys doing whatever that was. What the fuck? I'm stuck getting stun locked. Just keeps fucking happening. Where they'll hit me with something hard and then it stuns me and I can't heal, I can't dodge, I can't do anything. That is bullshit. Hold still so I can wipe you.
Once again.
No! We will not be confined!
What? That was it? Can't do anything in the door? I guess that was it. Well, let's do whatever this one is. Gather spirits from the undead. Ah, whatever, I dodged. I swear it takes too long to dodge. Like it. I mean, I see the attack coming, but by the time I stop doing my attack and press the button to dodge, it's too late. There's just not enough time. Animations are a bit slow.
Look out! Stop them!
Burn, baby, burn.
I'm not ready yet.
I will not fall!
I need time to prepare that.
Begone, vermin!
Damn. Fucking ice shit's getting on my nerves. cannot carry additional orbs. Okay, well, let's drop some shit. Go back and spend my orbs. And then come back and pick up those orbs. So I've hit my cap. Time to do a little housekeeping.
You can take what's left.
There we go. New styles unlocked. This? Frost Nova? Oh yeah, that's right. It gets rid of the teleport. Let's upgrade my boots then. Oh, repair all items. Alright, so the boots need to be upgraded. Something serious.
That there is worth the coin.
And that should... Well, it's still not better than this, but at least it's a little bit better. And we'll sell the rest. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to sell whatever that was. Alright, go store some stuff in my inventory. And spend my gems. Let's do wands.
Very nice. But it seems you fall back.
I cannot afford that.
What'd I get? Okay, that's better. 36. Ooh, plus 45. Your cast of charge bolts. I don't use charge bolts. It's this one. 35% more damage to immobilized, stunned, or frozen enemies. 51. Legends lucky hit. What's this one do? Another charge bolts one. So that's the one I want to keep. Let's go upgrade it. Oh, wait. Can I get a mount now? I'm level 20. Can I get, can I has mount? Limited access. Progress through the campaign and complete mount. Oh, there's a specific mission for it. Been putting off doing the main story to do these side quests, and now I don't have a mount. Guess I should do main story quests. I'm just trying to catch up on all the side quests, though. Nope, didn't need to come to the jeweler.
Precious stones to catch the light.
Or you. I wanted to go to the upgrade person. I went in the wrong room. This guy. That's the one I want. Oh, I got a new one. Still want the incinerate power. Oh, I need more money? Okay, well. Go get some more money. Use this new stuff I got.
Father bless. What do you need?
First, let's get rid of this stuff.
Let's go salvage.
Salvage that stuff. Sell, 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 sell. There we go. Now I've got enough to upgrade it. And then it can replace the one I'm currently using. Finally gets an upgrade to my shit. No
witchcraft here. Only honest magics. Fare thee well.
There we go. And now I get a better version of this thing. I can sell the old one. What's up, Malachi? That's like the evil elf from Thor. Kind of, maybe. Well, I'm up here. I don't need to go up here. I need to go sell this wand.
Something for the cold and dark.
Oh no, wait, I need to salvage this wand. Get myself some new cosmetics, okay. Alright, now I can go back. Housekeeping done. Da-na-na-na-na. Mining orbs, and I'll take my other shit back.
Be careful!
Oh, is it starting again? We can do it again? Alright, I can do it again, but this time without the help of other people. I was gone so long it reset. Kinda hoping some randos come to help. Hello there.
I'll be going in a minute. And we're going to get Daniel's headset set up for VR.
Oh, I understand. No rush, no rush.
Because right now, I had to reset the actual quest because it was supposed to have me on it as the admin and wouldn't let her actually do much. Yes, she just did. Didn't care.
Shit! Alright, it's getting rough now. I'll be fine.
I'm not ready yet.
Get me out of there. God, I hate the ice attacks. Die, elite. Yeah, how you like my Hydra? I'll take another Radiant chest. Fine by me. Do the event twice. Fuck it. Alright, I'm still collecting souls here.
Putting those on VR here, there, babe.
Hold on, I gotta turn the sound effects on this game down. Jesus Christ, they just refuse to. Alright, talk again.
What's up?
I was just making sure I could hear you over the sound effects. Jesus.
Okay.
Got the volume turned down to like 30%, and the sound effects are still way louder than everything else.
Yeah. Let me get the L4 launched up. How do you get a green saber?
I don't know, but I like it.
It might
Oh,
be
you
part
can
of that map pack.
You can change the saber colors in the options menu, I think. I don't think it's DLC. I think it's just part of the colorblind settings in case you're colorblind for red and blue. You can change it. Collecting souls.
Currently in queued.
Okay, there's more down here.
Oh.
What?
I think I kind of figured that some of this. Oh no.
Don't mind me, just burning demons. I hear the train.
It might be a
What level are you at there, Death?
I'm level 21.
Ah, okay.
Seem to have fixed the login problems.
Huh.
Damn it.
That's new.
I mean, there's still a queue, but it's like...
No, look at Twitch chat, Death.
What about Twitch chat?
Apparently, there's a thing called, watch streak.
Oh, yeah, I can't see that on my stream version, on my broadcaster version of Twitch chat.
Huh. Milestone achieved. Watch 3 consecutive streams this month and sparked a watch streak.
Neat. Yeah, my admin dashboard doesn't show that. I can't. Yeah, you get a different version of stuff when you're in your dashboard. Because technically, I'm not watching. I'm not watching my own stream. Technically, I'm just looking at the chat. So.
By the way, baby, you are very close to smacking your hand off the desk. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
There's not enough time to dodge that ever. Every time I try, it fails. Try to use the built-in dodge feature, but it's too slow. The animation's too slow to actually dodge the thing I'm trying to dodge.
Yeah.
I get hit by that thing every time they do it. I have to not be attacking when it happens, which makes it pointless because you're always attacking.
Yeah.
Like if I stop attacking and then hit dodge, those two, the time it takes to do those two things is not. I've gotten hit by the thing.
It is done.
It is done. Quest complete. What'd I get? It's gonna mess up my ice armor though. Man, I could use that. And that's gonna mess up my teleport and my Frost Nova.
But
yep, it's gonna mess up my ice armor, makes me unstoppable thing. Alright, next mission. Where is it?
your headset should
Secret
be
of the
whenever.
Solve the Notes Riddle. What is it? Found a strange note. Beacon of warmth in winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace. Do I need to do something warm and be patient? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's go solve the riddle. Die, goat.
And by the way, I think I broke your headset.
How so?
There's no music.
Yeah, hand me the headset. Double tap the side.
Oh shit.
It had to be a quick double tap.
There's no music. I kind of want music.
Where you want music?
There's warmth. No?
I'm aware, babe. I'm working on it.
I'm not ready yet.
What?
Not what you meant by warmth. I'm just gonna stand here for a minute. It said patience is rewarded, so let's be patient. I'm being patient. I'm waiting. Nothing appears to be happening. Beacon of warmth in winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's. Okay, winter's embrace. It's ice shield. Fire shield. I'm supposed to set something on fire? Do an emote? How do I set up my emotes? How do I change those? Under profile? No. Yeah, how do you change your emotes? Sort my bag. Yeah, how do you change your emotes? Oh, here we go. Customize. Wait. There we go.
Because like once you started playing with Death, I lost all sound.
Do not go any further.
There it is. You have to do the wait thing. The wait emote. Got it. I just had to get the right emote. Gold well spent. Gold well spent is there. Now we can get out of here. Alright, let's go do some upgrading. Okay, 'cause I want to upgrade my boots. Oops, wrong button. Upgrade my boots, please. Oh, wow, that costs a lot of money. Another side quest over here. Never gonna get caught up on all these side quests. They keep giving me more. Damn, there's a lot to do in this beta. Good to see you again, sister.
You have good timing, friend. Kvera here is convinced her husband is possessed by a demon.
Oh, we gotta go kill more demons?
He is. Been disappearing all hours, coming home with bloody hands. He says he does not remember, but he was scaring me. So I tied him up in the cellar until I could get help.
And help you shall have. Come, show us where he is.
Alright, time to go kill some demons. Overall impression so far good. There's some tweaks that should probably be made. Little minor annoyances, but it does what I wanted it to do, which was take the best parts of Diablo 2, combine them with the best parts of Diablo 3 to make a better Diablo, which is what this should have done. Alright, let's go. I'm liking it so far. I haven't gotten too far into the multiplayer stuff. I haven't gotten too deep into the skill tree and played around with builds. I'm still in the leveling process, but so far so good.
What was that?
My main complaint is there doesn't seem to be a way to hotbar more than 4 skills. Either playing with a controller or with keyboard and mouse. I haven't been able to do it. I'm playing around with the controller right now, but yeah, I wish that there was a way to hotbar more than 4 skills. Like I wish the 4 skills on your hotbar were set to the face buttons, and then the triggers could be used to access alternate hotbars. Like I wish it had alternate hotbars so that you could hotbar more than 4 skills. Because with the way this tree is set up, it's not like Diablo 3 where you just, pick a thing. There's so many options on this that I'd like to be able to run multiple, but I feel like I'm locked into 4 skills. Otherwise, they're going to go unused because I don't have hotbar space for them. I'm not sure what footage you were looking at. This looks closer to Diablo 2 than Diablo 3. Like, aesthetic-wise, this definitely looks darker and moodier. It looks like they used the same graphics engine they used for the remake of, for the remaster of Diablo 2. What the hell happened?
My husband. He was hiding upstairs. He ran out there. Quick, before he hurt someone else.
Are you alright?
Wow.
If it's worse than it is, I will live. Go.
Alright, let's go fuck up her husband. Performance-wise...
Look at me. Stay with me.
Performance-wise, it seems to need a little optimization here. I get random frame dips and stuff, and I'm only on medium settings. On high settings, it was almost unplayable. And I mean, I've got a 3090, so my gaming PC is a bit of a beast, and this thing still.
He's gone into the sewers.
There you go.
It only seems to do it in the big public areas. What's up, Sammy?
Okay, I'm back. She's all set back up with audio on the headsets.
Vasek, wait!
I'm gonna fuck you up, son.
Another week. I don't see you at all. Where I'm at. There you are. No, that's the main question.
Burn, baby, burn!
Oh, you're in Act 2. That's where you're at. Cause I'm only in Act 1. Okay, that explains it.
God damn. Hold still so I can burn you.
I'm not ready yet.
No, this doesn't look like Diablo 3. This is definitely not. Diablo 3 looks like a fucking mobile game now. This is definitely way better than Diablo 3. I'm not sure what footage you're looking at. Are we looking at the same game? Because this does not look like Diablo 3.
No, this is closer to Diablo 2 than 3.
Yeah, this does not look like Diablo 3 at all. Like this is clearly using the same graphics engine that they used for the remastered Diablo 2. I think that's why they remastered Diablo 2 first, was to test that graphics engine.
What?
I feel like that's the only reason they remastered it, was just to. They had built this new engine and they were, they used that as testing grounds for this, is what it feels like. Yeah, this looks way better than Diablo 3. These things don't want to die.
Also have to remember, this is also running off my computer too.
Or can we only do one at a time? Is that awesome?
Let me actually turn up above for CPU usage too.
We can only run one at a time. I have no problem logging off.
Let me know if that works, because I have increased the priority.
Are you trying to run a PC game and a VR game at the same time? Because that is a bad idea. Yeah, that is definitely not going to work. My PC is a beast, and I couldn't do that.
Well, because right now what's happening is Diablo 4 is maxing out my RAM.
Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't Diablo 4, like, you wouldn't be able to run a VR game and play fucking Tetris at the same time, man. It's just VR games render in 8K. Like, they have to be like super high res in order for you to see everything in VR. There's no way your computer could handle doing anything other than the game while playing a VR game. It's just doesn't matter how good your PC is. There's not a PC alive that could probably handle that. Got new ability points. I guess I gotta do some passives now. Throw one into that. There's no reason to keep doing active skills because I can only do 4 things on the hotbar. The hotbar feels like it's limiting with all the custom, all the fucking potential that this game would have build-wise.
I'm not ready yet.
A lot of spells. First time seeing the game? Yeah, there's a lot to do in this game build-wise. It's just they limit you by only letting you put 4 skills on the hotbar. There's already like 5 or 6 things I'd want on my hotbar, but I can only do 4. Not to mention that they give you, gear like this, which gives me 2 free things, just like they did in Diablo 2, where you can have gear that actually gives you access to skills you haven't unlocked yet. So I'm trying to use the 2 skills on this, teleport and ice armor. I don't care about the Frost Nova because I haven't unlocked those yet. I'm doing a pyro build, and then I've got 2 extra pyro skills I'm not even using because I'd like them on the hotbar with the other stuff. So I'm kind of limited because I have access to more skills than they let me use, than they give me the ability to use. And I don't get why they did that, because even in Diablo 2 you could hotkey skills. So they already like set up the game around that way back in Diablo 2. You could just hotkey stuff and have as many as you wanted. And I know they know how to do it with controller, because on the remake of Diablo 2 you could have multiple hotbars on controller. So I'm playing with a controller. Yesterday I played with keyboard and mouse. I'm trying out each control method, and neither one gives you access to multiple hotbars. I don't know why it's so limiting in this. Like, I get why they did that in Diablo 3, because they changed the whole skill system, and Diablo 3's skill system was very limiting to begin with. Builds, you could only have like 4 possible builds per class, and that was very limiting. It was everyone's major complaint with Diablo 3.
No, we won't forsake you.
So, kind of limited here. So it's kind of pointless to put points into those other skills. You just basically have to pick 4 that you want to use and max level them. I mean, at least it lets you respec anytime you want.
He's close.
But still, though. See, I want to keep this ice shield and all this stuff I'm using, but they're attached to gear. So I don't even have points put into them yet. So what's the point in having this gear that gives you access to free skills if you've got the 4 skills that you've leveled on your hotbar and then you can't use them? Like, it's just, it's a very limiting system. I hope they change it. I hope they do something to do it. Like, I even went to try to customize the controls, try to turn on a second hotbar, see if it was a control thing.
There. Careful. This situation is delicate.
Alright, what do you want me to do?
Like before, take my chalice and place it down as near him as you can. I'll keep his attention.
Alright.
Vasek, just stay calm. Will you say the litanies with me?
No! No! Stay away!
Everything is going to be alright. Father Inarius, as I shed my wicked blood, let it be purified in thy light.
Stop! Please! It hurts!
Let the light fill the darkness.
No! No!
Something's wrong.
Of course, something's always wrong. He's gonna turn into a demon.
Look upon the shattered remains of this.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Relish your meaningless victory while you can.
You okay? I mean, I fucked him up pretty quick.
I've failed you. I'm so sorry. We need to get out of here.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna teleport because you are walking slow as shit. I'm not escorting you out like that. There she is. Yeah, I teleported, lady. You're injured.
It's nothing a one fire and rest can't cure. Thank you. As badly as things went, they would have been much worse without you. Somehow, I must find the words to talk to Vera about our husband. Take care of yourself, child.
That quest complete. What did I get? See, this makes my ice armor better, so I don't want to give it up, but man, this is so much better though. Life regeneration when I damage, life on kill. I'm about to just give it up anyway. What about these boots? See, I'll lose my 2. Oh, they're only slightly better, so I don't care. But I'll lose my 2 things on the boots if I got those. Yeah, guess I'll give up the legendary as much as I want to. Armor, damage taken over time reduction. Damage reduction while fortified. Let's We'll go see a jeweler first before I put a thing into its socket. Alright, time for some housekeeping.
Need something forged?
Best armor in the peaks. Good deal. Father bless.
There we go. Store my gems again. And then we'll go see the jeweler. Crafted. Do an emerald. Chipped emerald, chipped amethyst. Damage taken over time reduction. Thorns. Let's do the damage taken over time reduction. And this. Poison resistance? Sure. There we go. Alright, one side quest left. Where is it on this map? Way up here, so I need to travel to Minstead. An event up here. Well, we'll go do the event. Come on, Rando. Help me with the event.
I'm not ready yet.
There we go. Just a quick public event real quick. There you go. We'll fire and forget while I go do my mission. Come for the gemstones.
Meros sent you. That spineless merchant. Ha! This will cost him dearly.
Oh, are you gonna fight me now? Yep, you're gonna fight me now. What a piece of shit.
I need time to prepare that.
Out of my face. Piece of shit.
You there? I need to talk to you.
Oh, really? What do you need to talk to me about? Why are you whispering?
up, witches!
But we must
Thank you for the follow, Jeffy.
Here, she wanted me to give you
My name is Jeff. Missed what he said.
Dear friend, I do not know how much longer my shaking hand will hold a quill, so I shall be brief. I believe the demon we thought we slew in the sewers was able to escape death by using me as its next host. Please, come to me in Kvera's cellar if you can. You're the only one I can trust to help.
Ah, crap, she got possessed.
Is in your hands.
Alright, we'll go do this one real quick since we're in this town. Oh, what do we have here? Critical strike chance, intelligence. Yeah, we're at 365, 373. Yep, okay. Take that.
Keep walking before I... Oh, it's you. Thank goodness. The sister is in the cellar. Come quickly.
Oh, you told me to keep walking, so I did.
Thank you for trying to save my poor Vasek. I know you tried your best.
Why so much secrecy?
Cathedral of Light used to perform these kinds of rituals whenever anyone was in need. But it seems that lately they would rather burn the demon along with the victim. I still believe in the Father and His Holy Grace. But I couldn't let that happen to this sister. Not after she saved my boy. No matter what happens to me.
Oh, alright, well. There we go. AC is off and finally warmed up a bit in this room. Okay. What's up with you?
Since she collapsed in my arms while telling me what happened to my Vasek. I was going to find a knight penitent to help her, but she pleaded with me not to. Asked me to hide her and tell any other priests that came looking that I had not seen her. Truth be told, I had to wrestle with that. Lying to the cathedral came close to turning her in more than once. But then I remembered that when I needed help, she did not ask any questions. She was just there, ready to do whatever she could. Well, she deserves the same.
Alright, let's
I knew you would.
Okay. Yep, let's exorcise the demon.
Much time. You need to perform blood rites. Exorcise. Demon.
What?
I cannot. You need my prayer book, but Chalice is lost. Need to get new one.
Where?
Margrave. Matvey. He is Chalice keeper. Be wary. He is suspicious. You may need to deceive. Please. Hurry.
Okay, let's go get a chalice. Oh, it's way down here by Margrave. Okay. Alright, got some quests to turn in before I go do that one, though. Go turn in the gold well spent quest and then go do that one. Returned with your payment.
So, The deed is done. Excellent. I knew you would prove worthy of my trust. I'm sure you've heard the new word as it spreads. We will no longer suffer at the hands of the lesser. Our strength, our might, our destiny is to triumph over the weak.
Quest complete. Gold well spent. Alright, now let's go do the other one. Yeah, I don't know what that guy was on about saying that this looks like Diablo 3. He was just doesn't look anything like Diablo 3. It definitely looks closer to 2.
It's Diablo 2, man.
I don't know what that guy was on about. I need a holy chalice.
Who are you to demand such a thing?
That already helped you like twice. Why would you not just give it to
Their
me?
lives to worship may touch the holy implements.
I am on a solemn task from the Reverend Mother Prava herself. Shall I tell her you are unwilling to fulfill her request?
Please, forgive me. It is so rare to hear any news from Kjovershard, let alone from the Reverend Mother herself. I am honored. Here. It will need to be consecrated first, of course. Anointed in the blood of sinners.
Of course.
There are deserving.
I can't just take the thing. I gotta go do a thing with the thing before I can use the thing. Silver chalice. Faith in blood. Fill the chalice with bandit blood. Alright, let's go on a murder spree. Oh, there's a dungeon here I hadn't done. I'll go do that first. Remember to spend your skill points, yes. Burn it all down. Good luck getting past my Hydra. Bitches. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, what is that? Okay, you're an elite. You know I got fire resistance, right? On account of me, you know, being fire-based and whatnot. Okay, you can't go that way yet. Okay, can't teleport that way.
I need time to prepare that.
There we go. That'll take care of him. Little blast wall shrine. Good shrine. Use it on the boss. One way to get rid of an elite.
Gregor, need a word with you. Fence says the math doesn't add up right. Says she saw you skulking around the reserves last night.
Did she now?
Says we're short 2 boxes of the good stuff.
Ah, she stole the drugs.
No need to worry. I know you'll make it right. And I know you'll come tell me exactly how. I'd hate to let you go. The wargs like you, my friend. But they like fresh meat too. Think on that.
And nothing good there. Where's the thing I'm looking for here? Time to die. Oh, cool chest, but that's not it, I don't think. Kind of been everywhere. Not sure where to go next. It's randomly breaking shit now. Okay, I've killed everything. This must be it. Yeah, now it's open. Wish it would alert me when the thing opens, though.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, fuck. Flag. That it? Oh, no, this is it. We'll just go this way. Greed. I do need all the gold I can get. I'll take it. Need to kill shit fast. Really maximize this shrine.
I'm not ready yet.
Your shield did not protect you from me. Alright, that's done. Got 2 more skeletal constructs to destroy. Go this way.
I need time to prepare that.
Burn, baby, burn!
I'm not ready yet.
Get me out of there. I'm trying to suck me in with whatever that weird thing is. Put my shield on. Hey, a chest. Yeah. One more skeletal construct to destroy. Ah, teleported right into that. Yeah, new level. Okay, another good passive. 3% increase to my pyromancy skills. And then that'll lead to use critical strike damage against burning enemies if they're also immobilized. This bonus is increased 25%. 5% chance to immobilize enemy for 2 seconds. Chance is doubled while you are healthy. There we go. Get some passives. Alright, where's that last skeletal construct? I feel like I've been everywhere. There it is.
I need time to prepare that.
Gotta go. Alright, dungeon complete. And I gotta run back out of here because one of the other complaints with the game is after completing a dungeon, it doesn't open up a portal to exit the dungeon. So you have to run all the way back out of it. A glorious waste of time. It's one of those things that feels like it should be a no-brainer, but it's not. But it's not in the game, despite it feeling like it should be a no-brainer. There's a leave dungeon emote? Why would there be an emote for... Oh my god. Why is that... Why didn't it... Well, it needs to do a tutorial to tell me that, because it just straight up did not tell me that was a thing. Oh my god, that's so much easier. I've been running out of all these dungeons because I did not know that existed. Emote wheels is kind of new to Diablo 4, so they should be... It should be explained better. I literally forget that emote wheel exists. Oh god, with the lag. Oh, I'm going the long way around here. Oh well. Came the long way around to get to this. Well. Appears to be surrounded by enemies. Oh fuck. I'll put up a good fight. Trying to get to this mini dungeon over here. Alright, let's check my gear. All this shit I've been picking up. Gem cache. Probably should have not opened that, because now it's 3 slots instead of 1 it took up, but whatever. Oh, I don't want to lose... Well, I'll keep ice armor, but I don't want to lose teleport. This do... Critical strike. Lose damage to close enemies. And this one has burning damage. Yeah, I don't want to lose a legendary. What's this? Fire damage. Plus fire damage. Yes, we'll take that one. I did find one thing I could use in this. Alright, now let's go. Thank you for telling me about the emote wheel thing. I had not even noticed that existed. Oh my god, it's going to save me so much time now. I'd been doing it the hard way. Running back out, because it was either that or teleport back to town. Alright, well, one of my complaints has been solved due to my just lack of knowledge. Get out of the Frost Novas. Oh my god, this thing will not die. Oh yeah, that's right. These are mini dungeons. It's just run in, kill the boss, run out. Okay. Well, quick and easy. Down, down, down. Fill the chalice with bandit blood. Alright, let's go murder some bandits. Ah. I feel like my... Okay, no, they do. I was about to say, I feel like my Hydra doesn't aggro them, so I could just... So I could just use them to kill stuff from a distance. But apparently they do aggro stuff. Never mind. Oh, shit. Ow. Should have dodged.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, now let's return to the priest. Oh, well, we got a public event up here we can do real quick. Alright, start this bad boy.
I'm not ready yet.
But you better get ready. There's shit coming. Ain't got time for you to fuck around here and wait for a cooldown.
I need time to prepare that.
There we go. Gotcha, bitch. Yeah. Event complete. So load. Oh, one guy showed up at the end. Of course, you guys show up at the end to help. Alright. Yeah, it finally warmed up in here. Turn that AC off. Okay, I need to fast travel before I do that, since I'm in town.
Father bless. What do you need?
Need to unlock a new Cosmog.
Good. What else you got?
I got a lot of good stuff. See? A lot of good stuff. Yeah, you know, I gotta bait the hook, man. That's what it's all about. I got any new cosmetics worth using? No, nothing new there. What about here? Okay, it's got a neat look to it. I'll keep what I got there. What about here? I kind of like those gloves. Yeah, I like those gloves. Let's put those gloves on. Didn't mean to do that. What about here? There we go. Change my look up a little bit.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
I ain't gonna worry about gems right now. I was, but now I'm not.
I can take common, turn it special.
Let's increase these boots I'm trying to keep. I haven't unlocked anything for boots. Oh shit.
No
Okay.
witchcraft here, only honest magics.
What about amulets? Damaging an elite enemy grants you a barrier absorbing up to 25, 10 seconds. Okay. Nah, I ain't gonna worry about doing this right now. I'll get better gear. I'll save my mats for the better gear. Maybe. Again, if the price is right. Alright, let's see.
Good. Now, take a piece of the burning wood from this holy pyre and place it in the blood. And do stand back. Excellent. The Reverend Mother was wise to choose you for this task. The chalice is now ready for her. And please, do give her my most respectful regard.
Found a painting.
This painting must be from before my mother's time. These days, art like this would just go into the pyre. I'll have to keep this well hidden. Thank you. If you find anything else from Margrave's past in your travels, I'd love to see it.
Side quest complete. And now we can go finish this one.
Oh, thank the light you're back. The sister has taken a turn for the worse.
Of course she has.
Right after you left, the sister, well, the demon inside her is speaking through her. She's in terrible pain. She told me about the chalice. Here, I'll place it while you prepare. We must hurry.
Oh, she gonna die.
Watch your friend die. Please, save her.
Father Inarius, as I shed my wicked blood, let it be purified in thy light. Let the light fill the darkness within all of us.
Oh, your pitiful chanting again. Are you so eager to watch me freeze her blood?
Let the light push out the darkness hiding within this woman. Father, force this demon out!
I knew it! I knew you were involved in something abhorrent!
No! Stop him!
Stop this instant! The Reverend Mother will learn of this heresy! I will see you all burn!
Father, forgive me!
Oh, he's punched him to death.
Light! Purge the wickedness!
Enough! I tire of this.
Sister, no!
It's okay, she's just frozen. We can unfreeze her.
No! How is she still fighting? Impossible!
Easy peasy.
Sister!
Sorry, I broke your bed a little bit.
Say something!
Please wake up.
It's too bloody cold down here.
Oh, light be praised!
Yes, you did well. The demon is truly banished. I'm impressed you were able to copy the rituals so quickly. It took me ages to master.
Really? Because it's like
Sister
a
Octave,
paragraph to memorize. It's not that much. Like 2 sentences.
but these people have engaged in blasphemy of the highest sort.
Obviously, it's not blasphemy if it worked,
Stealing
dickhead.
holy implements, brutalizing a priest of the cathedral. They will burn on the pyre before the day is out. How could you be so rash? When the Reverend Mother...
Oh, and what will you tell Prava? That you allowed a commoner to so easily deceive her holy representative? That you abandoned your flock in Margrave and left them with no guidance from the lights? If I am to be tied to that horrific pyre, then you shall be there with me.
No. I
You didn't think about that shit.
suppose I have been away from Margrave overlong. I should return swiftly.
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
Sister Octavia, please. Take better care of yourself. The cathedral is stronger with you on your feet than in a sickbed.
Yeah, that's what we were doing, you dumb shit. Ah.
My friend, give me just a moment and I will meet you outside. You deserve a proper thanks. And thank you, Peter Quera. I know it wasn't easy for faithful folk to do what you did for me.
Sister, you saved my boy. There was no choice to make.
If we did not do everything we could to save you, how could we call ourselves followers of the light?
Cute. Oh, okay. I was waiting. I was like, where's she at? Glad you're all right.
I can already feel the warmth returning. Thank you, my friend. I put a great deal of weight upon your shoulders. I asked you to lie for me, to put yourself in grave danger. If you had rejected me, I couldn't say I'd blame you. But you didn't.
Yeah, nothing wrong with pitching a tent, doing a little camping.
Saved countless others. I can see.
That's how I win in Call of Duty.
What about Priest Matvey? Are you worried he will cause trouble?
No. He will keep what he's seen to himself. Hopefully, I can teach the rest of the clergy to have a bit more faith in the members of their congregation.
I'd say so.
I want you to have this. It's not much, really, but I hope it brings you some measure of good fortune. Thank you again. You will always have a friend in the cathedral.
Oh, what'd I get? Oh, he gave me gear. Life regeneration. Well, not damaged recently. No, I don't do cold damage. This I could use, though. Lucky strike. Cold resistance. Willpower. I'll take that. Thank you. And what's this? Salvage cache? Yeah, veiled crystals. I need all those I can get. Finally, all side quest done. Let's finish this Act 1 quest. Go back to the story stuff now. Yeah, you know, us rednecks are good at camping, man. I can pitch a tent, start a fire, I can do all that stuff.
What do you need?
Prava sent me. I'm looking for Vigo.
You and that nuisance of a child both. Girl's been nagging us about that demon woman all week.
Yeah, she probably has a reason.
Looking into her claims. He should be at the mining camp north of here. Whole escort of knights went missing there last week. Along with the girl's mother and another woman. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I got like magic and shit. I got a bite berry. Woo! Dude, can't go through there. Exactly. It's cute. Rhymes. Eat all the gold I can get, baby. What kind of shrine is this? Conduit!
More strangers in the camp.
There he is.
Are you Vega?
Ooh, actual cutscene
I
now.
was sent.
The hell?
Hey! I know what I saw. She had horns like a beast. Strode right past where you stand. To think my mother's trapped in there with her. You led my mother through, sir. Shouldn't you be responsible for her safety?
We have soldiers stationed inside.
You should be worried about them, too. Maybe you can help me.
Yep, that is true. It's kind of my motto. What I'm known for. What brings you
My mother
here?
and I studied the Horadrim. We were onto something big. But then she ran off. It's not like her to abandon the hunt.
Mines are closed on church orders. They're not safe. Especially not for children.
Ugh.
All right.
She did.
The horned woman is the demon Lilith. No, that can't be. My mother taught me that name. You speak of the daughter of hatred.
Did Prava mention me? She wasn't angry, was she?
Oh, you selfish prick.
There's more than your job at stake here.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
I'm gonna go fuck some shit up. You guys wait here.
The damn hoist is stuck.
Of course.
We've got to go on foot.
Of course.
Look out!
There you go. Take all the gold. Down here. Nothing. Excuse me. Where am I supposed to be going? Okay, I guess this was not where I was supposed to be going. I could always use some help. This thing can be a bit much for one person to handle, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's my mother's charm on your wrist.
Oh, okay.
It's mine now, girl. She gave it to me when I let her and her friend pass through.
Doesn't sound like she gave it to you.
Maybe we should go back. Round up the knights.
And leave my mother in Lilith's care for as long as that will take? No.
Oh, there's nothing I can't handle, son. I mean, have you seen my content? I'm cut from a different cloth, my friend. Oh, I got a player title. That's what those rewards are.
Beams are too damn old. Shaking like leaves.
Like I said, everybody's got a price, man. Nobody's that street.
special about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith here?
Hell if I know. Trava doesn't tell us anything. No one goes in, nothing comes out. That's all.
That wasn't a red flag to you?
No lift. The jam must be deeper down.
Of course.
Locked. Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on. And there she goes. Enemies approaching. Nowhere to go. Fight's coming to us this time.
Man, we've been killing enemies this whole time. What are you talking about?
Open that door, girl!
I've got it!
Here, I thought this would be difficult.
That was quick thinking.
Sure.
Why would your mother leave you like that?
She wouldn't. Or she shouldn't have. I'm sure she had good reason.
La la la. Killing demons. Casually killing demons. Ooh, skill point. This ultimate skill, huh? Burno. I can only pick one. Let's see. Summon a fiery spirit that continually constricts the target area, burning enemies for 900 damage. Let's try this ultimate skill. See, I gotta give something up to use it, though. Incinerate. Defensive. I guess I'll get rid of the ice shield and keep the ultimate. Damn it. Yeah, I hate being restricted to only 4 fucking slots here. So many skills that I'm unlocking and I can't use.
Damn mine's caving in.
Oh, fuck. Let's try it out. Yeah, definitely need to throw some points into that thing. Really rank it up. Whatever grave dust is, got more of that.
I'm not dying here.
You might if this thing caves in.
Over there. An opening.
Go! Go to the opening! No, it's not cuz controller. I tried yesterday with keyboard and mouse. Like, there is no way to... There's no second hotbar. There's no second hotbar option. And I don't know why. I hope they change that. Because there's way too many skills. Like, even in Diablo 2, they had hotkeys, but I found nothing. I went to the fucking keybinds. There's no keybind for alternate hotbars or hotkeys. Because that's what I was hoping for. Is you got 4 on your hotbar, and then I was hoping you could hold a key to access the second hotbar. And then hold a different key to access a third hotbar, like in Diablo 2, but that's not here. But yeah, like they give you so many more skills than they do in Diablo 3, but the same layout hotbar wise. I think it's just something they didn't think about. They didn't think when they added all these fucking skills that you might want more than 4 skills on your hotbar. Not to mention they give you gear like the boots I'm wearing, which give you access to skills that you haven't unlocked yet. So... No, but it doesn't make it fair for them. There's a way to do it with controller. Again, they did it in Diablo 2. Like the remaster for Diablo 2. All they would have to do, 3 hotbars is enough. And you could make it so that when you hold the left trigger, it accesses like all of them. Like games have been doing this since like DC Universe Online figured it out. Like MMOs figured this shit out a long time ago with controller. Final Fantasy 14 does it on console too. Like your 4 skills are on your face buttons, and then holding down left trigger changes those face buttons to 4 different skills. Holding the right trigger will change it to a different hotbar, and then you can make the bumper dodge, like your core skills, like the dodge, and use potion could be right bumper and left bumper. Yeah, like it could easily be done. I just don't know why they didn't do it. They've done it before. I just think that they didn't think about it. I don't think that there was any thought put behind it. That's my thought. Is I thought that they basically just copy and pasted the controller layout from Diablo 3. And one hotbar worked in Diablo 3 because you only got 4 skills anyway, and then you picked 1 for each slot. Like you were so limited in Diablo 3. So I think that they just tried to make the transition from Diablo 3 to Diablo 4 easy, and they didn't think about the fact that, we're going back to the skill set up from Diablo 2. We need those extra. I think it was just an oversight, and I hope they patch it. Because this is the same way it worked in Diablo 3, but in Diablo 3 you had so many fewer options. Alright, what we got, buddy?
The tunnel's closed. We're trapped without the hoist.
They didn't learn their lesson, basically.
There she is.
Because when Diablo 2 Resurrected, when the remaster first launched, it used the same system. And this is clearly running on that engine. And people hated it, and they had to patch Diablo 2 to give you those extra hotbars. So console could have those extra hotbars too. And then PC could use the keybinds or so they did it with Diablo 2. This was clearly in development at around the same time. So they're going to have to patch this just like they did with Diablo 2. Because this is the way Diablo 2 was at launch, and everybody hated it. It was so restrictive that they ended up patching it. Yeah, so this is going to be the same thing. This is clearly running on the same engine. This is the engine before the patch in Diablo 2. So they're going to release the game, and then it'll probably be like a day one update or something to fix it. Because people are gonna hate this. People are gonna complain about this. It is my #1 complaint with the game. It's what I hate the most right now.
That statue. It's her. The way I saw her.
Lilith.
We need to find my mother.
It was my #1 complaint with Diablo 2. I was so happy when they fixed it, and then I could actually play the game and use the build I wanted to use. Now it's my #1 complaint with Diablo 4, which is after looking at the graphics and the way the game plays, it is clearly just running. That's why they remastered Diablo 2. They were testing the engine for this game. That's all that game was. It was an engine test. And then they had to patch it to fix that because everyone hated it. But this game they haven't patched yet. They're still using that base engine. They're going to have to do it again. So I know they're going to fix it because they pretty much have to. There's way too many skills and not enough hotbar slots to the point that a lot of the gear feels worthless and your skills feel worthless. Like, there's no point in me putting points into any other skill other than 1 per tree. There's no mixing and matching and customizing your build with this limited slots. You're stuck with what you got. And then if you equip gear that gives you those bonus fucking skills that you haven't unlocked yet. Huh?
What's good?
Yeah, like it's pointless to throw points into anything other than the 4 main things that you want to use. So you're just restricted as you were in Diablo 3 using this. There's no point in experimenting with builds.
What you're saying makes sense, but they don't have to do that. They can just fix it in post, man.
Because they had to patch.
It's Activision Blizzard, baby.
They had to patch that with Diablo 2. It's clearly just something that they didn't think about. They're using the same engine from the remaster of Diablo 2, and they.
At last, I'll ride out.
What they did in Diablo 3 doesn't work with this, so they'll have to redo it. Oh, there we go. I'll fix it.
Slain? What happened?
You mean slain? It got caught in the gear. That's how it died. Jesus, this guy's an idiot. I mean, I'm loving the game so far. Other than that, that's my biggest complaint. That and the optimization. Those are the 2 things they need to work on.
I mean, one thing beta should fix, one thing should already be in the game.
Yeah, especially since they learned their lesson with the remastered Diablo 2, because they claimed at first it wasn't possible and people weren't buying their excuses, and finally they fixed it and said, oh, we figured out how to make it work. Yeah, well, now we know that you can do it, you're going to have to do it again with Diablo 4. Like, people aren't going to, there's no excuse for it, especially since you already proved you can do it, so now you're just going to have to do it again. They're going to have to. So. Alright.
We need reinforcements.
No, we don't. I got this.
No, we can.
What was that?
It came from beyond the gate.
Oh, somebody's possessed in there. Alright, boss fight time. Because I've got some gear that's giving me access to skills I haven't poured points into yet, and I want to hotbar them, but I can't even use them all because I need my hotbar for the skills I've been putting points into, so this gear feels kind of worthless. I'm using one of the skills from it, which is the only reason I don't unequip it, but that means I can't use my other skills, so I'm having to sacrifice skills just to use gear, and that shouldn't happen.
A woman. Vigo. It was one of the women you sent. She wasn't human. She was a demon, like the statue. Claims she mothered sanctuary. It was a dead bloodbath.
The other woman, Venard. Where is she?
She begged for her life. Well, I spared her. Let her deeper in. Give up, girl. She's lost. Vigo, You must listen. Steel did nothing. Spells, prayers, all useless. Go to Corval. Tell Plow. Raise the army. The father. Evil itself. Mocks sanctuary. Do this for me.
He is dead.
I'm done for. Your mother told me this trinket would bring good fortune. To think I trusted her.
She bribed you with it, didn't she? You weren't supposed to let her through at all. But it's not too late. She can still be saved.
Not by me. Not anymore. Prava will know what to do.
Oh, so we're not gonna go fight her right now?
Leaving us? Abandoning her?
There's nothing left to abandon. She's good as dead. I'm sorry, kid.
He really just left us.
Yeah, I don't need him anyway.
It's up to us now.
Hey-oh! Where's that boss at?
Lilith can't be too far.
Roots of the Arcosmos, the eternal conflict, angels and demons have battled over control of all creation for all time. To what end? I asked, and she simply laughed. Okay. Well, let's go murder this bitch.
What is this?
A sigil of some kind.
How your mind
There she is.
races. Yes.
Oh, it's like a Dark Souls bloodstain.
Mother of sanctuary.
Daughter of hatred.
I have what you seek. You hunger for knowledge. You dragged your child all over sanctuary in pursuit of it.
No, I taught her how to survive.
Is that what you want to believe? Drop the act. You have questions. I have answers. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
Everything I've read has warned me against you.
You've read so much, yet know so little. Will you accept my offer?
I don't know. Will you let me try? I want to try.
Your mother is alive. She came this way with Lilith.
How can you be sure?
Sometimes I see visions of the past. I saw them.
What? How?
Lilith's petals. Her blood was fed to me once.
Alright. Boss fight time! Oh shit. Jesus. What are you swinging at, girl? I kind of already murked everything here. Lilith saw a way to escape the conflict. She tells me it started with the seduction of the angel Inarius. All this time, he was just as fallible as any man.
So, I got a question here.
What's it?
Isn't Lilith just Kane's kid from the first game? Or like
yeah, his niece. Yeah, it's his niece from the first game. She got possessed in the first game and you supposedly saved her at the end, remember? She was possessed by... She was Diablo in the first game. That's why Diablo looked kind of feminine in the first game. He was using her body. You saved her at the end, but she just kind of collapsed and you left her... She was presumed dead. Like, they made it seem as if she died and you left her in heaven. But apparently, she did not die. So...
Oh, so that she's just Diablo again.
Yeah, well, they're calling her the daughter of Diablo because you killed Diablo in the last game. So I'm guessing something. I don't know. I haven't got
How many times they killed Diablo?
I haven't got to that point in the game yet, but I'm guessing part of him is in her, or he left something in her when you killed him. As they're referring to her as a different demon, and this takes place 200 years after the last game, so, you know, there's books written about her now and stuff. Apparently people told the tale of what happened. I don't know, there's still a lot of questions, because I haven't got answers yet.
I mean, I was just trying to get, like, the basic understanding, because, you know, game ain't fully out yet.
Yeah, from what I've gathered so far, that's what happened, is they left it ambiguous at the end. I knew Lilith would have something to do with this one, because she played such a big part in the last one, and everyone from the last one died, like, except for her, and they just kind of didn't really resolve what happened to her. You just kind of leave her there, and then the game ends. So I had a feeling she'd have something to do with the next one. I wasn't expecting a 200-year time jump, but it makes sense, because everybody from the last series of games is dead. The only thing if you're trying to do a reset story-wise and introduce a bunch of new characters, short of rebooting the franchise, you can just skip 200 years so that everyone from the first games, everyone from, you know, the first 3 games are dead. The world
You ain't
enjoyed.
even gotta do that. Like, you can, like, honestly, the best way to do it isn't to go too far and to have, like, a few characters alive who kind of remember what happened.
Well, they all left notes. They all left notes and transcripts. A new prophecy is written. Like, I don't mind this idea, because they get the they get the soft rebooted with all new characters, new prophecies, new lore. You got 200 years of peace, so you feel like you accomplished your mission in the last one. 200 years is a long time for the world to be at peace until this happened. So that's 200 years of advancement, so you get to do new aesthetics. The world's no longer in the time period it was in. It's gone forward 200 years, so now you get like a medieval time period, so you get some technology with it. You get to do new aesthetics, new game mechanics. You can have, Demon Hunter, if they bring that class back, she could probably get better crossbows and new gadgets and stuff. Yeah, like there's a lot of new stuff you could do with it. Plus, I was kind of done with all these characters anyway. Cain being in Diablo 3 already felt like nostalgia bait, because, he was a big part of Diablo 1 and 2. And you kill him off, and I kind of thought that his niece would take his place and be the new, means of guidance. Tyrael choosing to become human instead of staying as an angel means that now you don't get the angel always felt like a get out of jail free card for the story. Anytime you weren't strong enough, the angel could just give you his power, or lend you his power, come in and do something. That's gone now too. So things feel... That's what Diablo 3 lacked from Diablo 1 and 2, was that things never felt like it never felt like the end of the world, because you always had an angel there to bail you out. You felt overpowered. Nothing ever felt bleak. You didn't really feel like you were going up against a struggle. It just felt like you were fighting a winning battle to begin with. You had an angel on your side. You had all this power. You were part angel. Like, it was just... You were basically godlike in Diablo 3. All that's gone now. And things do actually feel like the end of the world. You're weak. You don't have anyone there to lend you power or bail you out. Tyrael's dead. He became mortal 200 years later. I mean, they haven't said how he died, but could have just died of old age. I mean, it's 200 years. So, he's just presumed dead. So now it does feel like it's just you against demons, mortals against demons again. That's where Diablo 3 fucked up. It just gave you way too much power. You felt overpowered for most of that game. Jesus. Lilith Sanctuary's mother. Somehow, I felt the truth of the moment she said it is to those knights. Now I know. She used Inarius to craft this world. A refuge from the conflict. Yeah, so... they've been living in Sanctuary since Diablo 3. And they've, you know, expanded Sanctuary and made towns around it and stuff. But everything's centered around Sanctuary from Diablo 3. The one safe place. Oh shit. All my life I've sought the origin of humankind. It was always her. From the union of angels and demons came the first generation of humanity. They were powerful. Movers of mountains, shakers of the sea. Yeah, that's what you were in the original game. You were part angel, you were, you know, all powerful, etc. Yeah, I'm enjoying this being more story focused than Diablo 3 was. Diablo 3 just felt like the story was kind of secondary to the end game. Like it was a thing you just did to level, and then it felt short and rushed, like you just rush through it, get to the end game. This one seems way more focused on story. I like the way that the side quests are set up and the way the world is set up. Everything feels alive, lived in. There's stuff happening even when you're not around. You know, the public events and stuff. So it feels like there's always something going on you can get into. There's a lot of stuff to do compared to the third one. It's not just beat the story and then run portals over and over and over again. Feels like there's already... I mean, I'm not even at the end game yet, and there's already, like, so much shit to do. I took a long time just doing side quests, and then you can do the public events and grind those. Like, there's so much stuff to grind and do. It feels more thought out from the beginning. Yeah, and all these scribes I'm reading are just recaps of the previous game. So you get to see how future generations were told about it, and some of the stuff seems wrong. Which is that game of telephone that is word-of-mouth storytelling. You know, they keep adding things to it and making it sound grander and bigger than it was, because you as the player remember it happening, but the people in the world only have stories to go on, so some of the things are off. Not exactly the way they happen. Which I like as a concept. It's pretty much religion in real life. I'm sure some of the stuff from the Bible and religions in real life happened, but you got, you know, hundreds of years of word-of-mouth storytelling, and then people translating a translation of a translation of a translation. Yeah, stuff gets lost in the shuffle, stuff gets added, stuff gets exaggerated. It goes from story to legend. Yeah, that's how that works. It's a generational game of telephone.
No way.
So curious. You are eager to know.
Execute this man. He's speaking the truth. Kill him.
Yes.
Do you have faith in me?
I want to.
Good. For now, all you need know
Oh, she has a son.
is that we are going to meet my son.
Wonder who her son is.
The
Rathma.
first necromancer.
The first necromancer. Ah,
He is
see? Tying it all together.
And more. He is the key to my plans.
It sounds like they're searching for Lilith's son, Rathma. Together.
Mother, what are you thinking?
Okay. Oh. And because I had to sacrifice one of my skills just to equip my ultimate skill when I unlocked it. Like, there's not enough hotbar space. I think the ultimate skill should have a designated button assigned to it, like it did in Diablo 3. So it wasn't even on your hotbar. It was just a dedicated ultimate button, or do multiple hotbars. Like, there's so many ways to fix this.
You see, you're doing something that they don't like to do. It's called using their brain. Don't do it very often.
Yeah, they'll pretty much have to fix it. There'll be way too many complaints about this. I guarantee it. This is going to be the #1 complaint. You're going to see a ton of videos on YouTube after this beta's over. People going, beta impressions, what they need to change. Yeah, you're going to get a ton of those. And I guarantee you every single one of them is going to have the same complaint about the hotbar. Like, that's going to definitely be the #1 complaint. That's my #1 complaint. I mean, tutorial stuff could be explained a little better too, because I didn't realize until tonight. I would spend all this time playing, the first 21 levels of the game playing, and complaining that there was, you know, in Diablo 3, you finish a dungeon, it activates a totem that lets you teleport back to the entrance of the dungeon, so you can just leave. That didn't happen in this game, and it took me 21 levels to realize that there is a leave dungeon option on the emote bar, on the emote wheel. And the game never told me that there was an option to just leave a dungeon you're in. So I was completing dungeons and then running all the way back through the empty dungeon to the beginning just to leave, because I didn't realize there was an instant leave dungeon option.
Down on D-pad?
I mean, up on the D-pad will bring up the wheel. No. Down on D-pad will teleport you back to town. But what if you're in a dungeon that's not near the town? Because I was in multiple dungeons where it would have taken me just as long to teleport to town and run back to where the dungeon is to continue, you know, exploring the overworld, as it would take to just run through the dungeon to get back to the entrance. Like, that was my complaint and my frustration, was I could teleport back to town and then run all the way back to the entrance to the dungeon that I just finished, or I could run through the dungeon all the way back to the entrance. Either way, it's going to take me a while. I didn't realize that on the emote wheel there's a leave dungeon option that just takes you back to the entrance to the dungeon instantly.
I mean, it should just be a thing in the world. It shouldn't be in the emote wheel.
Yeah, I don't know why it's on the emote wheel, because in Diablo 3 it's in the world. It's a totem that spawns when you finish a dungeon. When you do whatever the last objective for the dungeon is, that totem spawns, and then you just click on the totem and go back to the entrance. I was looking for that when I completed a dungeon, and one never spawned. I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, they don't have a leave dungeon option. They're going to have to add one of those. Maybe they were going for immersion, etc., blah, blah, blah. I was trying to go through my mind and find reasons why they would remove that very necessary quality of life feature, and I realized they didn't remove it. They moved it. My issue was they didn't explain that they'd moved it. There was no tutorial prompt to explain it, and I'm thinking it's an emote wheel. Leave dungeon shouldn't be an emote, because I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to use the emotes unless I'm in a party. If I'm playing by myself, why would I? If there's no one around to emote for, why would I ever emote? If I'm playing solo in a dungeon by myself and there's no one who can see my character, why would I ever need to emote?
Does it leave you a portal to teleport back to where you were, at least?
I mean, you wouldn't need to go back. There's nothing in the dungeon for you.
Well, some people might use it because they're getting, overpowered or forgot something.
Yeah, well, I mean, then you could use the town portal.
If it's going to be bound to the emote wheel, you might as well just...
I mean, if you need to teleport out to go do something in town and use that portal to get back, well, then you can just use the town portal. Like, the only reason to ever go back to the entrance to a dungeon is just to leave the dungeon. Because you've done everything in there. If you need to leave to go sell gear or salvage something, well, then you're going back to town anyway, and then you'll have your portal to get... to go right back to where you were. Town portal works the way it always has. It's just the leave dungeon option doesn't, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's on the emote wheel. Like, why is that an emote? Yeah, because there's 3 things on the emote wheel that aren't emotes. There's leave dungeon, zoom, which I don't know why that's there to zoom the camera in, which it's kind of cool they did that because on Diablo 2 for PC, you could zoom in with the mouse wheel, zoom in on your character while you're having conversations, make it more cinematic. It really serves no purpose other than just show off the graphics. But if you were playing Diablo 2 on console, there was no zoom option. You were just stuck at the highest, camera setting. So they added that in this one, so you can zoom in on console, but you do it through the emote wheel. So the emote wheel has leave dungeon, zoom, and open chat. So I don't know why chat's not just a separate button. That's for like text chat. I don't know why that's on the. I guess that's on the emote wheel because that is used to interact with other players, just like emotes are. So that one kind of makes sense, but the other stuff doesn't. Like zooming in, leaving the dungeon. Those aren't emotes. Why are they on the emote wheel? Yeah, playing Diablo 4.
Playing your mom.
I don't mind it being on the emote wheel if you're going to use the emote wheel because you get three wheels worth of emotes. They need to rename it from emote wheel to shortcut wheel. Like if you're just going to use it for shortcuts, that's fine. Just make it more obvious is all I'm saying. Ultimate! Yeah, I need to upgrade the shit out of my ultimate. Damn it, get out of there. Damn, this thing's putting up a hell of a fight. Ooh, a legendary drop from that one. That was worth the fight. Alright, what'd I get? Can't use that. If I use this one, then I lose the legendary perk for the fire spell I'm using. But this one deals 64% increased damage while you have a barrier active. So every time I have to put the ice shield back up now. Which means I have to take something else. I have to sacrifice another thing. See? Every time I get a new piece of gear that does something, then I have to sacrifice something. Because they're not giving me enough hotbars. Like, barriers, I shouldn't have to sacrifice attack skills for barriers. Because those are things you're only going to pop once every minute or so. So those should be on a separate hotbar. Then I hotbar to my barrier bar, pop my barriers, and then I can just go back to attacking like normal. Because the barriers have such a long cooldown that you're not going to use them that often. They shouldn't take up a spot on my attack hot. I shouldn't have to sacrifice an attack for that. I mean, this is a much better weapon than what I got. Guess I could sacrifice my teleport, but my teleport's used. It's my oh shit, get the fuck out of dodge button. It does so much more damage. Oh wait, and then I lose this too. I guess I'll use it while I'm in here, but yeah, I don't want a staff. I want a wand and a focus to give myself a little more options for gear instead of a two-handed weapon. They're thinner. They're thinner and more breathable than gym shorts. Hence why they're underwear. They're meant to be worn under your clothing. Wearing gym shorts as underwear would be uncomfortable as fuck. That you would get hot very quickly. Your balls would fucking stick to those gym shorts. Yeah, no.
You get hot and sweaty like mom spaghetti.
Yes, no. I definitely understand boxers as underwear. They're way more comfortable than gym shorts. You get a good quality pair. Now, if you really want to keep things cool, now this is if you want to get fancy. There's some expensive ass underwear, but they would change your life. There is nothing. You want to understand boxers as underwear? There is nothing that feels better. Fuck your gym shorts. Nothing feels better than a good quality pair of silk boxers. So smooth. Just that cooling effect. It just it's like having your junk caressed by an angel all day. Just Just get a good set of silk boxers. So like $50 a pair, but yeah, goddamn. Feels good, man. It's like you feel like royalty walking around all day. A pair of silk boxers on. I know they're supposed to be like male lingerie, but no, wear them all day like normal, and it just feels good. Just as chill clothes to lounge in. Oh, that's why, because they're chill. Like if you're talking about just wearing boxers around your house to chill in, because that's why, because they're thin and they're the next best thing to freeball. And I get it. Freeballing's probably better. I get what you're saying. If you're just going to chill, you'd freeball. But what if you can't freeball? You got a roommate. You got, they're kind of the meet in the middle ground. That's the idea. Is you want to feel naked, so you don't get all hot and sweaty, etc. And not have, be restricted by clothing. But you don't want someone to see you naked. Well, boxer shorts don't look like underwear. You get the right pair. They could just look like normal shorts. But they're thinner and don't, not as hot as normal shorts. So they're kind of the middle ground. That's what they're for. If you're talking about
forbidden shorts.
If you're talking about just chilling in them instead of, wearing them as underwear. Yeah. That's why.
Or
anyone with kids will tell you boxers are a godsend. Like that's why you wear them. And that only lasts for a few years because eventually they'll get old enough to know, oh, those are underwear daddy's wearing, and then you can't do it anymore. But when they're like 3, 4, 5, 6, those years, you can walk around in boxer shorts and your kid's just going to see shorts. Like your kid's not going to put 2 and 2 together that, oh, dad's in his underwear. They're not going to, so you can still be comfortable in your house, but not be naked with your kids. So there's your point. Those are those golden years.
Weird.
Yeah, those are those golden years, because then it's not weird. You'll eventually reach. Well, but it's not always up to you, because you eventually reach the age where my kids are now, where my kids don't see it as weird. They still see it as just shorts, but they keep bringing friends in the house. I can't be in my boxers around the neighbor's kids. They're gonna know. So now I can't do that anymore. Again, it wouldn't freak out my kids. It's not weird for them, but I don't know how their friends were raised. So now I just have to wear pants all the time because my kids go out to play, and I don't know if they're bringing friends back when they come back in for lunch or whatnot. They're in and out the house all day, and they could have a friend with them and one time, or they might not. So I just, yeah, you reach the age they're at now.
Kids go outside.
I can't keep them inside. That's what happens when you give your kids some freedom, and you just let them go off. Like, I hate that helicopter parenting bullshit, but there's other parents who are like, you just let them leave. I was like, yeah, why wouldn't I? They're 8 and 9 years old. Like, you don't let your kid go outside at 8 and 9 years old? Do you know what I was doing at 8 and 9 years old? What were you doing at 8 and 9 years old? Like, I look at those other parents, I was like, you were raised in the 80s too. There's entire movies about 9 and 10-year-olds going on adventures. You guys want to see a dead body? The fucking Goonies? Like, that was normal back then. Why would you not let your kid out now? The world is safer now than it was then. You let kids roam freely in the 80s where there were no cameras anywhere, no one, everyone and their mother has a camera in their pocket now. No one's going to fuck with a kid. No one's fucking with a kid in a public space. Like, that's not going to happen anymore. Yeah, they were snatching kids up in the 80s. And even then, it wasn't very common, but it happened. That's not going to happen now. Because anyone...
Still happens, but...
It's a relative when it happens. It's a relative when it happens 100% of the time. You just look at statistics. 99.9% of the time when a kid has been reported missing or kidnapped, it's because a relative took the kid. A divorced couple, the dad came and took the kid and didn't bring it back. They're sharing custody. It's that. Strangers in white vans with candy on the side, just that doesn't fucking happen. No stranger is snatching your kid off the street. It's not happening. Everyone and their mother has a camera in their pocket. They will get caught, and they know that. There's a fucking camera at every stoplight. There's a camera at every street corner. There's a camera in every business. There are cameras fucking everywhere. If you're a pedophile trying to kidnap children nowadays, you're doing it online. Your kids are in more danger online and social media unsupervised than they are outside. That's the world that we live in. So this helicopter parenting and acting scared to let your kid just go outside and roam the neighborhood and have fun is nonsense. Just absolute nonsense. Because you think about it. I'm in a neighborhood filled with parents of other kids and normal people. And my kids go outside and play, and then they go to those other kids' houses, and hey, can so-and-so come out and play? If I'm out and about, if I walk out into the yard, or if I'm taking the trash out or something, and I see someone, my kids are at home, and I see someone messing with the neighbor's kid, I'm going to go help that kid. I recognize that kid. That's my kid's friend. I'm going to go help him. And that kid recognizes me. He's going to come to me for help. I'm someone he recognizes. Everyone in the neighborhood's going to know your kid if you let them go out and play. And guess what? Now you've got everyone in the neighborhood looking out for your kid just like they'd look out for their own. There's even more eyes on them. It makes no sense to need to be over your kid's shoulder all the fucking time, especially at the age of 8 or 9. So yeah, they go out. My kids come and go freely. You have to give your kids some, and that'll make them better adults. Give your kids some responsibility and some freedom early on, and they'll be self-sufficient later in life. My kids know the rules. They know where they can and can't go. They know what's safe and what's not, and they know what to do if they get into trouble. They carry they're not completely unsupervised. By the way, you just got to be smart about it. My kids carry a walkie-talkie. So they know not to go out of range of the walkie-talkie. So they just have an instant line of communication to the house. I'm not giving them smartphones. I don't want them on social media at age of 9. So give them walkie-talkies instead. Now they can only talk to me. I also have a GPS tracker on them. I bought a GPS tracker. It's intended for dogs. It's intended for pets, but my kid just wears it like a bracelet. I can pull up an app on my phone and see where my kid is at all times. I don't need to be physically there with her. So she knows where she can and can't go. My phone will alert me if she travels outside of the safe zone I've set for the GPS. And if she runs into trouble or needs some help, she can call me on the walkie. What more do you need? It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous to need to physically be there standing over your kid's shoulder. That's how you get those fucking kids who grow up to become adults and can't function without calling their parents on a daily basis, or don't act like they know what to do in the real world. Those are those grown-ups who panic when normal shit happens. So, like just statistically speaking, it's one of those things where people's panic doesn't match the statistics. The world is, just statistically speaking, infinitely safer now than it was in the 80s. So much safer now. You are in more danger online. And online is where most kids end up when their parents are helicopter parents and don't let them go out to play on their own. So then they end up stuck indoors. And what do they do while they're indoors? They give them tablets, they give them iPads, they give them all this stuff, and then they just get online. Now your kids are on TikTok. Now your kids are on, Instagram. They're on social media. And what do they do on social media? They bully the shit out of each other. They act like assholes, and they get tricked by pedophiles. Like that's where the bullshit happens. Bullying's not happening in person. There's consequences to talking shit in person. You might get your ass whooped. There's no consequences to talking shit online. The bullying's happening online now. Just keep them off the fucking tablets. Keep them off of social media. And since most parents are too stupid to learn how their fucking tablet works, so they give their tablets to these kids unmoderated, then of course your kids are going to learn that tablet faster than you, and they're going to access shit you didn't know existed. Take the time to learn what parental controls are and lock your kids out of shit before you give them the tablet. My kids have a tablet. My kids can't, social media is not happening on that tablet. They can't install a single app on that tablet without my approval. Like, the Play Store just won't let them. They can go into the Play Store and pick any app they want and request that app, and it'll send me an email going, so-and-so has requested to download this. Do you approve? I have to approve every single app that they download.
Ain't no way.
So I know what they're using. Like all the tools are there to keep your kids safe, whether online or outside, and parents just don't know how to use them, so they become paranoid. It's ridiculous the way our society acts now. John, shut up. Jesus Christ, man. Be part of the conversation we're having. Keep your stupid thoughts to yourself. There's literal buttons for the thing that you're asking. You don't need to talk. You can just press the button. Yes, the button costs money. Just, oh my God. Some of you guys is, Jesus Christ. I saw it the first time you said it, and I ignored it. I'm seeing it now. You're saying it again. Shut the fuck up. You're ruining the vibe of the whole room because you can't think with the proper head, man. I know the stream you're in, but shut the fuck up. You don't
the boss, man.
Oh my God.
Man.
Don't be that guy. Jesus. Read the room, buddy. I feel that,
There's a place for free bells, buddy.
You probably. Oh yeah. I mean, I only let my kids stay in the neighborhood, but that's what the GPS tracker's for. I can set a safe zone. I like you go into the map on the app and you can physically draw a safe zone around a location on the map. So I drew a safe zone around the whole neighborhood. And then I lock down their tablets, and I just go outside, go at it, have at it. So, let them go out and play. I can see where they're at all times with the GPS tracker. If I ever have a question or wonder what they're doing, I can just call them I can either walk to where they're at because I can see where the GPS is at, or I can just call them on the walkie-talkie. Yeah, they're fine. They're fucking fine. Give them a little bit of freedom. I mean, yes, you're going to have to trust your kid to some extent. I need to know who they're with. Yeah, the GPS tracker's not going to tell you that. They're with the neighborhood kids. You're just going to have to trust them to do their own social interaction to some extent. That's kind of the point. Is trust them to know who the bad kids are and teach them, okay, if other kids are doing this, don't do that. To trust them to do what's right. You don't got to worry about kids. If I ever do want a kid, yeah, I mean, that comes with a whole host of other problems, though. Like, if you want to talk about skipping the kid phase and just adopting a teenager, you're kind of rolling the dice on that one, too, man. That's a whole nother can of worms that you're opening. Like, because you think of teenagers and you think about the ones like your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, and they may be good kids. But when you're adopting a teenager, there's a 99% chance that there's some baggage that's going to be involved in that. That teenager didn't become an orphan as a teenager, live a normal life, and just need a new place to stay. Nah, he was probably abandoned as a child. He probably jumped from orphanages and foster homes. Like, therapy's going to be part of your bill with that kid. So, yeah. You're kind of rolling the dice on how bad that baggage is. There's definitely going to be some.
Just a roommate.
Yeah, and they're never going to see you. It's going to be years, if not decades, before they ever see you as mom and dad, too. On top of that, you're just going to be a roommate. You're going to get a lot of, you're not my dad! You're going to get a lot of that. So
even if they even, contact you after they're 18.
Yeah, you're
completely start ignoring you.
You've got to hit the ground running as, father of the year material to have a chance with a teenager. If you're starting
to as teens, they just feel like the adoption system's fucking stupid.
Yeah, at that point, they feel like it's already failed you. Even if you got the youngest teenager possible, you got 13. At that point, they're only 5 years away from being an adult. That childhood's gone. It's already gone. And that kid knows it. He knows in 5 years, I'm free. You're just a warden in a prison at that point. And that's what they see you as. I just got to ride this out for 5 years and I'm fucking done. And that's the way they're going to feel when they leave. They're fucking done. Unless you hit the ground running as perfect Father of the Year material, at best you're a friend or a roommate. It's not going to be till they're in their 30s.
If that's what you want, if you want just a fucking roommate.
But it's not going to be until they're in their 30s when they become an adult and they think back. When they start thinking about having kids of their own, that they look back at you as dad because you were the one who guided them through those puberty, those influential years, and go, you know what? He's the one that's been there for me. Everyone else before him abandoned me. That's my dad. And that's when they'll call you dad. But you'll have a thankless job ahead of you with decades of
either way, it's a
little
thankless job, but
I mean, it's not thankless even as a parent. You'll get it eventually. But you gotta wait for it. Like I said, usually comes late 20s, early 30s is when kids usually come around and go, yeah, that's my dad. That's the one who's been there for me. That's the one who did it. And they get some perspective when they start thinking about having kids of their own. But you gotta wait until they reach that point. So it's not thankless, it's just delayed thanks. When you're doing it with an adopted kid, it may be even longer. And you've got to be like the best person he's ever had in his life ever. And that's assuming that when they turn 18, they don't go off looking for their birth parents because they're going to want to know. They're going to want to track them down. Like, that's going to happen. So, yeah, you got a whole host of new problems.
surprised most, like...
I mean, I get the broken home.
Don't give a shit.
I mean, I get the broken home thing. Mine wasn't great. I haven't spoken to my family in close to 10 years now.
You still live in the state with them?
Yep. They've made no effort. They've put in zero effort to contact me. I haven't moved. They know where I am. They just don't care. And I'm not going back to that. When they're ready to come around and when they're ready to change, they know where to find me. They're just making no effort to.
What, you send them like a yearly Christmas card or something?
Nope. Zero contact. My kids have no memory of them. They met them when they were like infants, like up to 1 year old. Like the first year of their life was when shit hit the fan. They have no memory of that side of my family. They don't know anything about them. And they're eventually going to ask questions. And I expect that eventually they're going to track them down. And I guess I'll guide them through it when that day comes. But right now, they have no contact with that side of the family. They've never met them. And they're better off for it. It's why I left. I wasn't going to put my kids through that. Changes would have to be made for them to be part of their life. And they weren't willing to make those changes, so they're not part of their life. It's as simple as that. But I totally get it. And that's why I know what you'd be walking into with an adopted kid, because my kids aren't adopted, and I'm still going to have to go through that. They're still going to hit 17, 18, 16, 17, 18 years old, and they're going to realize that, oh shit, I've never met my other grandfather. Do I have aunts and uncles? What's that side of my family? Like, they're going to have questions. They're going to want to track them down. They're probably going to want to visit. And I'm going to have to explain that shit to them.
Say that they're dead.
I could, but that's only going to buy you time. They're eventually going to learn the opposite. Because that side of my family is not hard to find if you went looking for them, and they'll go looking for them. It's not hard to find them. Fuck, they're on Facebook and shit. Like, it's not hard to find them. I know where they're at, and they're easy to find. They know where I'm at, and I'm easy to find. They just don't contact me. And that's just what I'm going to have to tell my kids. I'm going to have to be like, remember, your entire life, they knew where you were at. And they knew how to get in contact with you, and they chose not to. I need you to think about that before you go looking for them. They didn't want you. And that's the sad truth.
Ain't no way. Welcome back to Dad Witch Podcast.
Jesus. Yeah, but when they finally go looking for them, then I'll go with them. I'll be like, remember, they didn't want us. They made no effort to come and contact us, to get us back. They flat out didn't want us around. They scheduled things around not having us there when we were there. They didn't want us. And if you want to go confront them, I'll go with you. But I promise this isn't going to be a happy reunion. This won't go the way you think.
I don't know if you responded to this one yet. Like, even that, like, they would never think of you as a guardian. Like, 100%, never.
Maybe.
Like,
I mean, it depends.
Yeah, really good.
There's a chance for the guardian, especially if you get legal guardianship. It's a delicate tightrope that you're going to have to walk.
What you said, where it's like, more of a warden. Like, even if they call you a guardian, that's the association they're gonna have with it.
You're gonna have to earn that title. You're gonna have to like protect them from something or save their life at some point. Yeah, like you're gonna have to do something drastic. Otherwise, you're a warden at worst and a friend at best. Guardian, like you have to. There has to be a moment where you go above and beyond to earn that title. And unless something bad happens to them while they're under your care, they may just never see it. Because they're not going to see you paying the bills, giving them a place. They're not going to see any of that as being a guardian. They'll see, oh shit, I got in trouble and you were the only one who was there. You know, bailing them out of something, or, you know, showing up to save them from, you know, a stalker boyfriend, or, you know, something extreme. Then at best, you're just a good friend. They'll realize it later in life, but it'll take a while. Yeah.
Dad Witch Podcast. Do.
Yeah, that's my biggest worry, is what to do about my side of the family when my kids get old enough to
Guest starring the ultimate dipshit.
to start worrying about it. Because they're starting to get curious already. My daughter's asked a few times, and I've just dodged the question. And then she didn't ask again, so, you know, she started to get curious, but she hasn't put enough together to get curious enough to really push the issue. She's kind of noticed, like, how come we always see this grandpa? Where's our other grandpa? Like, they noticed, my friend's got 2 grandpas, why don't I? Yeah, like, they've started to notice a little bit. And I've just kind of dodged the question, been like, you guys want ice cream? Yeah, like, just, let's do something else. Let's talk about something else. And then they kind of forget about it and don't ask again. But it'll come back up. I can only buy myself so much time. I'm still not sure what I'm going to tell them.
Time buyer, which is death, and they probably won't look into that.
Well, I'm still not sure what I'm going to tell them yet, and I'm kind of hoping that, you know, my father or that side of my family will finally come around and you know, make that phone call or show up at my door one day and be like, we need to talk, and just finally start trying to work this shit out. Because you want my kids in your life, you want to be their grandparent, ground rules need to be set. Because you can't do the shit with them that you did with me. Like, that's just not gonna happen. History's not gonna repeat itself. This cycle ends here. And if you're not willing to make those changes, then this ends here. We go no further. But the cycle ends with me. I've made that decision. Cycle ends with me.
I mean, at least on your end, you got brothers.
Oh no, I mean, he treats them differently. One of them's a half brother, so my dad doesn't see it as his kid. So he kind of leaves the parenting for that one to my mom. And my little brother's his favorite, so he gets treated very differently. So when I say the cycle ends with me, I mean it ends with me. That's the thing I can control, and that's the decision I've made. The thinking is, the older the kids are, the odds are they aren't going to get adopted. Oh, I mean, I see what you're saying from the adoption standpoint. I'm not saying adopting a teenager is a bad idea. It's a good thing. They definitely need better homes. Foster care is notoriously shifty at best. You know, one mistake and now you're being pulled out of that into another foster care home. They kind of have revolving doors on those things. So it's not a permanent environment. Orphanages are worse. Like, in the teenage years are the years where they've got the most hormones in them. They could become suicidal. You know, like, that's where the most problems could develop. So you'd be doing a good thing. I'm just letting you know that you've got an uphill battle doing it. Like, you've got to be the right kind of person to do that. You need to understand it's going to be a thankless job. You may catch a lot of shit for trying to do the right thing, and you can either make things worse or make them better. Because if you lose your patience, if you let the kid's gonna talk some shit, if you let all that get to you, you'll start to feel like a failure, and then you're either going to throw them back into foster care or you're going to be a shitty parent. So it's a mindset thing you have to get into. It should definitely happen. I'm just setting the expectation that if you're adopting a teenager with the expectation that you're going to be their new dad, that's not the way they're going to see it. You're expecting things you're not going to get out of that relationship. Not for 20 years. They may eventually see you as dad, but it is not going to happen while they're living under your roof. Because they're only going to be under your roof for 5 years max if you're talking teenager here. Because when they turn 18, they're going to want out. Hell, if you've done your job right, you're talking 6 years max. Because if you've done your job right and you helped them through high school and you helped them get their GPA up and plan for their future and give them a foundation and a life to go on, they're going to graduate from high school and go off to college. So they're still going to be gone. Like, the goal is to get them out of the house by 20. So,
they added
it's not a lot of time.
to Game Pass. Fucking laggy ass piece of shit game.
So there's still not a lot of time on you. So far, I'm liking this better than the other three. There's still some stuff I have complaints about and needs to change, but
Does Lilith know we're coming?
let's... Oh, fuck. I actually got a boss fight this time. Burn, baby, burn.
You are fucking annihilating that boss.
Yeah. I didn't even use my ultimate.
Damn.
It's because I've learned that I can only have 4 skills, so I've just maxed out those 4 skills. I've just like poured stuff into passives in those 4 skills. I've focused on one specific skill being overpowered, and it's doing the job. Because that's the way I have to play this until they add a second hotbar. I can't really experiment with skills. So most of my skills are passive because I only get 4 hotbar skills. And then I got the ultimate I rarely use, the teleport to get out of danger, and then the shield to protect myself when my health is low. The rest of the time, I just pop my Hydra and use the blowtorch. And that's all I've used. There's the 2 things I've maxed. And those are my damage dealers. Like, it feels just as limited as Diablo 3 with only 4 skills for the hotbar. Despite the fact that I've already got access to like 30-some skills, I can only use 4 of them. So...
Battle for the Grids leaving game.
Yeah, they're going to have to update that. That's my big major complaint is how restrictive your builds feel with only 4 skills on your hotbar. Yeah, I mean, that's what my brother did. My brother's gay, and he adopted a kid. And he adopted way younger. She was like 2. He adopted a 2-year-old Asian kid. I met the kid once before I parted ways with that side of the family, but...
Ain't no way.
But my brother's a prick, so... You don't mind the 4 hotbar skills? It does the exact opposite of build diversity. The fuck are you on about? Look, how are you okay with 4 hotbar skills? Look at this. Look at this skill tree. Look at all these fucking options. And you're telling me I only get...
This isn't even all of them.
This isn't even all of them. Yeah, this is pre-endgame stuff. I get all these skills to choose from, and I can only have 4? How is that build diversity? I gotta focus on 4 things on its fucking 100 skill tree. Otherwise, if I try to diversify and have more than 4 skills and give myself more options, I'm weak as shit. There's no diversity here. You get the same diversity you had in Diablo 3, which is pick your 4 skills and go, buddy. Diablo 2 did better than this with multiple hotbars. You could have fire, you could have lightning, you could have ice, you could build in multiple directions and just hold a button on your controller or hold a button on your keyboard to access multiple hotbars. You could diversify with multiple hotbars. You can't with just 1. You need more than 1. It's not possible to diversify. The only thing I can pour points into at this point, because yeah, look, I can get Incinerate, which is the one I've maxed out, and that's the one I'm using. I've even overpowered it. It's at 6 out of 5. But if I wanted to diversify and get a little frozen orb to try to slow him down and then melt him with this, can't. because that's going to use up a hotbar space. And now I lose my teleport, or now I lose my ultimate, or now I have to sacrifice something to get something. That's not diversity. That's the opposite of diversity. So the only thing I can...
It makes you feel weak as fuck.
Yeah, the only thing I can pour my points into now and actually help my build, despite having all these options for diversity, the only thing I can pour my points into to help my build are passives. Stuff that doesn't need a hotbar. If I pour it into literally anything else, I have to disable something I've leveled to use that new thing. Otherwise, I've wasted points in a thing I'm never going to use. Or I don't have access to. That's not diversity. That is the exact opposite. Look, I have points from my gear. Look,
way more similar.
Yeah, like you're going to be stuck into one specific build for your class, and then you'll have to respec into a new one. You can't just, I want some of this, and some of this, and some of this. You can't mix and match. Otherwise, you're going to be weak because now you can't max those things out.
Builds max with this.
Yeah,
system.
this is very limiting. Look at and then your gear gives you access to skills you haven't leveled yet. Like, look, I've poured no points into these skills. I've gone for a pure fire build because I know I'm limited. Now I have gear that's giving me access to teleport, giving me access to ice armor, giving me access to frost nova. I have access to ice shards, to 5 or 6 skills I can't use, despite the fact that the gear is giving me those extra options. I can't take advantage of them because I don't have room on my hotbar now.
And he's not asking for unlimited space. He just, like, he wants more than that.
Yeah, more than 4.
At the very least, an ultimate slot, if nothing else.
Yeah, the ultimate should be on its own slot. I had to sacrifice one of the skills I already leveled when I leveled up high enough to get to my ultimate, because the ultimate needs a spot on the hotbar. So I either don't get an ultimate or I don't get one of those other skills. I have to sacrifice a skill for my ultimate when the ultimate should be its own button. I need to know what your idea of diversity is, or if you've Googled the meaning of the word. Because if by diversity you mean respec every time I want to try something new, that's not diversity. You need to re-Google the definition of the word, my friend. Diversity is having multiple options, and this does not give you that. If you mean diversity as in they exist and I can pick them, then yes, there's diversity in the builds I can choose. But I'm still choosing one specific build. I can't mix and match builds. When I say diversity, I mean mix and match builds. If you're telling me there's only 4 viable builds because of the limited hotbar space, then no. That's not diversity. That's limitation.
Like, okay, wizard class. What would you think, like, the ultimate wizard would be? Like, a master of the elements? You can't do that.
Yeah, you have to pick one element.
Only the fire. Like,
only ice, only electricity.
As the fire, you know. Like, okay, warrior. I don't know what they have. I haven't played the warrior. I'm assuming they have, like, different skills with different weapons. Well, what if somebody wants to, like, be like how, you know, they describe it in the tooltip, like he's carrying an entire arsenal? You don't really want to do that. You kind of want to focus on, like, 1 or 2 skills. You might carry 2 weapons.
Yep, and it limits your weapons too. Like, okay, so for instance, like he said, the warrior carrying an arsenal of stuff. Well, carrying an axe could give you access to extra skills focused on the axe. But what if you've built your build around the sword but want to use the axe, some of the axe stuff? Well, now you can't, because those options carrying that axe gives you access to. You'd have to unhotbar the actual skills you're using to use these options. Yeah. Sure, you've got the diversity. Technically, you have the diversity. You can mix and match. But you're getting weaker versions of other things because now you can't pour skill points into it because it's going to be unusable.
It's
your skill points.
We want limitations. We don't want it to be this limited.
Yeah, the skill points you've poured into the other stuff to give you that diversity go wasted if you can't hotbar them. So you're having to either sacrifice some skill points. So it doesn't help you to pour skill points into other stuff. You're better off to pour all the skill points into the 4 things you can hotbar and make them as strong as possible. Otherwise, you pour half your skill points into to have a decently strong, axe swing, and then have a decently strong, whirlwind with the broadsword. But whichever one you're not using then goes wasted because you can only use one at a time. You'd have to unhotbar one to do the other. So it goes wasted. What I'm saying is a sorcerer is going to have different builds for the sorcerer. If everyone had access to all the skills at one time, then builds would become horrendous. No, I don't. You should have access to everything at one time. What makes it limited and what adds the build diversity should be the limited number of skill points. You should have access to all of them at all times. That's how Diablo 2 worked. They figured this shit out 20 fucking years ago. You had access to all skills at all times in Diablo 2, but you had to pour points into them. And you got 1 point per level. So you had to plan out your build in advance. You couldn't just swap at any time. You didn't just have access to everything all the time. That's what you're saying isn't how it works. How it works now, I get 1 point per level, just like in Diablo 2, and I get all these things to choose from. I should have the ability to mix and match and level them the way I want to level them. And if I want to put 3 points into this, 3 points into this, 3 points into this, and 3 points into this, and 3 points into this, and I want to go with a mid-range variety build where nothing's max level, but I have a variety of stuff that's all a little bit weaker, then I should be able to do that. But I can't, because if I do that, I've got now a ton of skills I can't use because I don't have a hotbar for them. That's the kind of build I ran in Diablo 2. One that gave me a bunch of options, but nothing was ever max level. So you still get your build diversity. You can have those people who focus on max level and focus on being a master of this one element, and then you could have your jack of all trades build that's good at everything but master of none, or you could master one and be slightly good at another. It added so many more options because you could hotbar multiple things. Not to mention you could equip gear that adds to and buffs those things that you didn't max level yet and adds levels to them to make up for the loss of, to make up for the lack of skill points, because you've used them on other stuff. So then it gave you gear variety. So then running gear became crucial to your build. So there's no need to do that now. I have gear that gives me access to stuff I can't use, so it's useless. There's no variety in that. That's not diversity. That's limitation. They need to change it back to the way it was. This new system is limiting. It's teasing you. It's showing you all these skills, but then telling you can't use them. Pick the ones you want to use because you can't use more than one specific route. Like you have this large skill tree, but you can't branch off from the route that you need to take to get the 4 skills that'll work on your hotbar. Because if you branch off from the path that you started on at any point in time, you're gonna get access to things you can't use. You've now wasted skill points. That's not diversity. That's not good. And thank you for the tip, Jordy. Diversity would be giving you access to all those options, like I said, and then limiting you with skill points, so you have to, keep grinding to reach max level, and then once you reach max level, you can respec and plan your build, or plan in advance as you're leveling. That's the better option. No, you shouldn't have everything, and you shouldn't at the end of the game have access to everything all the time. No, I'm saying there should be a middle ground between what you're saying and what I'm doing. And now I gotta redo this whole fucking
10
dungeon
to 15 slots, like
even just a second hotbar for 4 extra things would add enough diversity to make me go, this isn't bad. But to say that I only get 4,
you get 5 extra things, you'd have an extra skill for where your basic attack is.
Yeah. So you'd get to 5. Just 1 extra hotbar. Just 1 would be fine. I'd prefer 2. But like I said, they figured that out in Diablo 2. You could have as many hotbars as you wanted. You could just hotkey individual skills. And there was so much build diversity in Diablo 2. And like I said, they figured that shit out 20 years ago. This is too limiting. I'm asking for the meet in the middle option where you just give me a second hotbar. Just 1 extra hotbar. I don't need to be able to hotkey each individual skill all the time. But it'd be nice to... But it'd be nice to have just that second hotbar. I got access to.
That system was entirely designed around like a keyboard and mouse where there was a million fucking buttons. And
yes, and the argument is this is to be more controller friendly because Diablo 2 was designed around keyboard and mouse. But that argument goes out the window when you realize they remastered Diablo 2, kept that same system, and found a way to make it work with controller on console. So they already figured this shit out. So you can do that on console. You can have multiple hotbars. You can hotkey every individual thing in Diablo 2 on controller just like you can on keyboard. So they already figured this shit out for controller players. So that's not an excuse anymore. No, you shouldn't have... You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You shouldn't have an infinite amount of skills. You should have access to an infinite amount of skills. Your skill points are what limited you. You have access to everything, but you have a limited amount of currency. It's just like economy in the real world. You have access to everything in any given store you walk into. No one says that's off limits. You can walk down any aisle and you have access to everything. What limits you from walking home with everything in a Target is that you don't have enough money to buy everything in a Target. So you're limited by your currency. You go in and you can pick up anything off the shelf you want. But if you don't have the money to buy it, you can't take it home. It's the same thing with the skill tree. You should have access to everything on it. But I have a limited amount of skill points, so I can't take all of it home with me. I have to pick and choose the things I want. And that's how the builds work. That's how they should work. And if you wanted to dump one skill point into 30 different skills and use the base level of 30 different skills with 4 hotbars or 5 hotbars or whatever, then fuck it. You should be able to do that. All your skills would be weaker. That would be the sacrifice you're making, is you're getting weaker versions of them. But you get so big a variety of skills to choose from that maybe you're ready for every encounter. Maybe you're ready for that demon who's weak against lightning, and then followed by a demon who's weak against fire, followed by this, followed by that. If that's how you want to play the game and let your gear pick up the slack and add points and to give you those extra points from your gear, then fuck it. You should be able to do that.
And even, and they're very, cool with the respecs, which I 100% agree with.
That's exactly what they should have done.
That's great. I'd have been fine. Honestly, I'd be fine with it if they made it cost a little bit.
I mean, it does. It costs gold.
It costs gold. Then it's perfect. That's 100% what I was going to say.
Yeah, because I respect too much and ran out of money. So you can't just keep doing it infinitely, but it's a lot better than the system in Diablo 2, where if your build sucked and you needed to respec, you had 2 choices. Make a new character or beat the game. You could only respec once per playthrough. That was too limiting. But with Diablo 3, with the just pick as many skills as you want for free, they're all max level all the time, that didn't work either. This is a fine meet in the middle option. I got no problem with the respecs. This works the way it should. They just need more hotbars, because they give you access to all this stuff, but it's useless to pour points into it because you can't use half of it. If you go for if you branch off from the tree you picked at the start at any point in time, you lose. You're pouring points into things you can't use, and that's ridiculous. My guess would be to make the player not fuck himself by spreading points and then... Yeah, but the tree lets you fuck yourself. This opens the door to fucking yourself. If you're saying they did this to keep the player from fucking themselves by spending points on things they can't use, this does the opposite of that. Because now you have access to this whole tree and you don't realize until you've spent 5 or 6 points and you've unlocked that 6th fucking skill that you can't hotbar it.
They have the respec. What do you mean? They can't fuck themselves.
Yeah, and they can't. Yeah, it's impossible to fuck yourself with the respecs. In fact, I had to respec for that very reason the first time I respec. I thought a second hotbar would unlock after I filled the first one, because as I leveled up, I grabbed a skill and it automatically put it on my hotbar. And when the hotbar got full and I grabbed the next skill that I didn't have room for on the hotbar, I thought it would access a second hotbar. It would unlock that. So I put a point into a thing and then realized I can't use that thing without taking something else off my hotbar. And I was like, why would they do this? So then I had to respec to not put a point into that thing, because I realized I just spent a point on a thing I now can't use because it didn't unlock a second hotbar like I thought it would. Like, it's so counterintuitive. You naturally think as you're leveling, if you're going to give me all these options, you're going to give me a way to use them, right? Nope, it didn't. And that they're repeating the mistake that they know they made. This was definitely not working. They're using the same engine they used for the remaster of Diablo 2. And when the remaster for Diablo 2 launched, it worked just like this. It didn't give you access to those multiple hot bars. It didn't give you access to hotkeys. It didn't do all the things original Diablo did.
I need to play that game.
It didn't do
Diablo 2.
It didn't do the things the original Diablo 2 did. It didn't have hotkeys. It didn't have multiple hotbars. It didn't have all that stuff. So you were just as limited as you are here. And everyone hated it, to the point that they had to update the game to remove it and fix it and go back to the way it was. They're using that same engine here, and this was obviously built pre-update, so they haven't changed it yet. I guarantee you, when the game launches, they're going to change it just like they changed Diablo 2 to give you those multiple hotbars back, because everyone hated it. It ruined the experience, just like it's kind of ruining this. I feel locked into one specific skill tree. I would love, like, I'm sacrificing one of the skills from my skill tree to get the teleport from a different skill tree that my gear is giving me. Because, I mean, if I go to my abilities right now, and we go to, oh no, I don't want to do that. I want a skill assignment. There we go. Yeah, see, I have this I'm not accessing. 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 Like, Fireball is what I should be using, because that's part of my build. But I had to unhotbar Fireball just to get the teleport from the gear I'm wearing, because I'd like to have teleport. That gear I'm wearing is also giving me 3 other ice skills I now can't use to take advantage of that gear, because I'd have to unhotbar the stuff I've been throwing points into and leveling. So, it sucks. It's very limiting. I feel nerfed. I have access to all this power and no way to use it.
And it's not build diversity, it's just...
Yeah, it's just limitation.
For the sake of it.
Because this is going to do the opposite of build diversity. People are going to learn to work within this limitation, and they're going to say, okay, here are the 3 viable builds for Sorcerer. Because of the limitation, you have to work within these 3 builds, otherwise you're going to have a weak Sorcerer. Here are the 3 viable builds for Paladin. Here are the 3 viable builds for this. Because they're just going to pick one of the 3 starting skill trees and stick with it. And that's it. That's what you're going to get. When you go to the wiki, when you go to, one of those websites, when you go to Diablo builds, it's just going to be 3 builds over and over. And the only thing they're going to care about is the gear you got. And then you're going to be limited on gear, because you're going to have to use gear that buffs from those 3 trees. Otherwise, the gear is giving you buffs to things you can't use, so it's worthless.
I'm low on precious.
Which is what I'm running into right now. I have gear that's buffing electricity and giving me ice skills, but I can't use them, so I'm getting no bonuses from that. It's worthless. I'm only using it because I don't have any other options. So, yeah, it's not diversity, it's limitation.
I'm gonna re-download Diablo 2 and play that.
Hands-free, very rarely. Very rarely, but it has happened. She was so proud in the telling of this part. Lilith and Inarius bore a son together, Rathma. He is wise beyond his years, the first to untangle the power of necromancy. She says his lair lies deeper in. Okay.
What? Okay, apparently shit has happened. Because that don't make no damn sense. She was like a teenager when she died.
Yeah, something's happened in the 200 years since. And they're not explaining it yet. Yeah.
I'll probably have to watch a fucking video or
well,
some shit.
I mean, you're going to have to beat the whole story first. It could just be revealed as the story goes on. Remember, we're on Act 1 here.
Oh my god, you're still in Act 1?
I've been doing side quests. There's a lot of side quests. This game gives you a lot of shit to do, other than just story, and I like that. It's got that Fallout feel to it, where I wander outside the city to go do a quest, and then I see something else, and ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, and then I've been just jumping from side quest to side quest and explore into the... Yeah, that sense of exploration is back in this game.
Let's pray I don't have the Fallout 4 problem.
Oh, cutscene.
You are eager to know why you were spared.
Yes.
Do you have faith in me?
How many times are you going to ask that question?
Want to. Good. For now.
Oh, I already saw this one.
Is that we
Skip conversation. Forgot I had to replay this part because... the server disconnected me.
I would join you, but I'm way behind you now.
Out of mana once again.
I mean, it shouldn't matter. Like, it's supposed to scale and let you join anybody at any time.
Well, yeah, but with storyline, I'd be joining halfway through, and then I'd have to go back through it anyway with my own stuff.
Okay, suit yourself. Yeah, see, I kind of need my teleport. I like having that extra dodge option, because right now the dodge that's built in, cooldown's too long on it to do that.
I'm surprised there isn't a way to get more charges, especially for like a mage. Like,
well, you get the teleport. I think each class is going to have a skill-based, you know, dodge option, and then the regular dodge. I don't have a problem with that. Regular dodge is something that they only added to the console version of Diablo 3. PC never got it. Like, dodge is relatively new mechanic. So I'm glad to see them just giving it to everybody right from the start. If you wanted to dodge with Diablo 3 on console, I mean on PC, you had to use teleport or a skill for it. You had to take up a skill slot to do it.
I'm not ready yet.
I could probably work without the teleport, and I eventually will, because I'm going to have to get rid of this gear eventually. I'm just going to have to plan out my dodges better and use other defensive stuff like shields.
I'm not ready yet.
There's a 3-second cooldown on the dodge, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're getting hit as much as I am here.
like I'm saying, like I'm surprised there isn't like the teleport should obviously like make you go further and have more uses. Like,
well, I mean, it can be upgraded. The teleport can be upgraded. I'm sure it'll do better. Right now, I've got the base level teleport because that's what the gear gives me. It gives me 1 point in teleport. If I actually leveled and tried to diversify my build and throw points into teleport without having to sacrifice something else off my hotbar or sacrifice a skill I actually want, then I could do that. But again, limitations now because of the limited hotbar. I can't try to double build like that because now I'm throwing points into things I can't use.
If Fallout 4, literally, there's like an easy way to fix that game. Give it a better story and you know, bring back fucking traits in the Fallout New Vegas fucking skill system. I mean, that shit was fire.
Out of mana.
Like Fallout 4's basic gameplay is fucking great as fuck. That's why I'm not super nervous for Elder Scrolls 6 because at least it'll be fun to play. But it's not gonna be fun to replay. I know that for sure. It's the problem with Fallout 4. That shit's boring as fuck to replay. You're like, ugh.
Without mods. You're right.
Even with mods, that story is so dog shit.
And thank you for joining the sub club, Jordy. Sorry, I'm a little slow on responding.
I'll give it one thing. It is better than Fallout 3, but that's not saying much. Side quests were better than Fallout 3, though. Way better.
Oh, the traps hurt you guys too. Perfect. Yeah, the replayability wasn't there without mods, and I just got tired of it. I'll agree with him on the story. The story felt lazy as fuck. It's just Fallout 3 in reverse.
Fallout 3, find your dad. Fallout 4, find your son. Fallout 76, find your refund.
Yep, there you go. It's just that's it. They just redid Fallout 3's story, but this time you're looking for your son. Ooh, you get to be the dad. It just felt lazy.
I mean, I personally think that exploring the fucking the pre-war was stupid. Like that was part of the mystery. Like that was like.
Yeah, there was some, like, I liked the idea of Fallout being more of an anthology type series where you're just being experiencing stories in this universe. And that's what New Vegas did. Like, hey, here's what's going on somewhere else. You know, and new characters, everything, you know, each game having completely new characters and completely new stories.
I mean, and like I like the idea of like having some returning characters, but Fallout 4, it literally made a fuck ton of characters just return for no reason. Like a bunch of kids in Fallout 3, they're in Fallout 4. Like you can meet Elder Maxon, McCree, fucking the Doctor who fucking makes Liberty Prime. Like there's like a fuck ton of characters that are just there to be there. Like why are they there?
Because fans liked them and they thought, oh, let's bring them back.
Most of these characters were minor. McCree, maybe. McCree was like like Maxon, and like the Doctor. Nobody gave a fuck about them. Nobody cared.
It's a sense of familiarity. They wanted you to feel familiar with the universe. Be like, oh yeah, this is a sequel. Like if you have nothing tying into the third one, because people are stupid, or at least they treat you like you are. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. At least they treat you like you're stupid. What they should have done is, that's what I liked about New Vegas, is it's a completely new story with new characters told in a different part of the world. Like, yeah, this is happening at the same time Fallout 3 happened. This is what was going on somewhere else. You can see that the whole world is struggling through an apocalypse, not just this area. I don't want them to go into Star Wars syndrome where every game the characters have to be related in some way. We can't just tell a different story. Everything has to connect. No, it doesn't. You've got a whole universe of lore you're building here.
You have, an entire universe, and you have multiple areas of the country that you've just not explored. Like they are sticking with
the country.
It's annoying.
Fuck the country. The world. Like I'd love to go overseas. Show me.
I'm fine with that. I like it.
Across the world.
I like the idea, but there is also like, Fallout as a whole is, about the American side of it as a whole. I do think like, a couple side games could exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's side games. Like your mainline games, sure, stay in the States, but they don't all have to connect character-wise. They can have an overarching theme that connects. Like you could just do it where they're connected in a way like, okay, the water purifier thing from Fallout 3. News of that device could have spread to other towns, and now you're playing a game in another part of the country where they heard about that thing, and they heard that, okay, civilization's starting to be rebuilt. We need to focus on how we're going to do or what they're going to do next. Yeah, like that's how you can connect them. You don't need to physically have the same characters in every game.
And here's something that I fucking despise. They always make it take place later in the timeline. Except for 76, which, they just use as a way to retcon a bunch of bullshit because they wanted to.
Didn't New Vegas take place at the same time as Fallout 3? Like, wasn't that not later in the timeline? It was just, here's what happened in a different part of the country?
It was still technically later in the timeline. It wasn't much, but it was.
Yeah, it's roughly the same time, which I'm fine with. We don't need a Fallout 4 where
an outlier in everything. Most of we don't talk about the Obsidian.
We don't need a Fallout 4 where it's this is 200 years later.
I need time to prepare that.
Like, and I hate 76's story.
I haven't played through the actual story yet since they added it. If you're talking about the base level story where you're just reading audio, where you're listening to audio logs of shit that already happened, yeah, that story sucked. But they added NPCs and an actual plot for when 76 is taking place instead of what happened before. I haven't played through. I haven't played through that yet, so
it's basic MMO story because they can't change too much. I mean, like, it's nothing. Like, all I've heard is that it's nothing to be like amazed by. It's just an okay level because, like, and they're adding it after the fact. Of course, it's not going to be like something fucking groundbreaking.
Oh yeah. It was quite literally an afterthought.
Yeah, like.
I got cutscene.
Locked again. Does Lilith know we're coming?
I think I saw this one too, didn't I? Oh yeah, this was that boss I murked before. Before I got disconnected. Okay, now I can watch this cutscene.
You've mastered your fear, but I still sense your pain.
you miss your daughter?
My magpie. She's scared right now. She must be.
Go. Or stay. It is time to choose.
I trained her well. She's a good kid. Strong. She'll be all right.
You've chosen well, my child.
There was no choice there.
We will need to cross a lake at the bottom of these ruins. It requires a ritual. I will teach you.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, there was no choice there. If she chose to go back to, if she had chose to go back to her daughter, she would have killed her. It's either come with me or die.
Blood is the key.
Yeah, but they have to make it seem like.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
Bullshit.
demon.
I don't need sparing.
Yeah, that's the demon manipulation thing. She was smart. Your mother's no fool,
One
girl.
that needs blood. Your mother seemed receptive.
I mean, she has to be receptive.
We have to reach them.
It's do what she says or die. I think her mom knows that. She seems to be playing along. I hope she's got a plan for... Hope she's got some kind of plan, some end game for this, because you can't just play along forever.
Like, this is something that I'm really getting tired of with games. They keep treating all of the fucking players like dumbasses with their builds and skills and shit.
Yeah, and that's my main problem with this. And that's the problem everyone...
Trimming the fat, not fucking ruining the systems.
Yeah, quality of life is what they need to focus on, not base level systems. People had no problem with the skill system in Diablo fucking 2, 20 years ago. People had problems with the one in Diablo 3 because it was so limiting. People are going to have problems with this because it's so limiting. Take what you've mastered in Diablo 2, take what people know and love, and refine it. That's what they need to do. And I think they learned that with the remastered Diablo 2, and I fully expect them to do... I will be highly disappointed if they do not repeat with updates to this game what they did with Diablo 2. They updated Diablo 2 to give people those multiple hotbars and to refine that system. This seems to be running on the same engine. I fully expect them to do the same. I will be highly disappointed if they do not. Like, you spent all that time, and I know you're saying, oh, you'd be OP if you had access to everything. That was the whole point in Diablo 3, was making you feel as OP as possible. Like, they overpowered you from the beginning. So, if you're trying to recapture the feeling of Diablo 2, but with the freedom, you know, with the... You want to get the best of Diablo 2 mixed with the best of Diablo 3, that's how you do it. The skill system from Diablo 2, but the feeling of... You know, the fucking power trip that was Diablo 3. Because Diablo 3 was a fucking power trip. Just make yourself feel godlike. You can have both. They can have their cake and eat it too here. They just have to...
I mean, in story mode, you should always feel like it's like a power trip in a
Well,
sense. Like,
well, you can always adjust.
Challenge, but...
I mean, you can always just lower the difficulty for story mode to get that feeling. I'm talking about endgame. Even at endgame, that was the whole purpose of the endgame was... Run those rifts, watch the difficulty get higher, and then watch yourself as you burn, as you just melt harder and harder enemies. So you constantly feel super powerful. That was the whole point in Diablo 3, was to make you just feel as powerful as possible. It was all just a power trip. It was a power fantasy. And you can have that feeling, because Diablo 2, old school Diablo 2 was not a power fantasy. It felt like a struggle. Like, you struggled to get powerful enough to make it through the next difficulty. And if you didn't master that difficulty before cranking it up to the next one, you got slaughtered. Like, it was a constant struggle. So if you're trying to meet in the middle and give that the feeling of the struggle, but still the feeling of also being overpowered while you're struggling, that's how you do it. They got the groundwork set. They just need to tweak it a bit. You can have both. That's all I'm saying. You can have both. Because each game, the problem was each game had its fans. There are a ton of people who prefer Diablo 3 to Diablo 2 because of that power fantasy. And there's a ton of people who prefer Diablo 2 to Diablo 3 due to the diversity in the builds and the freedom. If you're trying to capture both fan bases and maximize your profits and, you know, bring as many people in as possible, that's how you do it. You got to meet in the middle between those two fan bases. Because right now you've got two separate sets of Diablo fans. You've got the old school Diablo fans and Diablo 3 fans. That's where you're at. If you're trying to keep both sets of fans in the game, which that's what you want to do, you want to make money, you want to make your fans happy, and now you've created this problem where you've got two separate sets of fans, you're going to have to find a way to please them both. And that's how you do it. Just give me more hotbars, and you're there. Boom. It's an easy fix right now.
Or just abandon one and be okay with losing them. But, you know, obviously the best option.
I say just... there's a lot in Diablo 3 I like. I like the gear system. I like the legendaries. I like some of the changes made. I just don't like the limitations on skills. They've got a lot of those changes made from Diablo 3 carrying over here with the... They seem to have mixed the gear system from Diablo 3 with the gear system from Diablo 2. So they're already mixing and matching. That seems to be the goal here. So the only thing missing is the hotbars. Like, you're already kind of doing it, and then you'll make everybody happy. The gear system feels familiar to both people from Diablo 3 due to its legendaries and the way you can, you know, extract legendary power to put it onto another piece of gear just like you could with the cube, you know. So it's got that Diablo 3 feel to the gear system. But you can get gear that gives you access to skills you don't have. It's got the relics and the same perks to its gear system that Diablo 2 had. So they kind of mix the two. So you're already doing that thing where you're trying to mix the two. Take it that step further and give me... Take it that step further and fucking give me fucking... What? Compare. Take it that step further and give me fucking, you know, give me more hotbars so I can have everything. So I can have both. And that wouldn't break the game. It wouldn't make you so OP it would break the game. It would just cause you to think harder about your builds and where you're spending your skill points. That's all it would do. I don't know if this is worth using. Fire damage over time. I'll lose my critical strike chance and fire damage. Yeah, it's not worth using. The other two it's given me, the other two powers this new one would give me, Ice Shards and Fireball, I don't even use, so I don't have room for them on my skill slot. See, I'm purposefully not using a piece of gear that's technically better than what I'm carrying because the perks it's given me are perks I can't take advantage of. It has higher stats. It would be a better piece of gear. But I'm not taking it because I can't use it. I can't use the perks it offers. See, I'm already limited right here, just in just in one of the dungeons in fucking Act 1. How silly my idle fantasies of yesterday seem now. Like these are the kind of decisions I shouldn't have to make until endgame. During the leveling process, I should just be able to say that one's got bigger numbers, use it to get me through the level and to get me through the story. But I'm having to already like sacrifice things during the leveling process because because my build, my access to skills is so limited. I'm losing access to skills to equip gear. That shouldn't happen. Not during the leveling process. That shouldn't happen until endgame.
God, I love your chatters. They're fucking hilarious. It's gold.
What's the cost of respecking? I mean, it costs gold. Like if I go to refund all, it gets more expensive every time you do it. It started at like $100. I'm up to like $2,000. So it just costs gold. But then you refund everything and redo it, and you can just respec anytime. Yeah. So the more you do it, the more expensive it gets, which I'm fine with. Yeah, it's like Borderlands. They don't want you just infinitely respecking. They want you to kind of plan things out. I mean, yeah, you can experiment, but plan things out as you experiment. I just got a new skill point.
No, you didn't.
I got my ultimate. What's this thing to... Inferno repeatedly pulls in enemies towards the center. Let's buff my ultimate. Yeah, because that's all I can do is buy buffs now. Because if I try to buy another skill, I don't have a place to put it on my hotbar. So the only thing I can spend points on now are passives and buffs. If I try to diversify my skill tree to give myself access to other skills and create combos with skills, I can't. Like, I'd love to be able to teleport into a Frost Nova and then, go into some Fireball action and, start mixing and matching skills to create combos and a new playstyle, but it can't. Because even though I have enough skill points to do that and the game will let me, I don't have enough places on my hotbar to use the skills I can spend the points on, which seems very odd to me, that you're giving me that you're giving me access to things you won't let me use. It seems weird. That's a very weird decision. In fact, it doesn't feel like a decision as much as an oversight. Oh my god, y'all just keep spawning out of the fucking ground. Really annoying. Because my build's kind of boring. It's getting the job done, but this isn't diversity. This isn't fun. It's a boring build. I do the same thing over and over, which was the problem I had with Diablo 3. It's the same thing over and over. I don't switch up my combat based on the encounter. I do the same thing no matter what I'm encountering, which is drop a turret, flame torch it to death. Drop a turret, flame torch it to death. I occasionally have to teleport away from danger or pop a shield. That's it. That's it. That's the process.
Oh yeah, I remember this game feels clunky as balls. That's why I don't play it.
Ultimate time.
I actively enjoyed playing 4 of the like when it would actually let me play. But, go back to 2. I'm like, ugh.
Yep, just stand there and burn shit with my blowtorch. That's my build right now. Drop a turret to do a little bit of extra damage. That's it. That's my whole build.
Maybe I need to play Path of Exile.
All right, I gotta go. Yeah, no, they don't need to go as crazy as Path of Exile. Path of Exile, you need a fucking wiki and a spreadsheet to figure its skill trees out. Jesus Christ, they went overboard. Like, you don't need that level. Like, the amount of freedom you have in Path of Exile is ridiculous.
Path of Exile was built for the more hardcore players.
Oh, yeah,
more
yeah.
likely.
It definitely was.
It makes sense. That
it was created by the original developers of Diablo 2, and they built it entirely off feedback from Diablo 2 players, which is they wanted crazy ridiculousness such as that. So that's what they got.
Maybe I should just stick with my little fighting games. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
Yeah, and that's exactly... I don't have a problem with Path of Exile system. Like, everybody acting like we need to limit people so they don't fuck themselves. Fuck it, let them fuck themselves as long as you give them a way to respec like they do in Path of Exile. My problem with Path of Exile is the way you respec. You have to respec one node at a time. So if you make a mistake and you need to go backwards to respec, it's so time consuming and expensive. I wish there was a respec all option.
Quality of life thing.
Yeah. Like they could yeah, it's fine. Players want freedom, man. Give them all the freedom they want and let them plan out their builds however they want. They should only be limited by their level and their skill points, the amount of experience they have.
Yeah, I don't understand the whole limiting people for the sake of it. It makes no fucking sense to me.
It's still stronger. 11. 86. Yeah, okay, so that didn't help me. Let's try this one. 6. Okay, that one is stronger. Looking at what to keep and what to get rid of here. Because I want to keep this wand.
Yeah, I'll just go back to multiplayer. I don't know what the fuck else to do.
This wand build, but right now I'm stuck with this staff. Like, I'd rather use a wand than a staff. Especially since the wand buffs my Incinerate, which is the main skill I use. I just need to level it up and make it higher.
Yeah, I'm trying that PDW. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
PDW?
Sorry, the fucking P90. It's called the PDSW.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Good deal.
I'm trying that one. It's alright.
I like
the
it.
MP7 better.
It's become my favorite for, you know, trios and quads because of the amount of ammo it can hold and how accurate it is. I can kill multiple people. If we're talking solos or duos, then I want something that I don't mind having to reload after I get a kill.
I mean, MP7 carries more bullets.
I don't know. I don't feel like it kills as fast. Maybe it's just that it's less accurate. I'm missing more shots with it. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to kill as fast for me as the P. I'm calling it the P90. God damn it.
Yeah, no. I wish they would just fucking like. I hate that they're the same fucking gun. Just use the fucking name. Like I hate this whole
yes,
fucking copywritten. It's like whatever. Who fucking cares?
Well,
it's literally just free promotion. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, well, those companies care because they'll sue. So I get it. You got to name it something else, but you could. All you'd have to do is change. They have to change it that way. They could have called it the
P90 is the fucking one that it is. I'm pretty sure, isn't it?
Yeah, but if that's a gun that's owned by a real company and it's a real gun, which it is, and that company didn't give them permission to use that name and they don't want to get sued, all you'd have to do is change it to something closer. Like you got P90. Oh, here's the P99. Boom, there you go. Done. Legally distinct is what you're going for. But identifiable enough that people can easily look at. Because PDSW, whatever, like I forget the name that Call of Duty uses for it. I always have to just go with P90 because it's what it looks like. That's what I know it is. 395.
And I swear to God, I always
still
die
better.
so
Damn
fast.
it. Oh yeah, that's just Call of Duty. They need to increase the time to kill. Either nerf all weapons across the board or up your health. One of the two.
Yeah, I'm also just playing multiplayer at the moment, so.
Oh, multiplayer's a different story. That's a different beast.
Multiplayer in general needs to do one fucking thing. It needs to make it so that the marksman rifles do not just body shot people to death.
Yep, I'll agree.
I hate that shit. That shit's
That's
stupid.
what kills multiplayer for me.
Like, reward the headshot. That's all you gotta
It's
do.
supposed to be similar to like Dungeons and Dragons.
Next shot, it could be.
You know a shitload of skills, but you only got so many spell slots. Well, that wouldn't make much sense, and that wouldn't work in a video game. And we know this because every time they've tried to do that with an actual D&D video game, it has sucked balls. That doesn't work in a video game. D&D stuff, like D&D rules, work in D&D because you have to do something to limit people in real life Dungeons and Dragons because, yeah, you have access to infinite skills because the only thing limiting a person in real life is their fucking imagination. And I can think up some overpowered, bizarre, off-the-wall shit. So Dungeons and Dragons in real life has to constrain you with rules. Otherwise, it's just going to be chaos and go off the rails. Video games, by design, already have rules.
Spell slots right, in my opinion, and that's Dark Souls. That game is the only one that makes
I still
spell
have
slots work.
I still have a problem with Dark Souls. Not so much its spell slots, just its controls to access them. There's so many times where I'm playing that Dark Souls or Elden Ring or something, and I'm cycling through them, and then I accidentally pass the one I'm trying to land on. I'm like, oh my god! Oh my god! And I'm in a panic in a boss fight that's already super hard, trying to land on the spell I want. Yeah, like it needs better shortcuts would be better. The controls but I get it. I get it. The controls for the game are part of the difficulty. Shut the fuck up. Just change it. Give me a wheel. Why are we doing this cycle through shit? Give me a wheel. Let me just hold a key and click on a thing. Or hotkeys. Like there's so many better things have been done 20 years before Dark Souls. It doesn't make any sense. It feels like one of those things that it was bad game design from the beginning, but it became part of the game's quirk, so they just never updated it. Because I know for a fact that they hated it. The devs hated it. They even said it in interviews about Demon's Souls that they weren't happy with the controls for the game, but you know, they were working on a limited budget and they were an indie dev at the time. And that's just what they came up with. That they wanted to change it, but people fell so in love with it, they felt they had to leave it in. So it's just what they've stuck with.
I think Elden Ring does a good enough job of modernizing the controls.
I think you're just used to it.
Area. Looks like the same kind
Maybe.
of magic.
And I think that's it, because it doesn't change much from Dark Souls 3. So it doesn't do much to modernize it. People go, it's not bad, because you've been playing with it for so long that you're used to it. When you put it in the hands of a fresh player who's never played a Dark Souls game and Elden Ring is their first one, the controls are always their first complaint. Always. It's not the difficulty, it's the controls. Always their first complaint. And that should say something, because the difficulty should be the first complaint. You're literally making your game around the difficulty. New players should be getting their ass kicked by the difficulty, not the controls.
I think I can dispel it.
Alright, I gotta protect her while she does a thing. We're doing this old trope. It's gonna take me a minute to hack the door. Protect me! Yeah.
I'm low on precious
This old trope.
I swear to God, I'll log in after like a fucking
Oh no.
8-hour
Nope, get out of there.
period and go 20.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have been able to dodge back to back like that if it weren't for my teleport. Alright, motherfuckers! Nope, let me out of there.
I did it.
Ultimate's got a 30-second cooldown too, so that's one thing on my hotbar that I can only use once every 30 seconds. An entire hotbar slot wasted because I want to use my ultimate. When the ultimate should be a separate button. A click of the stick or something. Like, it should be a separate thing. Because guess what? Guess what clicking the stick does? Guess what this extra button on my controller does? Nothing! It does nothing! Why is that not the ultimate button? You have an unused button on the controller we could be taking advantage of right now. Just saying.
I mean, if we're gonna use the fucking wheel for teleport, let's take the down D-pad out of the equation entirely, put it on the fucking...
Oh, there's even a button on the D-pad that's not being used. You've got two buttons on the controller right now going completely unused. And no extra hotbar. You could map extra skills to those and at least increase this hotbar by two extra skills. Like, there's no reason for this. I mean, if we're saying the controller's the limitation, because I've got 100 keys on my keyboard, but if you're saying the controller is the limitation, you're not even utilizing every button on the controller. So what are we doing here?
Hey, no way.
Yeah, like, I don't understand the decisions being made here. I think it should work like every other MMO has already figured out how to do multiple hotbars on a controller and how to do crazy amounts of skills with only 7 buttons.
But
Final
Death,
Fantasy
if we give them too many options, they get confused and don't know what to pick, Death.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 begs to differ. You know how it works in Final Fantasy 14? With its insane amount of fucking skills being an MMO that you play on console? Yeah, on PC you get the hotkeys, but how does that work on console? Oh! Yeah, just do what they did. Holding the left trigger accesses a separate hotbar, and holding the right trigger accesses a hotbar. So if I want to use my regular attack, I press X. If I want to use the second hotbar for that slot, I hold left trigger and press X. If I want to use the third hotbar, I hold the right trigger and press X. Holding both triggers and pressing X, I access a 4th hotbar. 4 fucking hotbars! Done. Easy. It's not hard. Like I said, Final Fantasy 14 figured that shit out a long time ago. 10 fucking years ago.
Enough blood. I will follow you to the ends of
See, you're thinking.
Sanctuary.
That takes too much effort.
And having all those skills didn't make you OP in Final Fantasy XIV, and it didn't break the game. Guess what? It made it more popular. So I don't want to hear that crap either, that you're scared people are going to be OP or it's going to break builds. No, you can diversify builds. All you need is more skills. The more hotbars you give, the more skills you give, and then people have to pick and choose still. Only you're giving them more options. Final Fantasy XIV has an insane amount of skills and 4 hotbars to put them on. There is so much diversity in builds in that game. It's insane. And they did it seamlessly with a controller.
You don't even, like, giving them the option to use the skills doesn't mean they'll even still use it.
Yeah.
Like, balancing is
there's
still
no
a thing,
there's
even when
no
you give them a ton of skills.
There's no argument you can give me against options. There's no argument you can give me that's going to make me say players need less options. I'm never going to say that.
So does Diablo. What do you mean? What are you saying? Like, what you just said there. Final Fantasy XIV is different, though, because each class has their abilities set in stone. What?
Yeah,
so does this
that's the
guy.
way it is here. I can't use... Yeah, each class has their own abilities, and they're set... If by set in stone you mean I can't use warrior abilities while playing as a sorcerer, yes, they're set in stone. If by set in stone you mean I have to pick certain ones, no, they're not. And no, they're not in Final Fantasy XIV either. You can pick and choose. You can pick and choose. I have met many a black mage. I have met many a dragoon in Final Fantasy XIV who use different skills. That is absolutely not true. I played Final Fantasy XIV for years. That is absolutely not true. You are not set to X number of skills that you have to use. There were optimal builds that most people used, but there was absolutely not set in stone. Yes, that I don't understand what your argument is then. Is that classes shouldn't exist? Is that what you're saying? Of course a black mage is going to be set to black mage skills. That's the class you chose. You're just talking about class skills now.
Like, the only game that we brought up that's not like that is Dark Souls.
Yeah, like, of course, class skills should exist. I'm saying there should be enough diversity within that class that every time you run into someone playing that class, they're using the same skills. Like, there needs to be diversity within the class system, but yes, those classes are bound by skills usable by that class. That's why classes exist.
This is like limiting you to one kill skill in Borderlands.
Yeah, this is limiting you to one build. You have one of 4 builds to choose from in Diablo 4 as it stands with a limited hotbar, because that hotbar can only hold 4 things, and each skill tree has 4 main skills. In fact, it has 5. So you can't even really use all the skills from the selected class you chose. So if you want to do a fire build, you still can't use all the fire skills. If you want to do an ice build, you still can't use all the ice skills. You still have to pick and choose a very specific build within that class. So you're really limited to like 4 different builds. You can, like, as a sorcerer, I can go fire, I can go ice, I can go electricity, or it may only be those 3. Oh yeah, there's ice. Yeah, it's those 3.
Because
and then you can't even use
herbalist is like nature and stuff and all
yeah,
whatever he's
yeah, and then you can't even use all of the skills within.
And then necromancer is like undead type stuff. So you have, like, they're all very specific classes.
Yeah, so most of your points are going to go into passives because you can't even use all the skills they give you access to because of the stupid fucking hotbar. So if you wanted to do, even if you were doing a fire build, I can't even get both of these fire skills because my skill slots are being used up with the other fire skills later down the line. Oh no, there's more. There's 7. I can't even, there's 3 whole skills in the path I've chosen I can't use. I can't use Meteor, which I'd love to use, but don't have a skill slot for it. Firewall is a defense, can't use that. Got my ultimate. That's going to take up a slot, so I'd have to sacrifice my ultimate to get one of these 2. What's over here? Oh, yep, I need my Hydra. What's over here? Oh, Fireball, can't use that because I'm using Incinerate. Like, it feels as limiting as Diablo 3, where you have to pick one of the options. You can't use 2 side by side without sacrificing something else. I want the freedom Diablo 2 gave me back. I want to be able to mix and match these things. I want to be able to carry multiple. And the way it keeps me from being overpowered is if I dump skill points into too much shit, all that shit's going to be the weakest version of that shit because I don't have the extra skill points to buff it any further. Yeah, like it was already balanced. This just doesn't feel very thought out. It just
the
just
solution's
doesn't.
already there. It's not like there's nothing to discuss. Like, it's either they're gonna do it or they're not. And like, honestly, I prefer if they went more of like how you're talking about with Final Fantasy 14, where like multiple buttons for multiple things, and you can have like as many skills as you want. But I don't see them doing that. I see them doing like maybe one or two.
If what you mean by diversity, is do the options exist? Yes. There's diversity in the skills. I'm talking about diversity in the build. You can't diversify your build with multiple skills. You only have 4 on your hotbar. That's it. That's all you get. You cannot diversify a singular build. There's diversity in builds. You can go for a different build, but you can't mix and match builds. You can't have more than 4 skills. That diversity is not there.
He's talking about here.
Yeah, he means that, like, if you run into 2 sorcerers...
He's talking about the perks. Like, the perk diversity is great.
He's talking about diversity in the class. Like, if you run into another sorcerer, it's not going to be using, it could be an electricity sorcerer or an ice sorcerer. He's talking about, like, yes, there's different paths you can take, so every time you see a sorcerer, they're not always using the same skills.
Yeah, perk diversity. There's a good amount of perk diversity.
I see perks as passives, but yeah, there's diversity in the way you can build it, but there's not diversity within the build itself. Those builds are limited. If you're running an electricity build, you're running this. If you're running a fire build, you're running this. If you're running, an ice build, you're running this. Because you only have 4 options, so of course you're going to pick the 4 best options and fuck everything else. You're never going to pick a weaker thing because you're not going to be able to use it. Even if you wanted it for a defensive purpose. Like, I want 1 point in teleport. That's a very common thing sorcerers did way back in Diablo 2, was no matter what build you were running, you always put 1 point in teleport because you want to be able to teleport. You don't want to max it out so it does damage. You just want to use it. But I can't do that here because then I have to sacrifice a skill I actually want to use. So there's no diversity there. Not without sacrifice. And that shouldn't happen. That is classic sorcerer build from Diablo 2. Is no matter what build you run, ice, this, whatever, you always throw a point. One of your points is thrown into teleport always. Even if you never touch anything else on that tree, you grab teleport. Because it doesn't take away from your other skills. It's a free extra skill to have that gives you mobility. You don't get that here.
And honestly, what upsides to this? Like,
and if you're a sorcerer main, every sorcerer main from Diablo 2 is going to hate this. That has been a staple of the sorcerer class, is teleportation and dropping that 1 point into teleport. And you've taken away that option because now I have to sacrifice 2 skills. I have to sacrifice 1 skill to get my ultimate. Now I got to sacrifice a 2nd to get the teleport? No.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, no. No one's going to want to be sorcerer now. I promise you, every sorcerer who's ever played a Diablo game before is going to hate this. I promise you. That's just like standard 101. Every build needs this thing. Every build needs its ultimate, and every build needs teleport for sorcerer. That's part of the playstyle. That's why you choose sorcerer. Alright, let's get ready to do this boss fight.
Mother?
Like, I'm sacrificing my fireball skill for teleport right now. And I've got points in teleport. I mean, I've got points in my fireball skill. But because I got a piece of gear that gave me teleport and I want teleport, I have to sacrifice a skill for it. It's limiting my build.
But I could not pass through with her.
Unnecessarily limiting my build.
Lack divine element, you see.
Giving me the ability to teleport once every 3 seconds doesn't make me OP.
I simply need...
Mother, stop! Look at what Lilith has done to you. You're writing in your own blood.
My little magpie. She awakened me.
Oh god, she's drank the Kool-Aid.
I can't even put into words. Once I've finished, you will understand.
I don't
Nope,
care.
you're gonna summon crazy shit.
Please.
Don't do it, woman.
Just get out of here.
You just pull a knife on your kid.
Yes, clever magpie. Trying to lead me away so you can take all this for yourself. Hmm? This is my discovery, not yours.
That was
I
planned.
will finish these runes with your...
Yep.
You must stop this.
All right, let's fuck her up.
Get the gifts she's given me.
Oh, she's immune. All right, spawn your bullshit. Damn.
Mother, no. You
Wait.
won't take what's mine.
You know, like limiting your spell slots like makes sense kind of for Dark Souls because of PvP elements. Like, how
Well,
many
there's
times-
PvP in this too.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. For the first time in a Diablo game, so I get it. They're trying to focus on PvP, but that can still be balanced. In fact, you could make PvP just work differently than non-PvP. Give me a separate loadout and skill tree for PvP. Boom, done. Now you don't have to ruin main Diablo because you want people to PvP. It's not that hard.
Yep.
Have separate skills for PvP, so when you enter a PvP zone, you know, so when you decide I want to go play PvP, now I have to go with my PvP as a separate loadout. Separate skill tree, separate level system, separate everything. That creates a whole new thing to grind for those that want PvP, but can be completely ignored for those that don't. So you don't force people to do the PvP if they don't want it, because I promise you, there's probably a lot of Diablo fans who don't want PvP. I know I don't.
Sounds boring.
I've never wanted PvP in Diablo. I don't care that they've added it, but don't force me to do it if I don't want to. And that's how you fix that. With a PvP skill tree that's focused on PvP and gives you separate PvP skills, and you're limited to one PvP hotbar. But when you're playing the main game, the PvE zones, and you don't choose to go to PvP, you don't have to, and you can play Diablo the way you've always played Diablo. I could even understand your argument if this were a new thing. But Diablo's not a new thing. Diablo already has an established playstyle. Don't break that.
I mean, even so, the skill tree isn't like built around this hotbar. It's built like
Yeah,
there's
it's
supposed
so
to be more
it's
slots.
yeah, it's so weird. It feels like there should be more slots. It just feels that way.
Like maybe this is just a beta thing, and maybe like early game.
That's what I'm hoping, because that's what happened with the remake for Diablo 2. Is they started with the skill like the hotbar like this. They realized it wasn't working and they updated it. So I'm hoping that's what's happening here, and that they'll update it and change it, and boom, argument over. Give people that freedom. You don't have to use the second. If you like being limited to one hotbar, knock yourself out. You don't have to use the second one if you don't want to.
You were protecting me. I don't want to hate you. I'm trying.
You've never played
am.
Yeah.
We're going to make Lilith.
I mean, even without it, you can understand that
we
this is
need
just going to make your builds more fun. Like,
go back to
And that's why I said there's a disconnect between, because Diablo 3 limited you, and everyone agreed it was a mistake, which is why they undid it for the remake of Diablo 2, and they've kind of undid it here, and they're gonna have to undo it. They even undid it in Diablo Immortal. Like Diablo 3 is the only one that's that limiting, and everyone agrees it's the worst one. And that's my point. You have an established franchise that has an established playstyle. You differed from it for one game, and it didn't work.
Maybe it will help with the ritual. If not,
Diablo 3 consistently had less viewers on Twitch than Diablo 2, even before the remake of Diablo 2. Like, it just wasn't.
I'm sorry. Just leave me.
The only fans that stuck around for it were fans who never played Diablo 2, were people who didn't know any better. And Diablo 4 feels like it's trying to go back to Diablo 2 with its skill tree. It's trying to give you that freedom back, but it didn't update its hotbar to give you that freedom back. So they're going to have to. They did the same thing with the remake of Diablo 2. they went back and updated it to give you that hotbar back because they took it away. People hated it and they had to put it back. So I think that that's the disconnect. You didn't play the older games. You don't know that there's already an established play style. So for you, this feels, you know, you're happy to take what they give you because this feels like Diablo to you because that's how Diablo 3 worked. For everyone who's played any Diablo other than 3, this feels broken. I guess I'll do this one. Like I said, I'm fine with meeting in the middle because Diablo 2 did give you that. It gave you that ability to... It didn't use hotbars because it's a game from 2000. I mean, it's an early 2000s game. So it was made before hotbars were a thing. So you had two skills on your hotbar, your right mouse button and your left mouse button. And everything else was just a hotkey on the keyboard. And you could hotkey as many things as you want. But there was no bar. When they remade the game, they added a bar so people on controller could play, but they only added one bar. And then that limited the game, even for people on PC who were used to having unlimited hotkeys. So they had to update it for console, for controller players, to give them those hotkeys. So I know that they already know how to do it, and that's what the game was designed around. That's how it should work. That's what made it so popular. People loved experimenting with builds and having that unlimited freedom. That's what made it different from every other RPG at the time and what made it this historical game that it is. The game that defined a genre of its own. So why are we deviating from the thing that literally still has people playing it 20 years later? You know, that's the level of freedom it had. That 20 years later, people are still playing around with builds, still discovering shit, and still playing that game. I'm not even talking about the remake. I'm talking about the original. There's still people playing it. Alright, can we upgrade some shit some more? Before I go do my next quest. I can tell you the amount of time I sunk into Diablo 2 back in college. Just every playthrough of that game felt fresh, and this was at a time before roguelikes were a thing. That's the level of freedom it gave you. If they had limited me the way this is, I'd have been done with the game in under a year and never touched it again, and it wouldn't have been a historical game. People would have forgot about it. It would have been a one and done kind of game. I wonder if I can add an aspect to a weapon that's already got an aspect on it.
Oh, that's cool. They added new missions. I keep peeking back at Warframe like I'm going to go back to it, but I'm never going to.
Yeah, well, I mean, imagine, okay, yeah, you grew up playing Final Fantasy. Well, that's the thing. Final Fantasy VII gave you, like, all that freedom with the materia system. Yeah, the combat was turn-based, but you could put any spells on any character, and you could mix and match all you wanted. Imagine playing Final Fantasy VII, but each character was locked to a predefined class. So this was your healer, this was your attacker, this was your tank, etc. And only those classes could use X amount of magic, and you were locked in, and you were limited. Imagine only being able to have 4 spells per character in Final Fantasy VII. You grew up on that? Imagine that. Imagine only having access to 4 spells. Oh, you want to summon? You'll have to take off your cure spell. Oh, you want to summon? You'll have to take off your fireball, your whatever. Imagine if that's how that worked. That's what this feels like. Just to give you a frame of reference. That's what this feels like. Because Final Fantasy VII works All the Final Fantasies work like that. They give you access to all the spells all the time. You're not stuck with just 4 per class that you have access to. You can access all your spells at any given time. Imagine playing a Final Fantasy game where you can only access 4 spells at any given time, and if you wanted to change spells, you had to change the active spell before going into combat.
And most people don't even remember the first Final Fantasy games.
Imagine how much that would suck. Even the first one on NES, if you learned a magic spell, you could use it. You had access to like 30 spells by the end of the game. You just went through a menu and picked your spell. Imagine if, while you were in combat, you could only pick from 4. That's what this feels like. And that's not what they did with the original couple of Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy 1 on NES gave you access to every spell. If you learned it, you just had it. You went into a menu to select it. They didn't make you pick 4 as your active spells and then the rest you just can't use. That's not the way that's ever worked in Final Fantasy. I mean, Final Fantasy VII took it a step further by giving you the materia system to let you mix and match spells from other classes. So anybody could be any class in Final Fantasy VII. It didn't have a healer. It didn't have a tank. Anybody could cast any spell. But even if we're talking about the old school ones where only white mages could use healing spells and only black mages could use attack spells, you still had access to every healing spell that a white mage had. You still had access to every healing spell that a black mage had. You didn't only have to pick from 4.
Y'all remembering 2 different games.
I must, because I don't remember that on the original Final Fantasy. I guess I have to go back and replay it. I mean, it's been 20 years since I played the fucking game, but I remember there being more than 4 spells and being able to use more than 4, but maybe there was that limit. But if there was that limit...
This game is akin to like an old-ass NES game, but its freedom ability is pretty sad.
But if there was that limit in Final Fantasy 1, it's in none of the other ones. Do you really think Final Fantasy would be the legendary franchise it was if it stuck with that system for 20 games? Really? That's your argument? They dropped that shit after the first game for a reason. Okay, so I can just... Oh, it replaces the other one. Because right now it's got, while a barrier is active, I'm not using any barriers because I can't use my ice barrier, or I have to sacrifice my teleport. So I'm better off to use this, but 20? Yeah, I'm just not going to upgrade anything right now, I guess. I'm just not going to focus on upgrading and shit till I beat the game because the limiting way they do things means I'm stuck going with one specific kind of upgrade for my weapons now, too. It's so hard to get crafting mats to do that anyway. God damn it. I just hate this feeling limited thing, man. They're going to have to change that. What's up, buddy?
You there? Yes, you. Come now. Don't be shy. I need your help. The damned fanatic Thea stole my eyes. She wears them around her neck. And what horrid suffering I've witnessed. Please, no more. There's so much blood, I can't. You must believe me. I can still see from them. Thea and her flock have grown strong in Nostrava. Please, bring me back my eyes.
Yeah, if you're going to lock you into, like, a hotbar with only 4 skills, and why even have this big, huge, expansive skill tree? Why not just start the game off when you pick your class and say, when you gain your first level, go choose your destiny. Do you want to be ice? Do you want to be electricity? Or do you want to be fire? And then you pick a thing, and then it forces you down that thing. Why even have the other ones if you can't use them without sacrificing something? Like, why not just say this is how the game works? You get to pick one of these things, and then have it autofill your hotbar with those 4 skills because you're. That's the Diablo 3 system. Just every time you level up, pick a skill, and this is the skill that goes in that slot. Pick a skill. This is the skill that goes in that slot.
I mean,
another level. Pick a skill. I mean, I'm talking
Whichever
about
skills you find, but like it's not enough.
Yeah, that's not enough. That was everyone's complaint with Diablo 3. It was so limiting. It was level up. Oh, you've unlocked a new skill, and then you go pick a skill, pick a modification for that skill. Yeah, like Diablo 3 used all modifications of skills. You were still locked into a skill, but you could modify it. Yeah, no, that's not what people wanted. That's so limiting. And if you wanted to use, because in Diablo 3 you could get to the point where you could then mix and match those skills and move them around the hotbar, but you still had to work within that one hotbar. So if you wanted to use 2 skills from this set, then you had to not use a skill from another set. What's the fucking point?
See ya. She was nobody a few years ago. Disappeared for a bit. Came back with friends, blathering on and on about the end of days. She's a liar, but she's also cunning. She snatched up my eyes after all.
Yeah, because Diablo 3's builds were all around gear, not around, like, that was the core of that game. Your builds were based around your gear, not around your build. So you had to literally pick your skills based on what your gear was buffing, because you only had a limited number of skills to choose from. You could swap them out at any time, but you had a limited number. So that's how Diablo 3 worked. You get a set armor. You get an armor set, the green armor sets, and those give you a ridiculous buff to a very specific skill or set of skills, and then you had to use those skills. And that was it. You had to work with these predefined builds that came off of armor. That was the only way to play that game and make any progress after the end game. And it was very much designed that way. To the point that you had set dungeons specific to a set of armor to go and test and see, are you using the right powers to take advantage of that armor? Beat this dungeon, and if you can't, change your powers again. Yeah. There's dungeons where a set difficulty and had you go in at a set power level. They just wanted to teach you how to use the very specific skills they wanted you to use with this armor set. It was super limiting.
Thea stole them. Pinned them on some necklace she wears, but takes it with her everywhere. Makes me watch. I wonder if my suffering aids her.
Because that's what killed me in Diablo 3. Every season was the same. Play through the season of Diablo 3, get the seasonal set armor they give you as the seasonal objective, and that's what you have to focus your build around. That overpowered set of armor that told me what skills I had to use. If I wanted to use other skills, I couldn't, because then they just did no damage. I'd get a buff on a piece of armor on a set piece from Diablo 3's newest season. I'd get a seasonal buff that gave me 20,000% extra damage to this one skill. So if I used any other skill, I'm doing 20,000% less damage. Yeah, that's super limiting. I'm stuck with what they tell me to use for that season. That was the name of the game with Diablo, was pick a class, get the seasonal armor, focus on buffing that seasonal armor. Rinse and repeat. That's every Diablo 3 season. In a nutshell. It was all about set armor. There was no diversity in your build. You use the build the armor told you to use, or you die. And that's how I got bored of Diablo 3. I'd play the season to see what the armor set, what the build for the armor set was, and I'd play around with it and have fun with it, and then I'd finish the seasonal objectives and be like, well, that was a fun ride, and then I'd be done with the fucking game. It would just be boring after that, because if I couldn't change my build and practice with anything else, or I'd basically be starting over from scratch, because I'm doing 20,000% less damage. I wouldn't be able to hang if I wasn't using what it told me to use for that season. Which made the seasons not fun to play. The only reason to replay a season would be with a different class. And even then, you couldn't really have fun with it, because you could only claim your seasonal gift once per season, so that's once per class. Not once per class, once period. So if you switch classes, you wouldn't get the seasonal armor for that class. You'd just be making a seasonal character because you wanted to, I guess. Yeah, like it's just no real reason to.
Mother will want to hear of this, but she's away at Corvalar.
Yeah, and you can't see the rewards beforehand. So if you got a shitty seasonal fucking set.
Yeah, you literally had to Google what the seasonal rewards were to know which class you wanted to play before starting the season, or you were fucked.
I always wished it kind of started you with the armor.
Because once you claimed that armor set, you were stuck with the armor set for that class. If you switch classes and said, oh, I don't like this playstyle, I don't like this build, well, you're stuck with that build. If you wanted to switch from Demon Hunter to Barbarian, you couldn't claim the seasonal armor set for the Barbarian. You already claimed it on Demon Hunter. You were stuck with Demon Hunter for that season. And I hated that. Yeah, you only get it once. You either had to log into another account with another game. You had to purchase the game twice to be able to play with 2 different play styles per season, which I did, and that's the only reason I was able to play around. That was the only way I could keep playing Diablo 3 during a season after I got the seasonal gift and I had reached, after I had finished all the seasonal objectives, was to stop playing on PC and now play the Xbox version. I had to buy it again on Xbox and play a separate version of the game to get the seasonal gift with a different class. It's crazy limiting, and I hated it. Yeah, the fact that you can't share it between builds is ridiculous. The fact that you can't claim a gift once per class is ridiculous. So I just don't want to see this game go down that route, because that was what killed Diablo 3 for most Diablo fans. New fans to the series, they didn't even notice it. Like, you didn't even notice it because the game was new to you, so you thought, oh, that's just how Diablo works. But it's not how Diablo works. It's not how Diablo 1 worked. It's not how Diablo 2 worked. That's not even how Diablo Immortal on your mobile fucking phone works. So Diablo 3 was the redheaded stepchild of the bunch, and no one liked it. And I'm glad to see them going away from that system, but they're still limiting you at the hotbar. They're still using the hotbar from Diablo 3, which needs to go. Like, you need to get rid of all this Diablo 3 shit. I'm fine with the loot system from Diablo 3. I'm fine with the aspect system and the being able to use the cube to take, legendary powers off of legendary and put it onto something. I'm fine with that. But get rid of the gameplay shit from Diablo 3. Get rid of that hotbar system. Get rid of that leveling system. Get rid of all that limiting bullshit that people hated.
Do you see him too? The ghost of Kolik, my son. When he was a boy.
And I have faith that they will, because they did with the remake of Diablo 2. So I'm hoping they do the same with this one. They'd be a fool not to. It would be the death of this game if they didn't. People would just fall off and stop playing it. After they found one of the 3 possible builds you can actually play in this game with that limited hotbar, once they found the one they like and they've maxed it out and they've done everything there is to do, they'll stop playing. Without that freedom and that diversity and that experimentation, people fall off the game. They stop playing and the game dies. That's how that happens.
And they don't even have to make a new character to experiment anymore, so that reasoning to be there to play, it's all instantly reset.
Yep. If Blizzard wants to keep making money and keep this game alive as long as, Diablo 2 lasted, you got to get rid of that shit. Oh, he's being haunted by some kid, I think. Let's do some side quests while we're just chatting about.
Chatting about these nuts. Ha! Got him.
Got him! Yay, another dungeon. You heard nuts? Yeah, that is nuts. Glad I got your attention. My chat is the best. Damn, I was hoping I could take advantage of that shrine in this dungeon.
I'm mad Mr. Beast didn't make his Super Bowl ad for his D's Nuts candy bar. More people need to know about that one. That was great. That was a great
Literally.
commercial.
Yeah, I literally didn't know about that.
Here, I'll send you it. It's on his Twitter, I think. It would have costed him $7 million to put out.
Worth it.
He should have done it. Man has so much money in him, and he's like, ah. Yeah, he has like a ton of fucking candy bars.
Yeah, I think if I was rich, that's what I'd do. Just make ridiculous products that I could just use to troll people. Wouldn't even care if they made money. If I was a billionaire, I'd just spend money on dumb shit.
I'll DM it to you right now. I mean, it's not like stupidly funny, but it would have been funny to see on
I'm
TV.
surprised that they never made real life candy bars and energy drinks based on the ones in Tropic Thunder. They're the energy drink Booty Sweat and Bussin' Nut bars. Alright, why am I hitting invisible walls here?
Nut tap! I forgot about that! Fuck nut tap. This is the part that got me. It's a 30-second commercial. Cost them $7 million.
Yeah, Super Bowl prices are ridiculous for commercials.
I just wanted to put it on TV. I don't even care if it's not Super Bowl. Jesus Christ, everybody needs to see that. At least once. At least once.
Yeah, because this can't be fun to watch, me using the same two skills over and over because of how limiting this is. It's literally what you guys are watching. I'm just doing the same two things over and over. Pop a Hydra, blowtorch shit. Pop a Hydra, blowtorch shit. Pop a Hydra, blowtorch shit. That's my build right now.
I found the dungeon.
You literally have a drink flavor called titty milk. It's titty juice.
Camera stuff says like everything.
Yep, and I'll occasionally pop my ultimate just to pop my ultimate.
I think Gamer Subs has one called Guacamole Gamer Heart.
Yes, they do. That is actually Russian Badger's flavor.
Badger, 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 badger.
Thought that's what that was.
But that I found the stronghold.
Oh no, they got Blowhole Blast. Ain't no way.
I'm loving these flavor names.
They even got waifu cups.
I know that's not what you said, but I literally read that as gamer soup. And I was like, that's a good idea. Gamer soups. Healthy snacks. I'm tired of eating Doritos and Mountain Dew. How about some Diablo dumplings?
Oh my god, the emotional damage guy has his own fucking...
I'm not ready yet.
This is his own fucking Gamer Subs flavor called emotional damage. Ain't no way. I want more of these ridiculous ass names.
I need time to prepare that.
Just make them good. I'm so sick of G Fuel. It doesn't matter what flavor you get. It always tastes like burnt plastic. G Fuel's fucking terrible.
Try Gamer Subs. Apparently people like it.
I've never tried it. Never even heard of it.
It's like the alternate G Fuel. It's pretty much the same
well,
thing.
I hope it's better than G Fuel because G Fuel tastes like plastic. Doesn't matter
You
what
should buy
flavor.
it just for the meme of like getting like guacamole gamer fart. You know, just
Misfits melons.
I don't buy any product that has to aggressively advertise itself through YouTuber sponsorships and shit. Every one of them sucks. Every one I've ever tried sucks. Fucking G Fuel tastes like plastic. NordVPN is slow as shit. It's terrible. Worst interface, slow as shit. G Fuel tastes like plastic. Raycons are overpriced. There's Chinese headsets I've gotten off Amazon that were better for half the fucking price. That like every single one of those things. Don't even get me started on Raid Shadow Legends. Manscaped would be the only one I think I may actually use if it's as good as I've heard. But I'm at the point now where I'm like, I've gotten better shave from traditional shavers like Gillette and Phillips. So what do I need? What do I need Manscaped for? Like, what makes it different? All of their advertisements are memes instead of things that are telling me why their product's better.
I'm not ready.
Why is it better than the existing shit? I did not mean to pop that.
Why did the... Oh, it's Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Yeah, about 9,000.
You're pissing me off right now.
Why is the 100 serving the same price as the 120 serving? That don't make no damn sense.
No. Get out of there.
And also, why would you sell barely any more servings?
Well, at least he dropped a legendary. Alright, what's that legendary ring do? Yeah, see, I'm getting to the point where I can't keep using this armor, but I need it because it's got my teleport. I've already upgraded it twice, and it's still not keeping up with the stuff that's dropping now.
Also, their GamerSupps' logo is dog shit. What the fuck is that supposed to be?
Throw GamerSupps in the Soda Stream to carbonate it, and apparently it's delicious. I forgot Soda Stream exists. That does sound like a good idea.
I despise Soda Stream.
I would use it for what it's designed for. My wife actually hates this. And I'm thinking of making it a tip option to get rid of it. But I don't because everybody seems... I literally keep it because you guys like it. I get complimented on it too much to get rid of it at this point. So that's why it's here.
Yeah, I sent you the site for that GamerSupps thing.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I ain't gonna do it right now, but I'll check it out. Generate while not damaged. Firewall, ball, lightning, meteor. Yeah, it keeps giving me buffs to fucking... Yeah, see, that's what's killing me, is all this armor is, like, meant to give you additional skills that you didn't have access to or to buff existing ones. See? +1 rank to fireball, +1 rank to ball lightning, +1 rank to meteor. Those are all things... Those are all things like... Those are all things I can't use without getting rid of one of the skills I've dropped points into. So I can't use the perks this armor's given me. And I hate that. I hate seeing perks on armor that just go wasted like this. Because with Diablo 2's unlimited skill slots, if I equip a piece of armor that, yeah, it's given me 1 rank in that thing, so it's the base level version of it. But I'd still want the option to use it because the armor's given it to me. It would determine whether or not I wore a piece of armor. If I had a piece of armor that gave me 1 rank in teleport, then I wouldn't have to waste a skill point on teleport. I could put that skill point somewhere else. And then I'd use that armor to give me that ability to teleport. Like in this, the lightning, it's good crowd control. There's enemies weak against lightning. I'd love to be able to equip it, and even if I only used it rarely, when I came across that enemy that's weak to lightning, or I could combo it into another skill, it'd still be useful. But I can't use it with the skill bar because I'd have to get rid of something, and I hate that. Because this armor is better. I'm going to end up wearing it because I don't really have a choice. Ooh, I like the way it looks too. Alright, what does this do? Stays in place after... Oh, Frozen Orb. This buffs Frozen Orb, but I can't use that either because I have to get there. Frozen Orb stays in place after reaching its destination and explodes 2 additional times. Yeah, for 30% damage, I'd love to be able to take advantage of that, but I'd have to get rid of something else I'm already using. See? Shit like that. Really, Chandler? That sounds like it would tickle. mean, to each their own. But that's one of those things that probably sounds like it'd be a good idea on paper, but not in practice. Oh, just chopped that guy's head off and it gave me gold. Cool.
I think he's got enough nose for the two of you.
I do. I brought extra, baby. I got the super sniffer.
And I got enough fucking body fat for 3. Anybody want some?
There you go. See?
I need some.
Okay.
There's even diversity in the builds of the Death Witch members here. Of the stream members. How is there more diversity in us than there is in Diablo?
I know.
I need time to prepare that.
Yeah, me and my mods work off a class-based system.
No, job-based system. Come on, man. Just change our job at any time.
Wish I could do that. I'd pick like CEO.
Or do you want CFO?
He wants COO.
COO shit!
Ain't no way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start equipping better gear. I'm dying too fast now. I'm draining my health too quick, but I don't want to get rid of the gear I'm wearing because it's giving me access to skills I want. Oh, that's so aggravating. Like, that is my #1 complaint with the game right now. That is so fucking aggravating. I don't know what this thing does, but... Activate gate winches. Oh, I found another one. What's this one do? You have a 24% increased critical strike against injured enemies. While you are healthy, you gain 48% increased crowd control duration. Shame, I'm not using any crowd control skills. Critical load enemies. And this... I mean, I guess I'll wear it just to have 2 legendary rings on, but a little disappointing. Can't take full advantage of it. Does this game have an auction house? Not that I've seen yet. But again, this is just the beta, so that's stuff that may not be in the beta. They do give you limited access to stuff. That may be an in-game mechanic, and you don't get access to it till the end-game or something, or until later. The beta's only, I think, the first 2 acts. And you may not even get all of the second act. I don't know. I haven't got through it yet. I mean, a ton of side quests. A lot of
Act 2. I can't even touch any of the Act 2 stuff.
I mean, I've got Act 2 stuff in my thing right now.
Or like the storyline goes, Act 2, the knife twists again. This quest cannot be progressed in this version of the game.
I've got Act 2 stuff. Let me see if it lets me.
First campaign goes.
Yeah, so apparently it's just Act 1. Yeah, I've got Act 2 stuff here. I can't access, yeah. So, I don't know. That could be a later game mechanic then.
Yeah, because I'm still working on the side quest where we left off last night.
Yeah, there's a ton of side quests. Like, they give you plenty to do in the beta, but they're not going to show off the in-game stuff yet. This is just like base level, you know, get used to, just to show off, hey, this is how the game's going to play. You get the basics, and they get to test their servers. That's basically what this is for, so. Like, I'm liking a lot of the new mechanics that I've seen introduced so far.
I'm just trying to get leveled up a little bit before I put him back on here again.
By the time you join back up, you're gonna be fucking done. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Right now,
you don't have a whole lot of time to kind of mess around.
I don't know.
I'm not ready yet.
I ain't got but one more day here with it.
Right now I'm level 15.
I mean, with how you're going, Death, I mean, shit. You probably gonna be fucking done. Or you probably gonna be done. Like...
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to do the co-op just to see how it works, even if you're playing with somebody who's, crazy high level above you, because you and your friends aren't going to stay at the same level all the time ever. So
Also, you're going to be reset after this weekend more than likely anyway. So.
well, I'm just saying, like I'm thinking about once the game comes out. What if you bought the game on launch, but your friend couldn't buy it till a month later? Are you not? You tell me you have to wait until your friend catches up? That can't be how that works. Like,
you could always join off him, Death.
Like, this game seems focused around co-op. I'm curious to see how it would work if you're playing with somebody higher than you.
Let me finish up the
And how progress and stuff works. Because you shouldn't really give a shit about progress right now anyway. You're going to lose it all, so who cares? This is exactly what the beta's for, testing that kind of stuff. I think I'm going to enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 more than I would Diablo 4. They're two different kinds of games. I can enjoy both.
Yeah, same.
I always like Diablo more than Baldur's Gate.
The fuck even is Baldur's Gate?
And,
fuck?
I mean, I'm hoping they don't fuck up. I'm hoping they don't fuck it up. A lot of people are worried they're going to.
AD&D rules that Baldur's Gate tends to use, unless they've changed.
Well, they're supposed to be making a new one, and that's what everybody's scared of, is that they're going to fuck it up. There's still people that play Baldur's Gate 2.
Yeah, because Baldur's 1 and 2 is built off like AD&D rules.
Sounds boring.
Well, we're less worried about the level sync system, more about the progress. Like, because I'm further than him in the story. Does it give him story progress here, or is this just all going to be a big spoiler for him? Like, how does this work?
It's probably going to be a spoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it wouldn't give you progress for places you haven't been yet. But I don't know. Maybe it will. I don't know. We'll find out. Like, I'm pretty sure that it scales the levels for you, because I've gone back to do old side quests I forgot to do that were from the beginning of the game after I'd reached level 20, and they were considered level 5 side quests. But when I went to do them, all of the enemies were scaled to level 20 anyway, so they were all still my level, and it still provided experience and a challenge. So it doesn't seem to matter when you do the side quests. They give you like a minimum level needed, which was like level 5, level whatever. Or maybe that's the level you picked it up at. I don't know. But it doesn't matter what level you are when you...
Level?
Well, it doesn't matter, because it's going to scale to your level. Anyway, the enemy scaling is based off of the difficulty you've selected. Whether you're on veteran or hardcore or, whatever. Torment. The same way it did in Diablo 3, where it just scales the enemies. So I think the level that's next to the side quest when you pick it up, or that it showed in the menu, was the level the side quest you were at when you picked it up. Or maybe that's the minimum level required to start the quest. I don't know. Not 100% sure. But it doesn't really matter what level you are. As long as you can do the quest, it's going to scale the enemies to your level based on the difficulty you're playing on. Like, I'm level 25, but I'm playing on veteran, so all the enemies I run into are level 26, 27. Like, they're going to be higher than me to make it more difficult. If I'd pick normal, then the enemies would probably all be the same level as me or maybe lower. But they give less experience, the gear drops aren't as good. That's usually how that works. Yeah, you should be able to just click my banner and teleport straight to me.
I forget that's a feature.
Oh, that's been there since Diablo 3, man.
I know, but I forget because I never used in Diablo 3. These are all scaled down to my level, looks like. So they're all showing 15 next to their name.
Yeah, well, they're showing 25 next to me. So it scales per player.
That's funky.
Yeah, every game works now, man.
Yeah, it just keeps me from one-shotting them and keeps you from doing no damage. It basically means
the Nephilim Rift issue.
It basically means that the damage you do is going to be the damage you do to the enemy is going to be proportional to your level.
I'm surprised he hasn't seen this before.
I know.
Well, it wasn't like that in Diablo 3, remember?
Well, rifts worked at a set level, but if you played Diablo 3
As for your current
co-op during the story mode, that's how it
seal
worked.
the present.
No,
Rifts
I never
were
did
just
remote
separate.
co-op, to be honest.
Let them rot
I
in their
mean,
cages.
Borderlands, fucking
want
Yeah.
bunch of modern
I've
games have
never
done
never
this.
played
They would not
Borderlands.
have lived
They're
like
weird.
Really?
Yeah, no, I never did.
We will teach
Why?
them
That's just how level scaling works in all games.
the God.
Because they don't want one player to be too weak or one player to be too overpowered, so they scale on an individual basis so that you always do damage proportional to your level. You always take damage proportional to your level. It's percentage based, not damage based. So that makes it so that everybody can play together without, you having someone carry you. The rifts were a different story, and that's why people complained about the rifts, because you could do that. You could just go sit in the entranceway to a rift and have someone carry you. Hopefully, however their ending game system works in this, it'll be scaled the way this is so that you can't do that anymore.
I mean, I don't see why that was ever a problem.
Because it made it so you could skip 90% of the game. If you had
I
a...
wanted to.
Yeah, no, I totally get the complaint, because it feels like cheating. You didn't have to do any of the work, but you got all the reward.
You can do that
You
in
just-
every single game ever. It's just...
Not like you could in Diablo 3. Like in Diablo 3, you could literally you could go from 0 to level cap in 2 minutes. Like literally 2 minutes from doing nothing. That's way different. Like it was just straight up broken. You could just skip, and you could skip most of the end game. If you were playing with someone like Phelan who no life did, and he was at level 150 on his Torment level 150, and you're at Torment level 1, fuck those hundreds of hours you'd have to play to grind and stuff, and you still got gear drops on top of that. So you could just wait at the entrance, let your buddy murk everything, level you up to whatever level rift that he's on, and then you run teleport to him while he's standing next to the end chest and collect all the loot. So you got all the loot, all the stuff, all the gear, you got everything. And you did it all while AFK. How is that not broken? How is that okay?
Why does it matter? It was a PvE game.
It still matters. Like, I hate that argument that, it doesn't matter because it's a PvE game, so you should be allowed. It does matter. It does still matter. It does affect you because you literally just skipped the game. That's 100% affecting you.
If you choose to do it, you can play the game normally if you want. It doesn't matter. It's like a fucking difficulty slider. You can play the game normally if you want.
There's difficulty sliders and then there's straight up cheating. And especially in a game with leaderboards and multiplayer. If it's single player and you wanted to use a mod and it affected literally no one but you, then fine. But that's not what Diablo 3 was.
I mean, shit. You could fucking get your buddy to fucking give you souls and Dark Souls and bust your ass to level fucking 6 million with all the fucking weapons that you want because trading's a thing.
No, I agree. It shouldn't have been. Like, you shouldn't be able to just skip like that. I'm sorry. That's why even play the game at that point if you're going to skip 90% of the game. Like, we're just not going to agree on that. Most people in Diablo,
people who want to play the game just play the game.
There's a ton of people in
It's only the people who make multiple builds. It's only the people who are
No.
I just want another build max level who do that kind of shit.
There are a ton of people in Diablo who did it on their only build because they were just lazy.
Then let
Because
them be
they,
lazy.
we're just not going to agree on this, man.
If
I'm sorry,
didn't
you're
wanna
not.
do it by themselves, they weren't going to do it.
Then why even buy the game? Why is the rest of the Sorry, we're just not going to agree on this, man.
Why does it matter to you? Like, you can play the game normally.
It does because it does affect the game for other players. It affects the way the developers design it. It affects the mechanics in the game. It does affect the game. I'm sorry, it just does. Anytime there's a multiplayer game, there is no scenario in any multiplayer game ever where something only affected one person. That's not how game design works. It affects the design of the game. That affects everyone. I'm sorry, it just does. That's like saying, it's the same.
To see where it affects you.
It affects at the core game design level.
How so?
But it's the same thing as just because it didn't fix it doesn't make it not broken. Is what I'm saying. Just like people saying, what does it matter if there's microtransactions in the game if they're just cosmetic? What does it matter? It doesn't affect you. Don't buy them. It does affect me. It does fucking affect me because if they have the option to put a cosmetic earnable for free in the game or put it in a shop, they're gonna put it in a fucking shop. So in past games where I could earn shit for free, I now can't. I now have to spend money. It affected me. I now have less rewards because I chose not to give them money. That's how it always works. One system always affects the other.
But yeah, that's just affecting people who pay money or don't pay money. That's different.
Leaderboards are worthless now.
Yeah, they always have been.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Are pointless.
Diablo had an entire community and in-game system built around its fucking leaderboards. The ladder climb is the in-game in Diablo 2. That's the point. And it's just broken in Diablo 3 because of that. So it did affect people. Because you could just cheat your way to the top of a leaderboard. And there were rewards associated with it. There were seasonal rewards associated with your rank on the leaderboard. And you could cheat your way to the top of it. Of course it affected people. It made all that meaningless.
I'm still, like... Most of the time, those people wouldn't even fucking care about the leaderboard. What?
A lot of people cared about the leaderboards. It doesn't matter if most people wouldn't.
It's just top, like max level instantly, and then just had to do the rest, like, and actually play the game.
Some of the leaderboard stuff is time-based. Who made it to this level first? And then it went down the list. It took this guy this long to get there. So whoever got there first just boosted his buddies. So they got to be top of the leaderboard for doing nothing. It doesn't just affect it. No, it breaks the whole concept of the leaderboard, man. That affects everyone. Yes, it does. I'm sorry, you're not going to get me to agree that being able to cheat your way to max level is an okay thing to do. You're just not. We can agree to disagree on this one and drop it because it's not. I'm not gonna agree that just cheating your way, that dropping your controller, walking away from the game.
It's not like fucking. It's ruining the whole game, like you're saying.
For some people, it did. For a good community of people, it did. Not three people. Not three people. I get you're trying to be a smartass, but let's drop the jokes for a second. The leaderboard climb was a huge part of Diablo. There's a massive community around it. There's a massive community around the leaderboard climb.
People sound like y'all sound like Billy Mitchell right now, bro.
It's not that
King of Kong.
No one's trying to set world records and get on television, but they associated rewards with it. And some of those rewards were clan-based, so your entire clan got the reward if only one person made it on the leaderboard. So it made it less of a, only one person gets it. No, one whole clan gets it now. So so it became a thing. It's not just a bragging rights thing. That's all Billy Mitchell got was bragging rights. You got actual shit in the game. Like actual gear tied to it that you could use next season and you got to keep. Rewards for your class, rewards for your account, all that stuff that people can just cheat their way to the top to get. No, I'm sorry, but no.
I'm failing to see what reward.
You're locking.
What would you even get?
Gear, pets, cosmetic. That stuff.
Being tied to a leaderboard seems kind of shit.
It's tied to the leaderboard climb because it's always been how Diablo worked. That's my point. This is a core feature of Diablo's endgame and has been since Diablo 1 and 2. The leaderboard was the endgame in Diablo 2, and it's not like it was just like the top 10. It was usually like the top 10,000 or something. Like it was a generous number. But it was the reason people did it. They got rewards for it. It was the end game. It's what you did. It's not a Diablo 2 problem and a level boost problem. Level boost is the problem.
There's always going to be a way to level boost. It will always exist. People will find a way.
I'm sure that there's always going to be some exploit or oversight, but it shouldn't be that fucking easy that I can put my controller down. I'm going to work. Hey, I'll be max leveling on the leaderboard when I get home. No. Just fucking no. How you're in favor of that is beyond me right now.
Mostly because being max level in Diablo 3 don't mean shit.
To you? No.
It's one like.
But your one
making it sound makes it sound like your one leaderboard got fucked, and they could have just removed rewards from it and put it in something.
Yeah.
else.
So let's ruin leaderboards to keep in cheating. That's your argument, really?
There's one leaderboard that you're talking about that even seems like it would be fucked.
Yep. So let's ruin a core feature of the game so people can AFK cheat. You're literally talking about changing a game's mechanic just to let people not play the fucking game. That's your argument?
No.
I don't understand you right now. No, that's what you're saying. Fuck that leaderboard.
Okay,
just take that leader. No. What you're saying is take that leaderboard out because it only messes up one leaderboard. Just don't have that leaderboard, but leave in level boosting.
No, yeah, seriously, I don't fucking care. Fuck leaderboards as a whole. Fuck them. They're stupid.
I get that you don't care about them, but I'm saying why ruin that feature?
Achievements. Who fucking cares?
Lots of people. But why ruin a feature?
Bitch about no achievements in an otherwise perfect game, bro.
And
that's the kind of shit.
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. But I'm not one for taking away things from other people just because I don't use them. I don't care about achievement hunting either, but I don't want it to be taken away. I still want it there. Sometimes I might want to achievement hunt. Most times I don't. I like having the option there. I don't chase after leaderboards either. I'm not a leaderboard guy. But that doesn't mean I don't want them to exist. That doesn't mean I don't want them broken so that I can cheat. That's all I'm saying. I'm fine without being able to cheat.
I'm not even gonna fucking cheat. I don't even care.
But
it's stupid to
that's
tie
what
rewards to leaderboards. It should always just
even
be bragging rights.
if it was just bragging rights, I am not for being able to cheat to get them. Even if there were 0 rewards attached to it, level boosting just straight up should not be a fucking thing. Not to the extent it was in Diablo 3. I mean, yeah, you can have your friend carry you and help you so that you can do higher leveled stuff, but you still have to do it. In Diablo 3, you have to do nothing. You do nothing and you get free levels. And that should not be a thing. That's my argument. That's what I'm against. And that shouldn't have. That's just cheating. That's just. Why even play the game then? Because you're not playing it. You're just skipping straight to the end. It's a modern day Game Genie. It's cheating. It's cheating. And I hate that argument of why cheating should matter if it's not PvP. Because it still does.
It really doesn't.
It does. It really does.
Not really. They're losing enjoyment in the game to fucking cheat.
If playing the game isn't enjoyable for you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If playing the game, if the process of leveling, if you can't enjoy the game until the very, 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 very fucking end, then that game's not for you. Play something else. You don't like that game. Come to terms with the fact that you don't like that game, and you're just trying to skip to play with a friend who talked you into it. I'm sorry. We shouldn't ruin the game for everyone else. Because of that, we shouldn't allow cheating. If the process of playing through the game's entire experience just to get to the one part you like is unenjoyable for you, then you don't enjoy that game. That's not for you. I'm just not for cheating in video games ever.
Okay, like I've done it in Dark Souls,
I'm not saying I haven't. I'm not saying I haven't done it. I can admit it's cheating and it's broken, though. I've done it in Borderlands 3.
Secondary characters, because the game will never just.
I've done it for my
fucking character.
I've done it for my. I've done it for my main character in Diablo 3. I'm not saying I haven't done it. I have done it. I have let failing carry me to max level every fucking season, just to save me time. And I'll admit, I'll admit it's broken and it feels like cheating every time I do it. 'Cause it is. And that's another reason it shouldn't be there, because some people just can't resist the temptation and then they hate themselves afterward. I've missed all that content. I missed all this. I shouldn't be able to do this. And I'll say that the whole time I'm doing it. I shouldn't be able to do this. But playing the game when I know I can makes the game feel pointless. Because why am I playing the game? I can just go do this. It ruins the experience. I hate that I can do it. But knowing I can do it and not doing it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. So it's ruined the experience from two ends for me. It broke the game. And it's part of the reason why I don't do the seasons in Diablo 3 anymore. Because why jump into a season in Diablo 3 at the start and go through the seasonal experience when I can wait until there's a week left in the season and leech off a friend? And then after doing that for a few seasons, I said, well, why am I even playing the game anymore anyway? And it killed the experience for me. Because I came to the conclusion that there's no reason to play the game. Because I'm not playing it now. I'm not playing it per season. I'm logging in for the final week, getting leveled to the point I can claim all the rewards and logging out. I'm getting all these rewards for nothing because I'm not going to play the game anymore. I'm not playing it now. I'm skipping it. I'm skipping the game to get the reward, and the next season I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm not even going to use the rewards I'm getting now. It took the game out of the game. And it's a thing I shouldn't have been able to do.
Almost like Diablo 3 in its entirety wasn't very fun, so...
I enjoyed it. I hated that part of it. That part of it broke seasons. It broke the progression. It broke the game. The whole time I'm doing it, I said this feels like something I shouldn't be able to do. But here I am doing it. Because if I don't do it, I feel like I'm wasting my time, because I know in the back of my mind that option is always there. And if I see a friend getting higher and higher level and I want to catch up, but I don't want to play the game, now I can instantly skip. But then we beat it and we got all the seasonal rewards and now I don't want to play anymore. It ruined the gameplay experience because... You ever heard the phrase, it's about the journey? You remove the journey. The journey is the experience.
Did you beat one season legitimately and one season and regular Diablo 3? You've experienced
I beat
the journey.
Not all of it. Not all of it. They add new stuff every season and I skipped it. I couldn't tell you which season what got added and when the game got better because I skipped all of it. I didn't get that experience. And the only reason I got it the last season I did play was because they added some strange new mechanic that no one knew yet, so there was no one who could skip it for me. They had to do something that drastic for me to get that experience back. But adding new spells, new gear, new, minor changes that would have made the experience, new tweaks, new perks, new this, new that, I didn't get them. I didn't get that experience. I didn't get deep enough into that season to experience them. I logged in, I entered a rift, I went to work, I came home, I was max level, got some gear, and, checked a couple boxes off of a checklist and logged out. So no, I didn't get the experience. And it's all because that was there. So
you skipped during your first playthrough of Diablo 3?
First seasonal playthrough, yeah.
Why?
Because I could. That's entirely my point. Because I could. Exactly. That's exactly my point.
That's it. You're a fucking grown man.
Look, a grown man with limited time. A grown. No, obviously I can't. That's my point. It shouldn't be there. I'm a grown man with limited time. If you give me an option,
Rich and can't handle it. You can't handle the temptation being.
Fine, call me whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be there. My point still stands. I don't care what your fucking opinion of me is. I don't care what you think about the fact that I did it. I shouldn't have been able to. Is the point. Some people are weak and can't resist the temptation. Fine, whatever. Have your opinion on that. I don't give a fuck. I shouldn't be there for that reason. That's the point. That's exactly why gambling is illegal in so many states. That's exactly why there's age limits on things. It's some things you just shouldn't be able to do.
I like how this whole argument is that I just don't give a shit. And you're trying to convince me, but I just don't give a shit.
Because you keep arguing in favor of it. If you didn't give a shit, then why are you then?
It's whatever.
Because you keep disagreeing. It's. I love how you don't give a shit until it affects a game you care about. Until it affects a game you care about.
What? The difficulty meter in Dark Souls.
All right. Nope. Fine. Let's go Call of Duty. Because I know you love logging in and seeing everybody with max level weapons on day one because they could leech off another person and not actually play the game. I know you'd love, well, you know.
New mechanic is DMZ where they could just skip the unlocks.
They don't skip the unlocks.
Yes, they do. You don't have to unlock them the normal way. There's a whole tree.
You still have to get all the attachments.
Get a friend to give you all the shit.
You still have to get all the attachments. That doesn't work like that. He can't give. Nope. It's not. It's skipping most of the. It's skipping the unlocks for the weapons, which I then agree with you that shouldn't exist either. I'm not talking about skipping some. Diablo, you skipped all. Imagine in Call of Duty, you skipped all. You needed an attachment, Buddy gave it to you.
There's different amounts.
You wanted
every single fucking game. Every game, there's different amounts of little cheese.
No. And that my complaint is that level of cheese, the skipping everything level. Because that's what it is in Diablo. So let's put that same thing into a game you care about, like Call of Duty, and you can just skip all of the grind. You can skip all of it. You can have all attachments for all guns.
Fucking now.
But you'd agree it was fucking broken.
I wouldn't give a fuck. Because I play Warzone. And I think you should just have them unlocked from the get-go. Shouldn't have to be like, oh, I have to unlock attachments for a fucking game that, like, I don't give a shit about upgrading my weapons, bro. I think it's the most tedious bullshit. I'm literally in here playing multiplayer that I don't fucking care about just to do it. I'm literally grinding to keep up with you. Like, just so that I'm, like, prepared in case we decide to take the game serious again.
It is a level boost problem. You're not going to convince me that level boosting isn't a problem. It's not a Diablo problem. It's an every game problem. Why have levels in any game ever if you can just skip them all? Why? I don't understand this argument you guys in chat have that you should be able to skip levels. Then why have them? You make them pointless when you can do that. If you could go to work right now and get your paycheck for the week without having to go to work the rest of the week, why go to work? Huh? Why have jobs? Why have a society? Why have these things if you can skip them?
If you fucking
no, because you still have to go. If I'm saying if you can go home and not get fired, you still have to go do the job. Imagine if you could get paid for a job and then just not do the job. Then why have that job exist? That's not the way anything works. And when you find something that does work that way, it's broken. It's broken design.
Video games aren't jobs.
Not for some people, but that's
for necessary, like, income.
I get that, but that's not my point.
Like, they're not literally.
I'm trying to give a real world. I'm trying to just give a real world example of what it feels like. I get that they're different things, and you're not making actual money in Diablo. I get all that. It's the feeling that's what it feels like. It feels like, why even have this job? Because that's what the employer is going to think. Why even have this employee? They don't come here. Why even have levels in the game? You don't do them. You're skipping them. So why have them? Why have them at all? Why not just make everybody max level from the moment they log in? Because it's boring.
If it's boring, then why is it there?
It shouldn't be there. The ability to just be max level shouldn't be there.
If enough people are willing to cheat to skip to max level, then why are we still fucking requiring all these level ups? Like, seriously.
Because that's part of the progression. That's the game. The game is the progression in the journey. And then there's gear progression and other stuff at the end of the game. I'm not talking specifically about Diablo anymore. I'm talking about any game with a leveling system that you can just skip. Then why have the levels? Why have them there? Yeah, I get that, and some people would use it, some people wouldn't, but that doesn't matter. We're not talking about whether you personally would use it. We're talking about the fact that it exists, breaking the game, because for some people it's going to break the game. By design, it breaks the game. The developers designed it so that you progress level by playing through the game. And you found an exploit, something they overlooked and didn't bother to fix, whatever, that lets you just skip it all. If their design was to make you as powerful as possible from the time you logged in, there wouldn't be any levels. That doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be there. It's clearly a mistake. It's clearly something they didn't think about. And I could not tell you why they didn't bother to fix it. It's clear from the way that they treated Diablo 3 after they had to remove the real money auction house that they didn't give a fuck about the game anyway. So maybe they didn't bother to fix it because they didn't bother to fix most shit in that game. Their seasonal content's just copy and paste shit that's on a rotation.
They've had multiple fucking years to fix it.
But
so, like, obviously Diablo 3's leaderboards didn't matter.
No, they were pretty irrelevant and non-existent because of that. They quit caring about those two. It kind of ruined a lot of shit. A lot of the experience for a lot of people because it existed when it shouldn't.
I mean, I thought the whole game was ruined because trading was introduced. For real money.
Yeah, and they fixed that one.
Good deal.
Thankfully.
Father bless.
I mean, it still exists. You could just do it online. It just goes to a third party.
Yeah. But that's actual cheating that you can get banned for in the game. So I'm not gonna excuse one kind of cheating because another kind exists. Still cheating.
I mean, if it was implemented into the game, it wasn't cheating, but yeah.
Well, trading isn't implemented into the game, and you're basically saying that people shouldn't be allowed to communicate outside the game and charge people to sell their items, but they're going to do it. The only way to fix it is to take out trading.
I'm talking about
the only way to fix.
Man. I'm saying the trade hall wouldn't be considered cheating.
If you're making real money off of it, it's considered cheating. If you're using real money to buy weapons in Diablo 3, if they find out you're going to one of those third-party websites and you're buying weapons, even though they're being traded to you legitimately in the game, if they found out that's how that trade took place, you and the seller get banned.
And how are they going to do that?
Oh, they
whistleblowers tend to
yeah, they know those sites exist. They usually legal action. Those sites keep records of every transaction. They get legal action, then records of those transactions take place, which then reveal player names and trades being made. They compare that to trades being made in the game, and people get banned. That's how. Receipts, basically.
Whenever you leave a paper trail, a very clear paper trail that they want.
Yep, anytime money.
Go after that for whatever fucking reason.
Because it's cheating. And you should go after cheating in video games in all forms, always. I am so anti-cheating in video games.
It's really so many good games.
Yeah, it just ruins games. It just ruins games. Some fucking kid with a Cronus ruins fucking Fortnite for everybody around him. You know, cheating always ruins games, whether it's, you know, single player or not. Anytime if it's a single player only game with no leaderboard and it's just for your own personal amusement, knock yourself out. The minute multiplayer is introduced, whether it be co-op, PvE, or PvP, then no. Now you're affecting other people, and I'm never going to agree with that ever.
I can't condone quality of life little things where it just affects you in multiplayer stuff.
Yeah, it anytime your actions affect other people in a game, and then no. It's a hard no for me.
It's like saying cheating money in Borderlands is bad. Everybody does that shit. They all give everybody they meet $1 billion on Wake Up.
Yeah, which
you got $1 billion?
Yeah, which I'm not a fan of that in Borderlands either. I always thought that it killed the difficulty of Borderlands for me when I can respawn infinitely with no punishment because I can just have unlimited money. Like
There's
Borderlands
not a punishment when you run out of money.
Yeah, that's my problem with Borderlands. I feel like there should be a game over point where you're not able to respawn anymore and you have to go back to Sanctuary or wherever. And now if you want to go back and
hardcore mode, that'd be cool, but
better have like a credits
broken.
system. Actually, quests you earn credits towards the respawn.
Yeah, like
hardcore wouldn't matter just because that trading system already exists.
Yeah, so
unless you just limited trading on those characters entirely, which would be the way to do it.
Yeah, which is kind of my point. It kind of breaks that system. Kind of breaks the whole hardcore system when someone can just give you unlimited money, and now you can cheat the hardcore system, so it's not hardcore anymore.
Well, honestly, if you were going to do a hardcore for Borderlands, you'd probably just turn off trade.
Maybe you, but there's plenty of people who would.
Like I'm saying, the devs would just turn off trade if they were going to make that a thing.
Right, because it breaks that part of the game. That's entirely my point. When something breaks a part of the game or ruins the experience for others, then it shouldn't be allowed. And that's entirely my point. And playing Diablo that way, where you can just skip to the end, it ruined my experience no matter how I played it. It ruined it when I did it because I missed all that content, and I felt like all that, I felt like I was cheating when I did it, but I did it so I can just play with Phelan and help him. And then the seasons when I didn't do it, I felt like I was wasting my time doing it because I know it exists. So it ruins the entire mentality I went into the game playing. I can't not know it exists now. Now that I know it's there, I can't not think about it. Even if I don't use it, I'm still thinking about it going, I don't have to do this. This is dumb. And it just ruined the experience. It broke the immersion. The entire gameplay experience has changed for me now because of that. This thing does not want to die.
I need time to prepare that.
It's like a boss from like 1 or 2.
And this is Diablo 4.
It says it's resurrected something, so.
Yeah.
And like the demons of fucking hell are always named after like some bullshit like Malice and crap. It's probably like a fucking resurrected boss.
Yeah, I think it's from Diablo 3.
What?
The demon we're fighting, a resurrected version of a boss from Diablo 3.
I think I remember fighting like some Malice or something.
pop my ultimate at the end.
Yeah, Aspect of Torment. It's still something I can't use because it's a Necromancer thing, aspect.
Alright.
They have Necromancer drops in a game where the Necromancer is
No, the aspects are tied to dungeons. They're a set thing. They're not drops.
Shield earlier.
They're not drops. They're tied to specific dungeons. And in order to unlock that aspect, you play through that dungeon. And then it puts a check mark next to it on the map. And some dungeons, yeah, the different dungeons are built around different classes. So you're going to get drops for that class in that dungeon. You're clearly meant to do these dungeons as that class, but you can do them as any class. So it just unlocks it for your
Necromancer shield earlier, which is weird.
Yeah, if you were doing a Necromancer dungeon, you're going to get Necromancer drops. If you're doing a Barbarian dungeon, yeah, like the dungeons are specific. They give specific aspects at the end of them. It even tells you what dungeon to do to get that aspect, and then that dungeon's going to have drops for that character. It's so you can, when you beat the game with whatever your main class is, you'll already have some gear and aspects ready to, start your next class and go ahead and, start working on that build. Keeps you from having to do the same grind twice.
Yeah.
You're meant to do, one in one playthrough. You're supposed to get stuff for another playthrough, so it becomes like a new game plus, and like that. And you just keep unlocking more and more stuff as you go, and make new characters and play through the game multiple times.
Heroes thirsting for blood. Only I escaped. Please. You must slay him.
But I haven't had any gear drop for another class while I'm not in a class-specific dungeon.
I can't remember if I was doing a...
I'm pretty sure you were. When I'm out and about in the world like this, or just doing regular side quests and stuff, I've never had some other class drop. I've never gotten drops from some other class. Ooh.
I'm saying you struggle to keep up with failing. You must no life this game, because I struggle keeping up with you.
Failing no lifes every game. You understand he's on disability and he sits at home playing video games 12 to 16 hours a day, and that's his life. He literally no lifes every game he plays. Video games are his life. He has no family, he has no kids, he has no job. Video games are all he does. And he has no friends other than the ones he has in video games.
Damn.
You know that stereotype of guys sitting in their basement playing World of Warcraft, and that's failing. Failing's the reason that stereotype exists. I don't know if he actually lives in a basement, but you get what I'm saying. That's what he does. And in his case, I kind of get it. His disability is visual. He's going blind. And I think I'd probably do the same thing. If I knew I only had X number of years left with video games, I'd want to play as many as I could before I lost the ability to play them ever again. Because he's going blind. And, once he's blind, the vision's gone, the party's over. No more video games for you. So, I'd probably want to experience as many as I could before the party was over. I'm not blaming him at all. I'm just saying, yes, he does literally no life games.
He is this typical stereotype gamer. Or no life gamer, at least.
Oh, yeah, this is better Twitch you're on. If you want the regular version of Twitch, I also stream there.
It's Twitch Plus.
Yet I still feel him.
E-play.
I still hear his cries. I will never be free of the truth.
I mean, are you like the only fucking streamer on here who does that?
Who does that? Probably,
who
yeah.
Streams fucking video games?
No, who multi-streams on multiple sites? Yes. Streams. Streams video games? No. That's the entire purpose of that site I'm on. It's the play means play video games. Like a lot of
This is
people
your
play.
First time on ePlay, you chose the Mighty Death Witch. Great choice.
You found the best on your first try. There's no need to go anywhere else, my friend. Welcome aboard. I got another dungeon over here I'm gonna go do while I'm in the area.
I would be streaming, but it's like
How do I set a waypoint? Oh,
OBS,
pin location. Okay. Ah, cool. The pin location even marks a outline on the map of how to get there. It shows me a GPS type line to follow. Neat. That's new.
Surprised it wasn't in 3. I hate games that don't do that. It's like it's fucking easy.
Yeah, I'm glad that they finally did it.
Oh,
Other games, this is the first Diablo game to do it. 3 didn't even let you put pins on the map, so you can put get
I
that
have to go
GPS tracker
to
here.
Black Town now. That's for a side quest.
All right, I'm gonna do this dungeon real quick.
Your mom's a
Oh, no, the dungeon we just did. I have to do that now
Oh.
too for one of my side quests.
Have fun.
You can do separate content. Ain't no way.
Really? You haven't seen many people playing video games? I thought I've seen a few. Maybe it's changed. It's been a while since I've looked at the other streamers. I remember when someone first told me about this site, I went to it and I was like, it's just people playing video games. Yeah.
Oh wow, no.
But I guess not. Maybe it's not
is-
anymore.
Literally no one. Holy shit.
Yeah, they.
It's just e-thoughts.
What if you? Yeah, they're gonna invade any site like this, unfortunately, and ruin the experience for everybody. Just like they've kind of ruined Twitch. They had to give them their own section just so they wouldn't ruin Twitch. Hot tub stream. Hot tub stream, guys. Oh, I stream on Twitch, but I don't play video games. Just like they had to give the people who constantly talk about politics and ruin the experience for everybody a place that they can go. So you'll know, oh, this is some dumbass politics streamer. Stay the fuck away from him. Because Twitch has a politics section now.
Well, you are the top of the gaming section next to Daddy Chat.
Am I the only one playing the game?
This game, yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure this game, but...
Everybody
When you...
else-
Okay, filter...
No.
Click the video game button to filter by...
I pressed gaming.
Yeah, filter...
There's
Well,
two
they
people
do...
playing video games.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because they consider gaming something different from video gaming, by the way. So I was going to filter specifically. There's a video game tag that's separate from gaming. I was going to see if you filter by the video game tag, how many people you actually get. But if you're only seeing 2 total, then that's probably all it is. Wow. That's a lot different than when I first joined. When I first joined, it was like...
online. Like
I said, I would be streaming if it wasn't for
there's
the fact
4
that
people
I
in the
forget to do
games
that.
section who are even online. Like I
Yeah.
found ICs on the next page. Like
It's because everybody else is just doing the e-thought stuff. They kind of took over.
kind of wish they would just stop people from doing that, but I understand it. Probably nobody fucking watches it. Well, not enough. Not enough to find
I mean,
the
there's already a billion sites that do that. The gaming thing is what makes you different. Why you wouldn't focus on that is beyond me. Because this is the same mistake the last site I was on did, where it stopped focusing on the game and stuff and just became another e-thought site. Only you're an e-thought site that's not as popular as the ones that already exist, so people try you out for a minute and then they quit. Because you're an e-thought site that doesn't offer all the options of other e-thought sites, so people use you for a while to realize that, oh, there's better sites, and then they leave.
What is there a better site than where you're at? I mean,
For e-thoughts, yes. For video games, no.
I mean, then you'll thrive. Perfect.
Well, I won't thrive if the site goes under. That's what happened to the last one. The site shut
that was
down.
last right there, Wolf.
Yeah, I don't thrive if the site shuts down.
Fair point.
So, like, they need to focus on that so more people like me will come and thrive and keep the site alive. Which is what the other site was doing at first, and it was working. But they saw, you know, quick, easy money from all the e-thoughts showing up, and they saw, oh, well, look at how much money Chatterbait's making. Look at how much money Pornhub's making. Look how much money Strip Chat's making. Let's do that. Only those sites already exist, and people already use them. So why are they not there? They came to you because you're different. And when you stop being different, they leave. And when they leave, they take their money with them. And when you stop making money, you shut down. So chasing that quick... Yep, so chasing that quick dollar leads to your slow death. And I'm hoping this site doesn't follow in their footsteps, although it kind of looks like it might be. I mean, this is just simple.
I mean, if they're not forcing the fucking either side, like either's hand, I mean,
it's not that they're not. It's not. I mean, you don't force them, but you don't accept both until you're set up to do so. Otherwise, one side floods the site with content and drowns out the other side to the point that people come in here for video games may not even know the video game side exists because they'll never see it. You had to go specifically looking for it to find it. What if you were a new person to the site just seeing what it's about?
I mean, we found it already. He already exists. He's in your chat. He or she, I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, but how did you find it, Cutie Pie? Did you go specifically looking for video game stuff? Or did you just get lucky and happen to come at a time when I don't have much competition? Because that's another thing. It's timing then too. I think like there's only like 2 guy streamers online right now, so I just got lucky. If you come when there's other guy streamers, it's gonna be a ton of e-thoughts drowning me out. So it's hard to see that gaming content. You may not know it exists. Point is, it needs to be separated, like Twitch does, or it separates those hot tub streams so they don't drown out the gaming content, or it separates those politics streams so it doesn't, and the IRL streams, so it doesn't drown out the gaming content. You Googled it? Yeah, so you got lucky. You came here at a time when I just happened to be at the top. Yeah, so it was just luck. If you'd came earlier, I mean, it's almost 4 a.m. right now. If you'd came fucking midnight, you probably wouldn't have seen me. And you'd have seen just a bunch of regular cam streams. And this site that you Googled would have looked like every other cam site you've seen, in which case you would have gone to one that had more options and more people on it. You'd go to the platform with more people because you have more to choose from. If a cam site was all you wanted, there's better options. So you would have left the site, you never would have found me, and they'd have lost a customer. And therein lies my point. I don't understand why this is so hard for other businesses to understand. Yep, I'm the first one you've seen your entire life, and you got lucky you found me, because this site definitely did not put me front and center and try to promote me. It didn't have a separate, it didn't have a separate section for me, none of that.
I'll do you a favor, Death. I'll see how long it takes me to find you.
And that's kind of my point. Well, right now, you're going to find me as easy as Cutie Pie did, because...
You're on the second page. Top of the second page. But you're kind of popular on here, I guess.
Yeah, for that reason, because I'm the one who's been here since... Most of the other gaming streamers I know that came from the site that shut down and came here with me, they've all just become cam streamers. They gave up on the gaming portion. Like, they slowly dwindled out. I'm the only one still doing it, as far as I know. Of the guys, anyway. Some of those guys still stream. I'll show you something later. I'll send it to you. But it shows what happened to all of them and where they went.
Based. They all fucking quit.
He's not wrong. Okay? He's not wrong. That is entirely the concept. Only I have a third camera that I only turn on for special occasions. I can't really turn it on now because this apartment's too small, so I can't take full use of it. But I actually have a third camera I set up for VR shit and for getting up and walking away from my computer and having a bunch of room. But I don't have that room here right now. So I have multiple cameras. But I have more than just...
describing the appeal of the Death Witch, sir.
I mean, I had... Yeah, that is coming back. It will be back soon. my lease is up in a few months and I'm buying a house, and I'm going to get a house and have a specific streaming room in it. I mean, I'm going to have the works. We're going to have this. There'll be more room behind my desk because my wall is right there. I can just reach back and touch it. That's too close to the back of my chair. I'm going to be able to get up, walk behind my chair, have more room for my wife to sit next to me. I'm going to have another camera set up for the VR stuff and a lounge area with a futon and stuff so we can have some more casual chatting experience and do some VR gaming. We can, I can... And it'll all be green screened, a green screen wall, green screen floor, so I can set it up, make it look like I'm in a gym, look like I can do skits, I can do all this other shit I want to do that I can't do when I'm tethered to this fucking chair.
I'm surprised you're not just gonna go with like
the standard chair stream will still exist.
Green screen.
I mean, I probably will. Those are expensive, though.
I mean, yeah, they're expensive, but like, why paint a whole room green at that?
Oh, I'm not painting the whole room green. So the 2 green screens I've got one in my closet, and the one behind me. I didn't paint the wall. It's a wall-sized cloth, like a covering for the wall. I just nail this to the wall and pull it tight, and I've got another one I can put on the floor. It's like fucking 10 feet by 10 feet. It's just this huge blanket-sized green screen.
Well, I mean, no, it makes sense.
And it was like $20 on Amazon compared to like the $300 for a pull-down green screen.
If you're gonna go for the ultimate one, I mean, shit, you might as well get the pull-down.
Oh yeah, this is a special chair. It's embroidered with my name.
Ain't no way.
It's old and needs to be replaced, but it's sturdy. I just hate that the little fabric's starting to peel off. The chair itself is good quality material, and it's solid, and it feels good. It's comfortable. But the
Digging shoulders in too deep, Death Witch.
The fake leather and stuff just didn't hold up, unfortunately. Which is disappointing, because this chair was like $500.
How long ago did you get it?
I mean, I'm not saying I haven't got my money's worth out of it. I mean, as far as being a usable chair, it's probably got years left in it. If we're talking about how long before the fucking fake leather started to peel off of it and started to look kind of shitty.
I meant how long did you have the chair in total?
In total? 4 years ago? Yeah, it's been a while.
I swear to God, you've had the chair longer than I've been around.
Maybe. It's been there a while. It's the last time, I'll admit this. I'm not proud of it. I'll admit this. It's the last time I take advice from a streamer. I was watching Dr. Disrespect, and this is, a long time ago, because he was still streaming on Twitch. I was watching Dr. Disrespect, and he was promoting the shit out of this chair, and I used his promo code to get 20% off. At 20% off $500 is a lot of money. And yeah, I used his promo code to buy the same chair that Dr. Disrespect uses, which is this big, expensive chair. And the chair was as advertised. It is sturdy, and it feels like a quality chair. The part he didn't mention was how this stuff is going to start to peel off.
I mean,
the cover is going
to
start to peel off.
downside to him, man. You mean?
No, he's definitely just replacing his chair very often, but he's got that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money, and I'm super pissed that this has started to peel off the way it has. Because I've had the chair maybe 6 years.
He's got a sponsorship, motherfucker. He ain't replacing it. He's just getting it.
But they're replacing it.
Getting a free chair.
Yeah, but if you want to look at them, if you want to see the chair I got and how expensive it would be to get, I got the big one, the package where they embroider it, custom embroider your name on it and all that shit. Like if you get that package, it's around $500. It's called needforseat.com. So like Need for Speed, but replace the word speed with seat, like a seat that you sit in. But you go there and check that out. They're overpriced, and I'm probably, when I finally replace this one, get something from Amazon. Because I bought my wife a chair from Amazon that has lasted just as long, and it was $100 compared to $500. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have her name on it. It's not embroidered. It's not as pretty, but it's cloth material it's made of is definitely lasted longer than this fake leather shit.
Oh my fucking God. You paid as much for a fucking racing simulator.
Yep. I said I wasn't proud of it.
No, like, here, I'm gonna send this here. Like, on Amazon, $534 for a fucking steel-framed racing sim stand, dude.
No,
shit.
I get it. See, even the smartest of us can get bamboozled, sir. I fell for marketing. I'll admit it. I fell for some marketing bullshit, and I got. I definitely paid way too much for a chair that I could have gotten cheaper elsewhere. So.
Oh my god, this is an expensive. Imagine paying this much for a chair. Look at this real quick. Ooh, this is nasty. This
How
is
much
a
is
nasty price chair.
I mean, I've seen some more expensive ones than the one I got. I've seen some crazy shit. Hold on, I want to finish this dungeon first.
Yeah, just give it a second. Ooh.
Just running through killing shit.
Yeah, it's fine.
Send it to Icy. I want to know your opinion too.
Just let me know when you're about to fight the boss if I stop to look at this, because I don't want you to try to solo it. Not that you couldn't do it, but it would just take twice as long and be harder. Why make the game harder than you need to? Co-op exists for a reason.
We have to go through the door.
Yeah, don't say the price out loud, by the way. I want him to look at that motherfucker first.
Alright, let me go look at it.
Shit, you dumb. Anybody pays this much money for a chair, you are an actual...
Dude, I had to convince myself by reading reviews and everything to buy...
Look at this. And tell me that that's worth it.
I had to convince myself to buy the $500 chair by reading reviews and talk myself.
I could see $500.
What I'm saying is I couldn't see $500 at the time. I thought that was overpriced, and I had to talk myself into that by going, "Oh no, this is quality. This will be the last chair I ever have to buy, etc." Like I had to talk myself into it. All right, but let me have a look here.
Dear God.
What the McFuck is this bullshit?
Yeah, you pay this much for it? I'm sorry.
Whoa, hold on. What's in it? What's in it first?
It's mostly aesthetic. The thing, right, like the screen goes up and down, and that's
well, it comes with an LCD screen. I mean, that's still way too much for the screens, but what kind of screen is it?
Does it?
Yeah, it comes with the screens.
Okay, at least it comes with the...
So if those are two 4K screens, plus the chair...
1, 2, 3, it's got 5 screens.
How many screens?
Look, Lyra...
Alright, no, I see 3. Okay, there's 3.
You can add more screens.
Oh, okay.
It has more.
So if it comes with 3 4K screens, then the price isn't so ridiculous. It's still overpriced, but it's not as ridiculous. Yeah, I see where it's got 5 in that other picture. Those are ones he added. They're clearly different. But yeah, if it comes with 3 4K screens, those are probably $2,000 a pop. So you're paying a couple extra grand for the chair then. I mean, it's still overpriced. That's too much for a chair, even though it is steel. A few extra grand just to get the chair. But it explains the price a little bit if it's coming with 3 4K screens.
Does it? Do we know?
From the reviews and stuff I'm reading, yeah, it does. It comes with 3 4K screens.
And you have to assemble the bitch.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to assemble it yourself. I had to assemble this one. Oh, this guy gave it a bad review because your bathroom capabilities are limited. He's mad it doesn't have a toilet.
Unfortunately, the built-in plumbing system of this chair is not what it's expected.
You mean I can't poop in this?
I mean, you pay $1,000, you best be able to poop in this bitch.
I mean, for those of you wondering, the chair costs $10,000. I kind of see his point. For $10,000, this chair, fuck pooping in it. This chair better give me a hand job for $10,000.
Okay, no way.
Like this thing better suck my dick for $10,000. Now I want to see the other one you sent.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, I'd pay for that. I'd pay for that. The racing setup. Oh well.
No, that's.
It doesn't.
That was the price of your chair.
Okay, that was the price of my chair. I would pay for this one.
Included.
I would pay for this one. I would pay for this one, the racing chair, if it came with a racing wheel, if it came with stuff to put on it. Because racing wheels are like
Where did you
$200.
see that, I see? Hold on, what?
Customer questions and answers. The very top one are the monitors included. Dear customer, hello. The gaming chair you asked about does not include a monitor.
That's by the seller! It's by the seller!
I stand corrected then. Apparently,
it is not
those reviews I read made it sound like the monitors came with it, and those people were super satisfied. But I guess not. So never mind. No, I could see myself buying that steel gaming chair if I had the room for it. Especially since the only thing I'd have to buy is a steering wheel. That chair, I feel like that chair is overpriced if you're going to put the monitors on it for racing. That racing chair. Not the overpriced $10,000 one, but the $500 one that you linked. I feel like that one's worth it if you're going to play racing games in VR.
Oh, here's a reason.
Like, that's a VR gaming chair. If you're using monitors, no.
It's still insane, but, you know, like... This one says it comes with the monitors. I think it said that. It said it down here.
3 monitors, capability of 5.
And extend to 5. It says supports, doesn't say includes. You gotta pay attention to the wording here.
It's still only $3,000 in comparison to 10. Like, bruh. 4,000.
Jesus.
Like, that is more than a half price cut. And this chair looks just as good, in my opinion. Like,
it doesn't have that cool scorpion leg design, though.
Why would you want that? That thing looked like it was hard to get into.
That's one of those. Well, I mean, bathroom capabilities are limited, but I mean, this is one of those things that it's a flex item. Oh, this is a. This is a peach.
One.
It's a peach menthol thing I made myself.
If you want any questions, you have to message them on WhatsApp.
Ew.
Yeah, it's a Chinese company then.
Yeah. From work, you can message or WhatsApp.
Yeah. No, thank you. I don't want to download China's Spy on You chat program.
Look at this classic beast. Like, man,
that $10,000 one. That's that one that you get because you want to flex online and you're. That's a I'm a rich streamer. Look at me.
Oh yeah, I've seen that chair before.
I can't open this door. I see you missed something.
This was the garage sale power of my dreams. Nobody actually used these things unless they bought them from a garage sale. Fucking X-Rock. It ain't no way. Does it work with Xbox 3?
I'm not ready yet.
The fuck out of here.
Who the fuck asked that?
People ask the dumbest questions on Amazon, dude.
Does this chair work with Xbox 3?
Like if it's like a question of like, does it work with the Xbox 3rd gen?
I mean, it's obviously what they mean. Like, I understand, but it's just nobody answered that much seriously. It was just Xbox 3. What the fuck?
Does this work with PlayStation 360?
PlayStation 360. Oh shit, this thing's breaking already. I think, like, these things are always shitty quality, I swear to God.
I can't say much. The chair I have is one that is like the one Sassy got, and it's lasting me a long ass time.
Yeah, like hers has been fine. And because it's made of cloth instead of that fake leather stuff, it's actually still it still looks better than mine.
Well, this one is that fake leather one, but
yeah, I'm never getting a fake leather one again. Like, I want cloth. Cloth just lasts longer.
Yeah.
I spent $500 on fake leather, and if the $500 premium fake leather doesn't last that long, I don't want to know how quickly a cheap one's gonna just know. I'm done. I'm done with it.
Deteriorated about 2 years.
Yeah, like, I'm done with those.
I'm not ready yet.
Are you gonna get a new chair anytime soon, Jay?
I mean, I'll get a new one eventually, and when I do, it's gonna be cloth, and it's gonna be quality. Like that's the one thing I'll give to the $500 one. It is of noticeably better quality than the one that I bought for my wife. But
Make sure you cut out the logo from the chair with like an X-Acto knife or something. Frame that bitch. Paid $500. You best keep a souvenir.
Oh yeah. The problem with cloth is that it can absorb sweat, which may not work for your streaming situation. I mean, yeah, I do sit in the chair for a long time. I don't know, like I'll have to find... Yeah, I'll have to find something. There's got to be a better way than that fake leather, though. That fake leather one makes you sweat more, so it's definitely not ideal. Although my streaming situation was different. I didn't do these kinds of streams when I first got the chair. So, you know, things have changed.
Let's go, bitches. Explosives.
Your mom's an explosive. Explosive bitch. In a way.
You motherfucker.
Yeah, the problem is I'm fucking fat as fuck, so any chair I buy has fucking premium attached to it. I just go
I can make you not fat as fuck if you want.
I'm good.
I have a guaranteed way to do it.
It's by choice.
Okay.
I mean, it's called exercise and not eating like a fucking pig. It's not crazy.
Oh, I can do it without exercise. There is a way. The military does it. It works.
It's the can of tuna.
You will hate it, and you will hate every bit of it.
It'll work.
But I promise it'll work. The problem with that method, as my friend in the military learned, is that you have to change your whole diet after it if you want to maintain that weight. You can't just go back to what you were doing. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, no, sounds like too much effort for me.
I mean, yeah, it's... Unfortunately, there's no cheat code for real life. There's no way to get not fat without putting in the work.
Unless you're Donald Trump.
There's no way to get not fat without putting in the work. Even if you got the surgery, you still have to change your diet after that surgery, or you could die, because that surgery, you know, can be undone by a poor diet. So,
yeah,
you know.
but, you know, there's also, like, the threat of death, and so, you know, that's definitely a factor.
That's a factor now.
Bring it on, bitch.
That's a factor now. It's not immediate threat of death, but you will definitely have... Being overweight will give you health problems later in life. It will kill you young.
Yes, sir.
That's just a fact.
I'm going for 30.
Well, you might make 30. I don't know why you'd stop at 30, but hey, knock yourself out.
Why go any further? Everybody just bitches and complains.
I haven't. I definitely wouldn't have wanted to stop at 30. And I'm glad I took care of myself to feel as good as I do at this age. Which I haven't revealed on stream, but it's well above 30. There's your hint.
42.
So... And I want to make it to 100. Well, if my family history is telling me anything, it's that I will make it to 100.
Ooh, legendary boots.
Yeah.
Oh, 8BitDell released a new controller.
What's up with these boots? Yeah, see, this is the boot that's got teleport on it. I don't want to lose teleport.
Exploiters, bone weave thread. You have 20%
Oh, I understand. I understand I don't look my age, and that's intentional. This didn't just happen. Son, I work out daily, and I watch what I eat. I take care of myself because I want to live long enough to see my kids grow up and have grandkids and all that stuff.
I don't know if you can use that, but there, if you want it.
All right, no, I'm looking through the stuff I already got. This has got 1 rank of teleport, so that's slightly better than what I got. Re-equip necessary skills. No, I'm not using the other ones that unequipped. this other legendary I got? It's only +4 to all stats. But it's better armor rating, so I guess I'll take it. What's this amulet do? 33 movement speed for 3 seconds after teleporting. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. We'll take that. It's a legendary. I'll take that. What's up with this one? Healing, receive, basic attack speed. I lose the intelligence rating, though. But I guess it didn't make that much of a difference, so it's fine. What did you drop?
That cruel, rough-hewn wand. I don't know if you can use it or not.
No, I don't use blues at this point, but thank you anyway.
Hey, was Lost Ark free?
Go clean out my last.
Yes.
Lost Ark? I think so. It's a mobile game on PC. I don't know why you'd want to play it, but yeah, I think it was free.
Yeah, did you know that 1.5 million people pre-ordered that motherfucker?
Pre-ordered a free game?
Yeah, pre-ordered a free game that's been out for years.
Doesn't shock me. I think to pre-order, you got the battle pass. So you were paying $10 to pre-order it, but it came with the battle pass and some cosmetics. Yeah.
Yep. That's why pre-ordering will never fucking die, even though I want it to.
Oh, you and me both, sir.
I'll take it.
Be right back.
All right. Oh, that's right. I needed to put the other enchantment on this one. See if I have enough yet. Gonna sound stupid, but the main reason for wanting to lose weight was to get rid of your fupa. That's not stupid. You should want to lose weight. I mean, the number one reason to want to lose weight should always be your health.
No witchcraft here. Only
Like, I hate that so much of our society has tied weight loss to looking pretty, because that's the least reason you should want to lose weight. Like, that should come after you've already lost the weight. It should be, I want to lose weight because being fat is unhealthy, and then it should be, now that I've lost the weight, I want to get toned so I look better. Like, that should be the progression. Because, you know, staying toned, that's for looks. Getting your weight down, that's for your health. I'm not sure that it'll give you that, but it'll make it look like you have it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna actually change, but the perspective will change. And that makes a difference. Your ability to use it may change too, so that might help. I don't have any aspects. Oh, I shouldn't have sold that other one. Still need more. Okay. I can't use it yet. I need to get more legendaries to play around with that system. Alright, well, let's go do this one. Okay, I'm going to have to run over there.
What are we doing?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, can I? Pin location. There we go. And that'll give me a line to follow. Sweet. Because I start my day off, I wake up, if you want to know how my day goes, how this happens. It doesn't just happen. Like, you gotta, like, yeah, I've always been naturally kind of skinny, but to stay in tone and getting all that, you know, keeping that muscle mass and that, especially the age that I am. I start my day off, glass of V8. Got the V8 here. Got the glass of V8, glass or two of that. Protein shake. And before I go to work, 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups. You don't even need to go to a gym. Like, you can do this stuff from home. You know, my days are pretty. I don't go to a gym. I don't have time. My days are pretty packed. But you squeeze the workout. You squeeze in the workout when you can. You know, if you got an extra 10 minutes during the day, you've got to work out. 10 sit-ups, 10 push-ups. That's how I start my day. Then I take my shower and I get ready to go to work. Before I go to bed at night, same deal. 10 sit-ups, 10 push-ups. And then throughout the day, I'll find little times to do more stuff. You know, if I take my kids to a park with a jungle gym, I'm doing some pull-ups. You know, I'm squeezing in a quick workout there. Just find the time. I drink a couple protein shakes a day, and then the rest of my diet's pretty healthy for the most part. I mean, I do my fast food days. I do my pizza. I do my unhealthy food. As long as you're balancing it out with something else. It's not like you can't eat what you want. You just got to balance it out. And it also helps that while I'm at work, I walk about 3 or 4 miles a day at work. I'm on my feet walking all day at work, so that helps too. That's another really good way to stay in shape that'll force you to stay in shape. If you're someone looking to try to get in shape, whether you're looking to lose weight or just stay in shape, get a job that requires you to physically move. Don't get a desk job. Get a job that requires you to be on your feet, that requires you to move. And that'll keep you healthy. Even if you're doing it as a part-time job, if you lack the motivation to go to a gym, then go do a job that's going to pay you to work out. Go become a stocker at a grocery store or a Walmart or something. Just do a job that requires not an insane amount of manual labor, but a little bit. Something that'll help keep you in shape, and you'll feel, you know, you don't want to lose your job, so you're going to do it. And you're literally getting paid to do it. That's my advice.
Ain't no way.
It's just simple shit. You know, anyone saying they don't have time to work out or they can't get in shape, blah, blah, blah. It's not even about your diet. I understand not wanting to change your diet. Food's delicious. I gotta have my pizza. I gotta have my KFC. I want my Double Downs. Like, if I had to eat shitty food all the time just to keep a six-pack, I just wouldn't have a six-pack, buddy. But you got to counterbalance that diet with some workouts. And that's not hard to do. There's excuses about not having time. There's excuses about not having money. Oh, I don't want to physically go to a gym. I don't have time to go. Those are all excuses. You can work out at home for free with no equipment. You just got to want to do it. You just got to make it part of your daily routine. Which is what I do. I roll out of bed, you know, brush my teeth. I hit the floor in my office right here. Same office I stream in. I hit the floor, a couple push-ups, a couple sit-ups. Jump in the shower, wash the sweat off, go to work. It requires me to wake up an extra 10 minutes early. Ooh. You know, it's not that big a deal. You just got to have the drive to do it. That's all it is. Just got to want it, man. Well, thank you for the tips, huh? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I've enjoyed having you here. I love having viewers that actually take the time to communicate. Don't just lurk. Not that I don't like my lurkers. You guys help towards that viewership number, but you know, I enjoy chatting. I enjoy meeting people. I enjoy making friends, man. That's why I'm here, and I wasn't paying attention and died. Yeah, but that's why I'm here, man. I'm here to have fun, hang out. Yeah, I did most of the heavy lifting for you. You should be able to finish them off. Still eat the same thing I'm eating, I just eat less? Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, just lower the quantity. That's another easy way to do it. Most people think they have to go on a full diet. You can probably lose some weight eating the same stuff you're already eating by just lowering the quantity of what you're eating. Instead of getting that double cheeseburger, maybe get a single, you know? Don't pick the large size meal, you know? Just that. Been watching me since Marvel Heroes. That was 2016, I think. Didn't that close down in 2016 or was it 2017? Yeah, if not earlier. I look like I haven't aged at all. Yeah, I do know something about staying in shape. I put in the effort. I wanna live to be as old as possible. I want to see my kids have kids and those kids have kids. You know. My family kind of sucks, so I'm trying to build a better one, and I'd like to stay alive long enough to see the fruits of that labor.
I'm not ready yet.
Bitch, you better get ready. We fighting demons right now. There we go. Give me all that money. Yeah, I miss Marvel, man. I mean, Diablo 4 is fun. Path of Exile was fun. There's been other games like it, but I do miss Marvel. It had some really good systems in it, a good free-to-play model. It wasn't as complicated as Path of Exile, and it was all Marvel-themed characters, man. It was fun. That was a good game. I hate it got closed down. Sunsetted, as they say. I am so far very pleased with Diablo 4, minus a few minor gripes. Pretty pleased overall. Boss fight time. Undercroft of Rebirth. Sounds like the remake to a Tomb Raider game. What else we got? Sorry, I was tabbing out of the other game for a second. Burn, bitches!
Just ground slam and just instant killing those things.
Ow. Fucking wipe everything with my ultimate for no reason. 'Cause I can.
Get your ass down, bitch.
Almost had me. Teleported away right at the last second. Legendary. Ow! Shit! Picking that up spawned a thing. Shit.
Ooh, a ring.
I found a thing down here. Bloodstone.
Yeah, it's part of the thing we had to do. If we return it to the pedestal.
Damn it, y'all fuck off! I'm trying to put this thing on the thing. Alright, let's go. You've only been playing recently Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, and Valheim. I got burnt out of Destiny 2. I just don't have the time for Final Fantasy anymore. But yeah, you do need to broaden your horizon. Question you have about my community here. They haven't. Most of them don't know about that I stream where on the site you're at. They're watching me on Twitch. Only one of them does, and he helps monitor my chat, but that's it. The others don't.
Oh, because I stream on the site too.
They just know I stream on multiple places. And no, I don't find it weird at all. It doesn't bother me at all. Damn it, I can't break out of it. Yeah, that life leech thing took off a lot of damage. Jesus.
I mean, most of the time, his friends aren't looking because they want.
I don't think of it like that. Like, I think of it like being no different than like the locker room at high school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw all my friends. Yeah, he's life leeching it. I saw all my friends junk back in high school. Yeah, we have got to dodge that. He got back a lot of health. We got to get rid of these things like soon as they pop up. Because I saw all my friends junk back in high school in the locker room, and it's only weird if you make it weird.
Oh, this is like, oh god.
Yeah, just be ready to dodge when you see him try to grab you, like so.
Ain't no way.
Yep, and you just dodge, teleport out, whatever. Whatever you gotta do, keep him from getting that health back.
Yay, barbarian aspect.
Yep, this is a barbarian dungeon.
Woo.
Alright. I'm gonna leave the dungeon.
Your mom's a barbarian.
Yeah, no.
You never had that experience in high school? Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I think that experience should still exist in high school. I don't get the fear of it. Oh, it's telling me to go back in here. Did we not?
I had some dude chase me around with this junk because he thought it was funny.
I mean, I don't get I don't get like why people don't want that anymore. Because like everybody I know went through it in high school and it was no big deal. And I think it does a good job of making people less homophobic if they have to go through that in high school. Because you don't feel weirded out when you see a guy's junk. It just goes to locker room. It teaches you how to be around, to be in that atmosphere and not be weird and not make it weird. It teaches you to just be okay with not only yourself being nude, but just being around nude people in general.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to be sexually attracted to it, but you shouldn't be weirded out just because you saw it, you know? Like, it's fine to see it. It's fine to look at it, you know, whatever.
You'd think that'd be the case, but there was
And that's how it happened for me. I spent the first, like, we didn't have a locker room in our high school, so for that class, we would all get on a bus and we'd go to the YMCA, and that's where, you know, that's where the locker room was, and that's where we did, you know, that's where we did our stuff. That's where the swim team had to go because we didn't have a pool at our school. You know, that's where the tennis court was. Tennis team had to go there.
Off the Y, ain't no way.
Jesus. I hate the things that freeze me in place, so I can't, like, the freeze thing lasts too long. I'm not able to heal. I'm just stuck there while they just drain all my health instantly.
Let's see if I can teleport to you.
Yeah, I hate the freeze ones, man. The freezing thing lasts too long. But that's where we'd have to go. And I spent, for the first while in there, I'd get in the shower in the corner, and I'd have my back to everybody, and I'd just face the corner. And it didn't help that I was the only white dude in my PE class at the time. So I'm in a shower with like 8 black guys. And I'm this one white dude over in the corner. And I'm like, because we've all heard about the black dudes and the big things. And I'm the one little white dude. I'm like, they're going to make fun of me. They're going to make fun of me. And finally one day I was just like, I'll just turn around. I'll just turn around and see what happens. Just fuck it. Let's just, maybe it's a myth. Like, I had to know, is this a myth or is it true? So I just turned around and I stared at the ground. I tried not to let anybody, you know, see me looking. And then I took a few peeks. And turns out it's a myth. They weren't any bigger than old Death Witch. And then I felt good, so then I just started like being all casual about it. And they didn't talk any shit because they were like, oh look, the white. They were in the same boat I was in where they didn't know either. So they were expecting the white guy to turn around and have this little bitty thing, and I turned around and it was, you know, we're all about the same size. We're all on the same page. They're like, oh, that's it? I was like, yep, that's it. And then we all have a big laugh, and then no one ever brought it up again. Everyone was just like, I thought you'd be bigger. I was like, I thought you'd be smaller. I was like, oh, okay. And everybody laughs, and then that's it. Yeah, so it helps. That's how that went. And yeah, it helped. After that, everybody was cool. It was never brought up again, and we got in the, you know, we would just do our shower like normal, and it wasn't a big deal. But that's kind of the point. It doesn't have to be a big deal.
It's just the thing that alright, that happens.
Ow.
Artillery!
Yeah, I like all the new shrines. These are awesome.
Oh, my Corso, they have a fucking shotgun.
Burn this mother down. He life leached you. We almost had him.
Should be everything for you.
There was a boss in here I was supposed to kill specifically, and it wasn't the one at the end, so there's got to be another one somewhere. Still hadn't got him yet.
Are you tracking it?
Yeah. It just doesn't... It tells me it's in this dungeon. It doesn't tell me where in the dungeon.
Because we've mapped... Oh, we haven't mapped out the whole thing yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't mapped the whole thing out yet. Or I had it by now.
I forgot that we didn't fully explore the Undercroft.
Well, I kind of thought the boss at the end was the one I was supposed to kill, but then I left the dungeon and my quest was still active. So that wasn't it.
Oh wow, I can actually do charge supers. crazy. I couldn't do that before. To hold a weird hand position to do it, but I can fucking do it.
That's what she said.
Ain't no way.
I need time to prepare that.
Get wiped, bitches!
Blast wave! Come here, motherfuckers! Come here. Boom! Die! Die!
I'll go the other way.
God, I wish they made a version of Street Fighter 2 with modern grabs. It'd be so good.
Another back that way.
Forward punch being grab is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, that's old school rules, baby.
It's the most retarded shit I think that kept in the fucking versions of this game. I mean, the alpha games didn't really make it any better. It was
Well,
still weird and
I mean, it's because people who, you know, there's still people who are
totally mapped out now. But
consider themselves pros at at Street Fighter 2, and if you give them an upgraded HD version of Diablo 2 and change the controls, I mean, you're breaking decades of muscle memory now.
I mean, you can keep both. It's called different control schemes. You're not adding anything to forward punch.
They'd complain. I promise you, they'd complain.
Everybody complains about everything. And like I said, if you can just flip a switch and
Alright,
play
there's
on a
something
different
down
control
here.
screen, there's nothing to complain about. You can play like it was.
I promise they'd find a way.
There'd probably be some sort of advantage to it.
They'd scream skill gap or some shit.
I mean, just the ability to press forward and fucking actually do your punch.
Yep.
Instead of fucking up and doing that would be
Skill
like
gap,
the
skill
best
gap.
thing. And yet it would change nothing.
I'm on your side. I agree, more options is always better. Just saying that there's hardcore Street Fighter 2 people are insane and they'd still complain.
I mean, I think one of the most ridiculous things that they actually added was the fucking... Like, I don't understand why it's in fucking 4. I don't understand why it's in fucking Street Fighter 2. Like,
we weren't done, Death.
It said seller complete, so I'm leaving.
Fire Revenant's here.
I don't know why that's there. It said seller complete. There's no rewards left to get out of this. But alright. Get wrecked, son.
Ooh, legendary pantsy drop.
I got a staff. Oh shit, my bag's full. We got any blues I can drop? Let's drop all my blues. Nope, I want that. Okay. I'm not carrying any more blues. I'll wait till my inventory's full of golds and better. Yeah, that whole thing about them is a myth. It's a myth that they ran with because it helps them get laid. It's how black dudes get to bang white chicks, so they just kind of ran with it. Can't say I blame them. Ooh, we got an area boss over here.
The wind's grown
Oh
too
shit.
cutting, even for these parts.
Oh god, fucking freeze. Level 27 shit. The harder area. Supposed to be a boss over here somewhere.
Probably in the middle.
What unholy energies
Think I found it.
into this creature? I must end the ritual.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, we gotta break the barrier first.
Gotta find the Stormcrawlers. Follow the trails.
Yep. How's it going? Oh yeah, they're bosses.
God,
it's a boss that's being protected by bosses.
This man is the exact same size as Balrog. What the fuck?
Which version are you playing?
It's hyper. It has like all the versions.
Ah. I remember that one. Fuck out of there.
It's the one that's in the fucking fighting collection.
God damn, this elite's taking a long time to kill.
My burden is too.
Yeah, they changed all the portraits, but the in-game models are all the fucking same. Or at least Zangief's is.
Does it have the HD one with the new hand-drawn art?
Nope.
Oh, so it's not every version of the game. That one's
the
Ultra Street Fighter 4. That was on Switch, and that's where they redid all the sprites in the game with hand-drawn art. It looks great, and they added Kuma for some reason.
I mean, they added Akuma, they just redrew him because he's one of the bosses, and they said, hey, he was already a secret playable character, let's just put him in the game.
Oh, I gotta make a run back to town real quick. Oh, first of all, let's make sure I don't have any new better armor I can get.
Alright, well, Stormcrawlers is dead.
Yeah, hold on, I'm getting rid of some gear back here.
Oh, one of them is. There's still like 2 more.
We have 1 additional Hyra active, but Hyra's duration is reduced by 11%. Oh, I don't care about that. Ah, I do want this one. I'm gonna see if I can take that aspect off of this. But first, let's
You can take what's left.
get my new transmogs.
Good. What else you got? Father, keep you.
See if I can pull the legendary power off this weapon and put it on something else. Yeah, if you get a chance to try that Switch version of 2, it's really good. I'd say that's the definitive version of Street Fighter 2.
Only honest magic.
3 is just so fucking good, dude. Like, ugh. Like, there's systems that I think should be brought back from 3 that I'm like, honestly, I want the 1 super system back. I want the super art system. Like, that shit was cool. Like, you got to see your super input beforehand. It was never, like, even if you didn't know any other moves, you knew your super move. Like, that was always cool. Your big fucking damage button. It also told you what supers they were running, and it's so fucking good. So good.
There we go, get myself an additional Hydra. Oops.
And I would try to get more into Alpha 3, but literally I'm just required to use Exism, or else it's like you don't do anything.
Oh, I need more stuff to enchant further.
All I do in fucking Alpha 3 anyway is just play E-Honda.
E-Honda!
Yeah, I just go E-Honda, E-Honda, the whole time.
You sound like you're really fun to fight against in that game.
I mean, I play against Dan all the time, so, you know, I have to
Not
fucking
while I'm in town.
be funny, or else it's just boring.
Dan is OP in that game.
Yep. I fucking know. I get fucking chunked on all the time, and I'm like, he's supposed to be a joke. I don't understand why he's so good if he's supposed to be a fucking joke.
He started as a joke. People fell in love with him and started taking him seriously.
Started as it, no.
No, he's in the original Street Fighter 2. You can't play as him, but he's in the game. Oh, I'm sorry. His father is in that game. Oh, Sagat kills him. It's either his father or it's him. I'm not sure. I forget what the lore is supposed to be, but when you first encounter Sagat for the first time in Street Fighter 2 in arcade mode, Sagat is holding a guy that he just beat up in a pink gi, and he just throws him off screen. That's either supposed to be Dan or Dan's father. But that was the first time they were making fun of an SNK game, because it was supposed to be Capcom literally kicking SNK's ass. That's why it exists. That was what they were doing.
I have no potions.
Oh, we got no potions left. Okay.
Need to topple back to the healer.
No, I'm good. Just gotta get more,
Oh, we got more baddies here.
I just gotta get some better gear. I've been holding on to this gear for too long because I like the perks it gives me. But it's starting to show its weakness. Anything I pick up better? Yep, this is better. What's this do? Yeah, that's better.
I mean, I see artwork. What you're talking about, like official artwork.
It's in the game. I don't know if it's every version of the game. I know in the arcade version for sure. They were big arcade competitors at the time. But you get to Sagat. I'm not sure if you have to be playing as a specific character or not either, but you get to Sagat. Sagat's beating up a guy and holding him as part of his intro, and he just throws him off screen. And that's supposed to be either Dan or Dan's father.
I'm looking at Championship Edition Arcade. It's not there, but he's playing Sagat. Nobody seems to have documented this, even though it'd probably be something that people would be like, oh, hey.
I'm pretty sure it's documented somewhere. Check the wiki or something, because I know it's... You may have to check the wiki for Dan, and then it'll list it as Dan's first appearance or Dan's father. I know that somebody had to have documented this, because I remember first reading about it in a magazine.
The artwork.
I remember first reading about it in a magazine at around the time Alpha came out. because that was the first time you could play as Dan, and everybody's like, Dan. It was either Dan from Street Fighter 2 or Dan whose father was in Street Fighter 2. Like, I remember them mentioning either Dan or Dan's father in Street Fighter 2 and being the guy that Sagat had just beat the shit out of when you go to fight him. And I was like, oh, that's who that was. I think the guy that Sagat's beating up might have been Dan's father, and he killed him, and that's why sometimes when Dan dies, he'll scream father.
Go's appearance could have been inspired by an illustration showing Sagat holding a man similar to Dan by the head.
I mean, I know the illustration you're talking about.
The man also appears in one of Sagat's animations in the Alpha series.
I know I saw it in Street Fighter 2, but alright. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not gonna argue.
It just doesn't make much sense, though.
I remember it in Street Fighter 2 back because that's that game I played mostly in the arcades, but maybe I'm just misremembering that.
Because like, didn't they make their games after Street Fighter 2, all copying Street Fighter 2?
Yeah, it had to be Street Fighter 2. It had to be. There's no way it was inspired by art later, and then because Dan is upset that his dad is dead. That's why he's fighting. Like, I remember that. That's part of the lore. And he'll even scream father when he dies. But its first appearance can't be before the Alpha series, or it had to be Street Fighter 2. Or
I'm not ready yet.
like his first appearance couldn't have been the Alpha series because that's a prequel. The Alpha series is a prequel.
Yeah, Dan wasn't in the original Street Fighter.
No, I mean Dan wasn't. I'm talking about his dad. Like, not playable, but the guy that got beat up by Sagat. And the artwork was just artwork of that scene.
The Khazra storm is ended.
Alright, now we can go kill the boss finally. Jesus. This is a little convoluted. Like I said, I could be misremembering, but I could swear I remember seeing that in the arcade. Because the character was supposed to be making fun of a character from SNK's Art of Fighting. That's where the whole rivalry came from. Yeah, how you like my double Hydras, baby?
I need time to prepare them.
Ah, fuck, I teleported right into that one.
It's Alpha.
I need time to prepare.
Jesus! Eat it.
It is done.
Yeah, it's just a reskin of Dan too. It's just an alternate Dan.
Pop that ultimate.
Fucker hurt.
Wait, there's something up here. Ow. Oh, here we go. Faction renown. Well, that was instanced. It was just us. No randos could help. I didn't know that was instanced. And we unlocked a new camp.
I am fine. The lake is frozen solid.
Yeah, it just, I didn't even realize we were instanced. It was completely seamless.
Come back if you need work.
Just as soon as I ended it, all the randos spawned around me that were standing in the area. Like, it just suddenly had me back in the... Yeah. Wow. Good job on the instancing. Like, they did make it seamless. I didn't even realize I was going into one. I mean, I did realize people weren't helping me, but...
I found the owl chick you're talking about. She's definitely not in the fucking King of Fighters game.
No, the owl chick's from Samurai Showdown. She should also... I thought she was also in King of Fighters as part of the Samurai Showdown team, though. But she originated from Samurai Showdown. Forgot her name.
At least not in the new game, she's not. She might be in like an old version of like Samurai Showdown team.
Is she not in the new one? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have the same team members in all of them, but I know she's in one of them. But she originated from Samurai Showdown. So did the ninja with the dog. I think he's in one of the King of Fighters too. They may swap out the team members. The beta's good. I have a few complaints, but they're all minor. It feels great. Unfortunately, you're level capped at 25, and there's not all... Most of the content side quests, you can't do much story stuff, which I get it, beta. They don't want you to spoil the game. Seems like you can do most of Act 1. I don't think we even completed Act 1. I didn't see like a big cutscene ending to it, so...
Father, keep you.
But I'm liking a lot of the new systems. There's a dungeon up here we can do.
You can't enter the mine, you old fool. There are still goatmen there.
Not goatmen!
Listen, son.
Ew.
This mine is our livelihood. You can't close it.
You can't make a living if you're dead.
Alright, before I go into this dungeon, though, I'm going to take a brief break. Go refill my drink, take a piss. You know, whatever.
Oh. 4 a.m. Holy shit.
Yeah, level cap's 25. And now I'm just doing all the side quests, exploring the map, seeing how far I can push this beta to see how powerful they let you get. Specifically the UI. I wish hotbar went to the bottom of the screen. It might if I'm using... No, it doesn't, even when using a keyboard and mouse. If I switch to keyboard and mouse, it just puts the numbers underneath. You may be able to move it around. I hadn't really experimented with it too much.
Oh, like flip it where the hotbar is at the bottom and then the finger above it.
Or just not have the things at all.
Yeah, that scene.
Yeah, it's nitpicky stuff. It's nitpicky stuff. Like, I'm bothered by this. I wish this were up in the corner and not down here.
There was before.
The player portraits mounting yours. Like, I wish they were up in the corner like they were in Diablo 3 and not just in the middle of the fucking screen.
Oh god, change, if you want to see something funky, go into the options under gameplay. Put HUD configuration to left corner.
Ooh, yeah, check that out. I want to see.
Oh god, it's fucking weird.
Oh, HUD configurations. Alright, we got centered and left corner. Let's see what left corner is like. Oh, it does it like a mobile game. That's mobile game setup. Well, there you go. There's your nitpicky stuff. Yeah, the party I wish was top left like it is in Diablo 3. There doesn't seem to be an option to change that.
It's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, but it looks like a mobile game where you would play with your thumb, and that's where they position the buttons. It does. It's designed to look like a mobile game, which is the reason I won't use it. Even though it's not terrible looking, it just makes me feel like I'm playing a mobile game, and
clears up some of the screen.
Not feeling like I'm playing Diablo Immortal would be great. Reduce
I prefer it on the
strobing.
right though. Honestly.
Oh, yeah, but it only has center and left for some reason as the two options.
Probably at least for now.
Yeah, probably just asset flip it and buy the next version comes out. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it'd be super weird to have it on the fucking, like, only on the right.
Oh, why is that not on by default? Advanced tooltip compare. Only primary stats are compared when disabled. When enabled, comparing item tooltips, properties gained, properties lost, changes to equipment skills will also be displayed. Yeah, I want to know everything about it. Advanced tooltip information, such as item property ranges, lucky hit chance on skills, and indicators to whether the modifications are positive or negative. Yes, I want all that information. Why is that not action wheel? Pressing the actual key. Yeah. Position mode. Display mini health bars. Monster health bar option. Skill toggle behavior. Item display labels. And then you can change the highlight colors and stuff. Yeah. Alright, well that's everything. It doesn't have any options to remove the button prompts from it. 'Cause I'm with you on that one. I'd rather have it more toward the bottom of the screen, just not have the button prompts. But like you said, nitpicky stuff that I can get over.
Or they could do like what Diablo 3 did, is move the experience bar up a little bit and have the buttons ingrained in like the little outline above the buttons.
There's a number of ways they could have done it. I'm happy with not having them at all because I know what my buttons do. I don't need to constantly look at the screen to remind myself. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take a break here. Be right back.
Fucking tired.
Go ahead. It's only 4 in the morning over here.
It's awful. We're on the same time zone.
What? What'd you say, Isaac?
We're in the same time zone. They're wolf.
Well, Death's an hour ahead of me, so.
No. No, I'm just trying to. I at least want to try and at least get level 20 before the end of this. Because if we do buy it, you get a little bonus thing for hitting level 20 in the early access and beta. Are you gonna do the pre-order part, or are you just gonna wait? I remember you saying the only there's very very rare exceptions you'll pre-order for.
What reason is that? I mean, don't pre-order the fucking physical edition of this game. You don't even get the fucking game. Like, any fucking... Like, Doom Eternal pissed me off, because I was like, are you serious? You aren't even... Like, you only have to... Like, even if you're gonna just do, like, codes for everybody else, just print the fucking game for the people on the fucking...
They have a physical copy to back up to.
Yeah, it's 1,000 copies. It's not that expensive, man.
I want to make sure that I got one of them. That's the only time you pre-order, is when there's a chance that you may not get the thing if you don't. It could sell out. May not make any more of it. And that's what happens with collector's editions. They could sell out, they only made X amount of them, and they're not making any more. And if you didn't get one, you missed out. That's the only time I'd pre-order. Pre-ordering made sense when physical goods are involved, and no other time. They can't sell out of a digital good. They're making unlimited quantities of it, so it's not like it'll just disappear. And if it does, it disappeared because they made it disappear. They deleted it. They chose to take it away. And if that's the case, they can just take it away after you buy it. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's the only time I'll pre-order. I'm not... Sorry. Got some meat too.
I wonder how many people have already pre-ordered.
Too many. I know I'm fighting an uphill battle with the idea of pre-ordering, but pre-order culture needs to die. This idea that we're going to take away content and only give it to us if you give us the money before you have a chance to read reviews, before you have a chance to know if the game's good, give us the money before we give you the product and we'll give you extra. No, that's got to go. That is scummy as fuck, and people need to stop buying into it.
It's not. People are too stupid, man.
Like I said, I know I'm fighting an uphill battle.
Lost Ark, a game that was free. Like, how do you stop when people are that dumb? Like, there's no chance.
I admitted it's an uphill battle, man.
It's not even a battle. It's just a losing fight. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, man.
Like, there has to be that time where people got burnt so bad that it stopped. And I know it can happen.
Diablo 4 is having a collector's box for pre-order.
What comes in it, though? It has to be worth my money, too.
Candle of Creation, Cloth Map of Sanctuary, the Diablo 4 Collector's Edition art book, a occult mouse pad,
nope,
Pin of the Rodrim, and 2 matted fine art prints, size basically 19 by 11.
Nope, I'm
Notice
good.
how they don't mention the game?
Oh, yeah.
The physical game?
The game doesn't come with it.
Yeah, it does not include the game.
Then it's not a collector's edition of the game! If there's no game!
It doesn't include the game.
Then
You're
it's
just
not...
buying a merch bundle. Like, that's all that is.
Then it's not a collector's edition of Diablo 4. It's not an edition.
You should get a code for it, but that's just a merch collection.
It's not an edition.
9666.
It's not an edition of Diablo 4 at all if it doesn't include Diablo 4. You're just buying a merch kit. You're buying a loot box.
They give you a digital code for the game. It's just you don't get the fucking physical copy.
No.
So you get a
doesn't count.
No, it doesn't include the game at all.
No, it doesn't
Oh
include
shit,
it.
it does. It does. I know it fucking does. There's no fucking way they're that stupid.
I think Icy's right. I think I remember reading an article about how the collector's edition. Yeah, I think I remember reading an article about how the collector's edition of Diablo 4 does not include Diablo 4. And how dare you say they wouldn't be that
It literally
stupid?
says no game included right there on the page.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah.
The collector's edition of Diablo 4 does not include Diablo
Being
4.
sold separately in big red things on the images.
Why would they even sell it then? What's the point?
I mean, someone should sue them for false advertisement. You can't call it a collector's edition of Diablo 4 if it doesn't include Diablo 4. That's not an edition of the game at all. Do you understand what the word edition means? That's not an edition of Diablo 4. It's not Diablo 4 at all.
It's a collector's box. It's a collector's box.
Jesus Christ.
They better sell it because I want people to sue.
On their website, it's called a collector's box.
Is it called a Diablo 4 collector's box?
Yes, Diablo 4 limited collector's
Okay.
box.
Then guess what? Still false advertisement. There's no Diablo 4 in that box.
They
outside
technically
of
they
the-
do
outside
tell
the
you like a
characters.
motherfucker.
Doesn't matter. Good lawyer
Technically
could
it's
still
not
win
on the
that.
first image.
Good lawyer could still win that.
You know, I think the reason why they're calling Diablo 4 is because of the stuff it's got in it, like where it's Diablo 4 reference stuff.
I mean, it's
Yeah, then if you want to do it legally, it needs to be a Diablo 4 themed box. It's themed after Diablo 4. It doesn't include it. It's misleading and intentionally so. And yeah, a good lawyer could win that.
I don't know why they would even want to do that anyway. The whole point is to entice people to pre-order.
Yep, that's why. Because you understand, pre-ordering benefits no one. None of you spending money. The only person who benefits from pre-orders at this point, since everything is digital, are the executives who want to line their pockets with more money.
Well, that's a spoiler.
The only one who benefits when you pre-order is the CEO or the shareholders. The rich guys you hate are who you're giving that money to.
And the stuff is even made in China, so
Because Activision's going to take those pre-order numbers and they're going to go show them to the shareholders and say, check it out. Shareholders meeting, we got 25 million guaranteed sales. Game ain't even out yet and we've already sold 125, 2 million copies, whatever. They're going to say, see? And when only more money to come, so give us more money and we'll help you make more money. You're investors, come on, give us money. It just helps rich people get richer. Meanwhile, you get nothing. In fact, oftentimes you get less because pre-ordering means they pulled things out of the game and then said, we'll give it back to you if you give us the money early. They held content hostage to have you buy a thing before you had the thing. And then a lot of times you get the thing and find out the thing sucks. But you can't get a refund because you pre-ordered. Refunds only apply to purchases. Huh? It's another reason they want you to pre-order.
It doesn't matter. I have the thing. And so I want the thing.
Yeah, that's another reason why. Because laws around, like, the refund policies don't apply to pre-orders. They apply to purchases. The laws are different. If you pre-ordered it, you don't qualify for things. And it makes the game worse for everybody because that content they pulled out, they held hostage and said you only get if you pre-order. A lot of times they sell that back to you later as pre-order DLC. So the people who didn't pre-order can pay $5 to get the pre-order bonus after the game came out. So they can make a little bit extra money. It's all very scummy, very, very, very shit. And no one should support this business practice. I will not pre-order a game unless it is physical. The only time you'll ever see me pre-order is if it is a physical game, a physical collector's edition of a game that they only made X amount of, and I want to make sure that I was one of those people that got X amount. And even then, I only want collector's editions of games that A, include the fucking game, and B, are worth the money that you're charging for it. If you're charging me $100 for a collector's edition game, it better include the game, and it better be worth that $100. I have examples on my shelf that I can't show because this apartment's too small. Maybe I'll take pictures and post them. I have the collector's edition, the physical collector's edition of Uncharted 3. That was worth the $100 I spent, which is why I have it. It came in this huge loot crate looking case that you open up, and it's a display case for what was inside the collector's edition. In that collector's edition is a statue of Nathan Drake. Not an action figure, not some cheap thing, an actual, like, the kind of statue you'd normally pay $70 for by itself. The game itself is in there in a steel book with an art book and all of that, and it's got its own case inside this case. There are 2 drawers inside the case, one of which contains a necklace with Nathan Drake's ring on it, like he wears in the game. And I honestly forgot what's in the other one, because that alone is already worth it.
Buckle.
Oh, a belt buckle. Okay. Well, there you go. That too. I got all that sitting over there, and it looks great on my shelf. It's a nice display case. It's got some good stuff in it. That's a proper collector's edition. That was worth the 100, 120, whatever I spent on it.
You got anything else?
Not many. There aren't many collector's editions to buy. I did buy the collector's edition of Destiny 2, because that came with some cool shit. Even though I don't play that game anymore, it still came with some cool shit. I got the Fallout. I think it was Fallout 3? Can't remember. One of them that came with the helmet. I got the helmet.
I think that was 3.
And the collector's edition of Halo, that also came with the helmet. A Master Chief helmet, whichever one that was. I want to say Halo 3.
Helmet?
Master Chief's helmet.
No. The Fallout what helmet? What?
Brotherhood of Steel helmet.
You got the 76 one.
No, they did it before 76. There was another one. I want to say it was 3. I've had it a long time.
3 has the lunchbox.
Okay, it wasn't 3. Was it New Vegas? I can't remember. It wasn't 76.
Not 4.
New Vegas came with the platinum chip and a deck of playing cards for Caravan and a comic. Four just came with a beefy ass Pip-Boy that you could put your phone in.
No, that's the one I got. I got the Pip-Boy. I didn't get the helmet one. I got the Pip-Boy one.
Yeah,
never mind.
76 is the one with the power armor.
Never mind. The helmet was the Master Chief helmet.
Also came with a Pip-Boy.
Yeah, it was a Pip-Boy.
But it's an alarm clock.
No, I got the wearable Pip-Boy.
You got the Fallout 4 one.
That's right. I got the helmet for Master Chief and the wearable Pip-Boy. Those are in my closet, so I can't look at them and tell right now. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, so the Pip-Boy was the one I got. I got the Fallout 4 one.
I'm tempted to buy the Fallout Nuke.
Anyway, yes, the point I make is that that's the only time you should pre-order is when you're getting something like that, because they only made X amount of copies of that, and it's worth the money. And if you don't pre-order it, you might not get it. Pre-ordering makes sense then, because you're a collector, you know you want that thing, and I buy those, and I buy those. Like, I bought the Master Chief one. I bought the thing with the Pip-Boy. I bought the fucking Nathan Drake statue thing, because I don't consider those video games. I'm not pre-ordering a video game. I want the stuff that comes with it. So that way, if the game sucks, even if I hate the fucking game, I spent my money on the thing that came with it that I know I'm going to like, and that's going to sit on my shelf, and that's going to be part of that collection I'm collecting. Even if Fallout 4 sucked donkey nuts, that Pip-Boy was awesome. Even if Uncharted 3 was terrible, that Nathan Drake statue looked cool on my shelf. Okay? Even if the Master Chief, whichever one it was, that had the helmet with it, even if that game sucked, I could still wear that helmet. So pre-ordering makes sense. I know what I'm getting before I paid for it. For a fact. Definitively.
I'll say this. That fucking 76 Pip-Boy is cool as fuck. It was sold separately, but that is a cool as fuck looking Pip-Boy.
Yeah, they screwed people on the collector's edition for 76. If I had bought the collector's edition for 76, I'd been pissed. I'd been very pissed.
It did come with a helmet, though. It came with a helmet, man. What?
The thing is, it didn't come with the stuff it said it was going to come with, which is why that's the whole reason. It came with it, but not of the quality it said it was. So in all the promotional material, they showed this canvas bag, and they showed this high quality stuff. And when people got their pre-order of the collector's edition, it came with a nylon bag that looked like shit. Like they cheaped out on everything. Everything was plastic and looked terrible. Yeah, the fucking bag it came with was ass. And then to apologize, they gave you 500 atoms for the Atom Shop. Which, to add insult to injury, wasn't even enough atoms to buy the in-game version of the tote bag that you got in real life for your character. But you couldn't even buy the in-game version of it with the money they gave you.
Everybody who got a refund had to sign an NDA.
They eventually did give refunds. They did two things. They eventually gave refunds, and those people had to sign an NDA.
Should be fucking
But
illegal.
in the process, hold on, it gets worse. In the process of, some people got the refund and had to sign the NDA, but in the process of doing so, I think the NDA became invalid because the webpage you went to sign up for your refund and put in your credit card information and your real name, your address, your email, your credit card information, all of that website broke. And anyone who went to it could see a list of all the people who asked for a refund along with all that personal information. So your email, your credit card, your address, and your real name were just publicly available to anyone who visited that site. Not hackers, just anyone. Because Bethesda fucked up. Then they got class action sued, and then I can't remember how that suit ended. I'm pretty sure they settled, and then they ended up sending out actual canvas bags like the one advertised. And that is how that saga ended. It was a glorious roller coaster ride of bullshit, which makes me not want to even buy collector's editions anymore.
God of War fucking one looks like shit. The Ragnarok fucking collector's edition. All you get is a fucking steel book.
Yeah, so they fucked up royally.
You don't even get the game, but they give you a steel book? Why? What?
To put the game in when you buy it. Duh. It's a game case, not a game. Yeah, I remember. There have been multiple games that have done that. I think one of the Call of Duties did that too. Back in the day. One of the Call of Duty collector's editions didn't come with Call of Duty, but it came with a steelbook case to put your game in when you buy it separately. It was bad.
The Dark Souls collector's editions are always pretty cool.
Yeah, there's good ones and bad ones. Like I said, I always do my research on them, and Fallout 76 at the time I would have lost my shit, because that would have been one of those times I did my research and all of the marketing was showing me I'm getting something cool and I'd have gave them my money, and then when they didn't give me what I paid for, I would have lost my shit because I did my research, I made sure it was worth my money, and if it included the thing you said it was going to include, it would have been worth my money, but you didn't give me the thing that was in the marketing. And their response was comical. Like, they were pressed on it, and their response was the image, the bag used in the marketing was a prototype. It is too costly to make, and we don't intend to include it in the actual collector's edition. Basically, we're not going to do shit about it. They earned that lawsuit, okay? They earned that lawsuit. Even before leaking everyone's personal information. Which is why I want Microsoft to buy this company so bad, because it is managed so piss poorly. Microsoft, think what you want of them, but they have standards. They're pretty consumer friendly. They have quality control fucking standards.
How to not break laws.
Yeah, it was the literal definition of false advertisement. It was a bait and switch. The literal definition of bait and switch was the Fallout 76 Collector's Edition.
And if they had just offered refunds and just said, hey, we'll give you like $10 off.
Oh, that's how they started. They started by offering refunds and giving people, not $10 off, but giving them $5 worth of currency in their Atom Shop, which wasn't enough to buy anything, but whatever. It was that after offering those refunds, everyone who signed up for a refund had their personal information leaked. It was just shit show after shit show with that game, man.
I mean, no, they were butthurt for like a month. They did not offer refunds for like a month.
Oh yeah, they had to press to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, if they had just been way more fucking easy on it, people wouldn't have been pissed.
If I were one of them, I'd have still been
Fucking,
pissed.
You know,
I'd have still been pissed if it were me, but
it should have been before they got sent. Like, people should, like, as soon as they made that decision, that should have went out. Like, so that way you ain't gotta fucking do all the shipping and take all the refunds. Like, you can just fucking give them the money back. Save yourself a fuck ton of money.
yeah, there should have been an email or something that went out that said, unfortunately, due to hell, you could have blamed it on the pandemic. It was around pandemic time. You had a free out. Even if it were a lie, you could have said, due to pandemic shortages, we're unable to provide the cloth bags. Anyone who would like a refund on their collector's edition, please go to this website. Anyone who is fine without the cloth bag, no action is needed. You will still get your collector's edition as promised. Yeah, that's all they had to do. That is literally all they had to do. Just be upfront about it.
Fucking God,
And it would have been fine.
Fucking Borderlands Collector's Edition with Claptrap?
I mean, it was pre-pandemic, but they kept delaying. Like, first of all, they didn't ship those things until long after the game came out. So you could have blamed it on the pandemic because it was pushing pandemic start time. You could have blamed it on shortages. Some people might have called your bluff, but you could have. That's all I'm saying.
Shit. The Gears 5 one was fucking cool.
Yeah, every now and then they get cool. Even now and then they get cool ones. Microsoft usually does good ones. Microsoft knows how to do a collector's edition. They include the Master Chief helmet. Yeah, they include the Master Chief helmet, an actual drone with the Gears 5 one. Yeah, Microsoft knows how to do a collector's edition. And if
Microsoft should have kind of made one, but you know, honestly, the box was cool.
Yeah, anytime Microsoft announces a collector's edition, I always look at it because I know they know how to do a good collector's edition. Naughty Dog does too. I think all the Uncharted ones were pretty good, and I'm not sure about the Spider-Man one, but I think it was pretty good. I think that was good too. I think that had a Spider-Man statue or something. I'm all for statues, man. I love increasing my collection if they're high quality statues. I don't want an action figure. I don't want it to be posable. I want it to be like a handcrafted statue. I want a statue, not an action figure. Action figures aren't statues. Stop calling them that. You're lying. If it looks like a G.I. Joe, it's not a statue. I have standards, damn it. But yeah, my statues look pretty dope.
You know what I really fucking want? I don't even like the game. Like, I want the fucking chainsaw controller for the GameCube version of
Resident Evil 4? Yes, I had a friend who had that.
It's not even good looking. It's just dumb as shit.
I didn't get that one because I was too young and I didn't have the money. But I had a friend who got that one, and it was... I got to actually play with it because he actually played with it and used it as a controller. It's awkward as fuck to hold as a controller, but
if you want
you
it,
feel like a badass.
They're still selling it. It's still for sale.
How much?
It's
I imagine it's ridiculous.
$500.
Yeah, I imagine it's ridiculous. God damn.
Well, it is old. And
I
It looks
know.
like it still comes with the box, just not the game.
Like I would want to relive my. This would be midlife crisis shit. I'd want to relive my childhood, have an actual GameCube I can hook it up to, and play with
cheaper. Oh look, yeah, I found one for $288, but it's not in box. Wait, they did a PlayStation 2 version?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, well, that one in box is only $400.
Oh, only 400.
Well, you know, the GameCube one that looks uglier and is fucking piss yellow, you know, that one's 500, but the red one, that with the better looking chainsaw piece, you know.
Yeah, like I'd want to actually play with the controller. 'Cause I remember holding it back in the day and playing it on my friend's GameCube. And yeah, it was big. It was big. It was bulky, and you feel ridiculous holding it, but it was cool as shit.
They should have remade that for the fucking re-release, dude. That would have been so funny.
They should have made a modern day version of that. I'll 100% agree.
I was actively thinking about like just selling a kidney to buy that if they did it. I wouldn't even give a fuck.
Yeah, I
wouldn't even
would.
play the
I
game.
would 100% have bought that collector's edition just for nostalgia purposes. If they'd have made a chainsaw Xbox and PS5 controller for, you know, for the remake of Resident Evil 4, I'd have bought that. I don't care if they charge like $200 for it. I'd have bought it.
They'd charge more than 200, but yeah, it's a custom controller, man. That's like 300 right there, at the very least.
They'd have 100% had my money. Because I'm a sucker for collectible garbage.
Like even
The
though
shelf
it didn't
in my
include
room.
the game, the Doom Eternal one was cool as shit.
Yeah, the shelf in my room and the boxes in my closet full of collectible stuff that won't fit on that shelf because I don't have enough room to use my big shelf. They're all a testament to my being a sucker for collectible garbage. Collectible gaming related garbage. Gaming and comic book. I've got a real cool Spider-Gwen statue and Lady Deadpool. Yeah, I've got some pretty dope statues.
The Elden Ring one was badass, dude. If you can cap that one, I'd recommend it.
What's in that one? I didn't even remember what was
So
in that
you get an actual statue of Melania. You get a 40-page hardcover art book. You get a digital soundtrack. You get the actual game, an exclusive skill book, and Melania's helmet, which is one of the coolest looking helmets in the game. And you can.
You had
glue
me
in
at.
it.
I mean, you had me at statue. Like stuff I can put to add to my collection of statues.
I
yeah,
mentioned
like that
the
gets
best
me.
thing first, sir.
Yeah. You were right to do so.
Everything else is just extra.
How much is it?
I don't know. I'm looking at like cool collectors.
All right, how much was it at launch? I'm pretty sure I'll have to buy it used, which means more money. But how much were they charging for it when you could buy it brand new?
It's not listing it on here. I'll look it up.
Because I'd say even at 200, that'd probably be a good price. That sounds like it'd be
Probably not
worth that
200
much content.
You
I
can
know,
get a
not
statue
anymore.
For $20.
What?
Collector's edition in full. Probably not a super scam. It's like $350.
If the original price was it,
$350 or less, like that's it. Well, this is like a recent collector's edition. These are
like I'm
bought
seeing
like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, but it's also a super popular game. But I'm seeing what the original price was for it, and I think it I'm guessing 200. And if
the original price for what game?
The collector's edition of Elden Ring. Like if the original collector's edition price was 200, and now that you can't buy it anymore, the used, eBay price is 350. That's doable. It's not bad. I would have expected at least 500, double the price.
Somebody's selling the boxes and inserts for $35.
There's people who will buy it. Do you know who buys that shit? Because everyone wonders, who would buy an empty box?
The scroungers, that's what they're doing. They're buying like the pieces that people don't want, so they can get it all cheaper.
No, do you know who just buys the empty boxes and shit?
Who?
YouTubers, Twitch streamers. People who want it in the background but don't want to actually pay for the whole thing. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
So you see the box in the background, so it looks like they own it, but they don't actually have the thing. It's super sad and depressing, I know, but yeah. That's who does that.
Wow. I mean, God, hold on. Do they sell a PC edition?
I think like Boogie2988 got caught with some of those because people saw all this cool stuff in the background and they wanted him to show it to him, and he never opens those boxes. You can't talk him into opening the boxes and showing you what's inside. He just pretends to own the thing. It's very sad clout chasing, but yeah, it's what it is.
Might not even be purchasable. I don't see anything that actually looks interesting.
All right,
Or, like actually worth it.
There's another. I'm gonna run down to the town, but there's another dungeon up top we can go do.
Apparently they released a launch
Need
bundle
something for
for
it?
like a fucking YouTuber, and he's selling that for like $2,000. It's just a t-shirt and a box. You get a nice wooden box.
Yeah, this is much better when it gives all this information. Yeah, this is way better way to view this.
Also, you know what else is in a nice wooden box?
So we were
mom.
running a druid
Hitler!
We were running a druid dungeon, but I got a necromancer shield.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you just made it weird, Diff. I was going to joke that the voice actor for the Vala in Destiny.
What?
Yeah, the voice actor that played the... What's his name? Zaval? The blue dude.
Yeah.
The Titan.
Yeah.
He died.
Ah. Sucks. I thought he was a young guy. How'd he die?
Hot. I don't think that's specified.
Yeah, his name was Lance. Yeah. Yeah, he was a good voice actor. He's been in a lot of, yeah, he's been in a lot of other shit too. He was young. Yeah. I mean, middle-aged, I guess. But
62. He was born in 62.
yeah, I mean, middle-aged. Not
Died
old,
age
not
60,
elderly.
yeah.
Yeah, not elderly, but young by today's standards.
Dude, oh.
Died
Dark-
suddenly on Friday morning, local.
Just has natural causes.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought you would have heard about that by now.
No, I mean, I've been working and not paying attention to the news, but natural causes means one of two things. It's what they say when you're old and you die in your sleep or something, or you died of something embarrassing and the family has asked you to just call it natural causes so that they don't ruin your legacy. For instance, Elvis died of natural causes originally until people found out he overdosed on a toilet. They originally called that natural causes, though. I mean, I guess that happens naturally.
Ooh, the Titanfall one's badass. You get a full fucking scale Titan. Well, not full scale, but fucking
Jesus.
like the Titan is to scale with the humans, and the humans are action figure size.
Hey, Def. Well, why shouldn't you? Why is it no issue if you die on the toilet? Because you have no more shit to give.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. When Elvis Presley originally died, the news reported it as natural causes until it leaked that he overdosed on a toilet. So that's what they call it. Usually that's code for overdose. But at his age, heart attack's possible. I mean, 60's not super old, but my dad had a heart attack at 42, so it's possible. I mean, he didn't die.
I've heard of people like at the age of 12 having a heart attack.
Yeah, that's super rare though. I'm talking about like common. It's not uncommon to have it in your 40s, 50s, or 60s, but the older you get, the more likely it is. Like, I'll reiterate, my dad had his first heart attack at 42. So he's not dead. He just refuses to die. There we go. Get myself an aspect.
Last one that I think that would be up your alley would be the RE2 remake one, which just came with a statue of fucking Leon and a nice poster and a cool box. With the actual game included.
Usually you have me at statue.
Def would more want a statue of what's the name? Redfield.
I think he'd be if I could get my hands on the Dark Souls 3 fucking Prestige Edition, I would. That's 2 statues in one fucking special edition. Badass fucking statues.
Or didn't God of War give you a statue of War himself?
Which God of War?
Yeah,
oh, maybe.
God of War? No, Darksiders I'm thinking of. The Darksiders limited edition. I think you got a statue of War.
You got a statue of a helmet.
So you got a helmet with a stand for it.
Don't look like it. Oh, it is. Yep. You said which game again?
What? Darksiders?
Oh, wrong game.
Statue of Mr. X would have been better. I would have wanted a statue of the forget her name, the chick from Resident Evil 5 that they only ever had in that one game. The one time you got to play as a non-white chick as your second playable character.
That was okay. It's Strife, by the way.
Oh, Strife.
I didn't even know. I don't even remember this series, so I'm not over here like I knew better than you.
You never played Darksiders?
Nope, not once.
First 2 games are good.
I was about to say it's not bad. Yeah, they went downhill after that, but they aren't bad games. But I could see how he didn't play them. I know a lot of people
Titanfall. Never played
them.
Dishonored.
Titanfall is good. Dishonored was, as you kids would say, mid.
Haven't even played Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk's good when it works.
Yeah, I might try that out eventually with mods. Like I'll mod that motherfucker into the dirt so I can fuck Keanu Reeves.
5 is a great co-op experience. That's what makes 5 so great. I mean, the story goes off the rails and it can't be taken seriously at all, but its co-op is amazing. You can go through the whole game co-op. That's what made 5 so popular. It was the first co-op Resident Evil. It plays just like Resident Evil 4. It's just it happens to be co-op.
For themselves.
Apparently, there was another version that sold like a that had a death statue. Oh, I was looking at the second one. The first one comes with a death statue. The second one comes with Strife. I don't know why I get so much fun.
Actually, you should play the first 2 Darksiders.
Yeah, they're good.
Oh, what does the third one come with? Because that's the only one still available. That's not the game. That's Deus Ex Human Revolution.
I mean, those are also good games.
And the third one was just basically like, let's make a Dark Souls game because that's popular.
Let's do Dark Souls, but worse.
That's every fucking gaming company. Which reminds me, we have to look out for that fucking, it's like this fucking Pinocchio-based Dark Souls game that's gonna come to Game Pass. I think you remember that.
Oh, I remember seeing something on it. I don't remember the name of it either, but...
It was like Lies of P or some shit.
Oh, Lies of P, yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It's something to get Sassy to play blindly without telling her what it is.
Tell her it's a porn game. You should do that. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Although I still think you should get her to blindly play Bug Snacks.
You should make that a series. Just making her blindly play shit.
Yeah, you're right. Get her to play some of the classics.
We'll find her the most messed up games.
I mean, you should. I say like kind of do it with classics, but only if you don't tell her what game she's gonna play beforehand.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's what we'd consider classic. I'm not talking like retro stuff, but you know, games that like everyone's played, but she hasn't, but are filled with ridiculousness, like Metal Gear. There's so much ridiculous nonsense in that game.
I haven't touched a single one of those games.
They are filled with ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, not Metal Gear Solid, the original NES Metal
No.
Gear.
I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid. It's filled with fucking nonsense. The guy obsessed with anime, the overly pretentious, just constant speeches about war and how ridiculously, especially going back and playing the original Metal Gear Solid now, because they were trying to predict the future a little bit with how war would go down in the future, and they're nowhere close to how we actually fight wars now. They didn't predict drones and satellites and nonsense. Like, everything's just done with like a video game now.
No, they thought it was going to be giant mecha kaiju robots that you would expect to see in either Gundam or Power Rangers.
Hey, hear me out.
Oh,
It might be
and
further down the line. They might just be predicting too far into the future.
Oh, and presidents with Dr. Octopus arms. Don't forget about those.
Oh, you should get her to play Red Dead. And not 2 first, because, you know,
Yeah.
Red Dead 2 only works if fucking Red Dead 1 is played.
Get her to play San Andreas, because that's filled with so many black stereotypes, it's through the roof.
Oh my god.
She will eye roll with that so hard.
I wish the fucking remaster was good, because I fucking would say play that.
Yeah,
Can't believe
that
they
game would
fucking
just
uploaded a mobile port.
that game would just piss her off, because it's just every black person in that game is a stereotype. Every black person in that game is a stereotype. There are no normal black people in that game.
I wonder if she could call the Big Smoke betrayal.
You on a train, CJ?
Vice City.
Like, I like 5, but that game's just not, like, funny enough. It was good. I liked the story. It's just
Trevor's the reason you play 5.
yeah, and he's not even the main
His character was so good, they put him in Breaking Bad and told him, just play Trevor again. They literally just put him in Breaking Bad and said, just do Trevor. How does this character work? Oh, it's just Trevor. Just do that, but, you know, in person. He literally just plays Trevor in Breaking Bad. I mean, they gave him a different name, but it's just Trevor again. God, that show's so good. Breaking Bad. How have you never seen Breaking Bad?
I'm pretty sure it's Better Call Saul.
He's in both. A lot of characters from Breaking Bad make cameos in Better Call Saul. He does one episode of Better Call Saul. Like they brought back all their most popular Breaking Bad characters as cameos for Better Call Saul, but he was a main character in Breaking Bad.
Could get her to play High on Life.
Oh, she's already played it.
Oh.
She played that one of her own accord. As soon as I told her about the game, when she asked what I was playing, the night I started playing it, she come walking in, seeing if it was co-op. And I told her about it, and she was like, "Oh, I'm down with that."
Ooh, you could get her to fucking play, well, I guess she doesn't probably care about Star Wars, no, never mind.
No, she doesn't. She's played High on Life. She's played the Guardians of the Galaxy game.
I mean, Jedi Fallen Order is pretty good, I like that. Well,
She's like me. She just has no interest in Star Wars. I didn't play Jedi Fallen Order either. I just have zero interest in Star Wars.
you should check it out, it's $3 on Steam right now. It was fun enough. Had, like,
I mean, I didn't play it
episode.
when it was free on Game Pass.
There's only 2 good old school Star Wars games.
I mean, there's a few good old school ones, but
Actually 3. KOTOR, Republic Commando,
yeah, there's more than 3, man.
and the Outcast series.
There's more than 3.
Yeah, that's more than 3 by itself, but
Well, I was really counting the Outcast series as a complete.
What about the Force Unleashed? That was a great game.
Yeah, there's a lot of
The
good Star
first
Wars.
one was good. The second one was dog shit.
I mean, if you're gonna talk
The
about
first one
old
was
school, if you're gonna talk about old school games, I agree with you on all of those. But you got to add Rogue Squadron to it because that game was amazing. Yeah, Dark Forces / the Outcast series is good. I played the fuck out of those. KOTOR series is good. Yeah, they're old Star Wars games. The original Battlefront games. Come on, like there's a bunch of good old Star Wars games. Star Wars games used to be good. It wasn't until EA got the license that they started being bad. There were a lot of good ones.
Oh, let's see if we can put microtransactions into this thing.
You should really check out.
I'd even argue that if you're into games like F-Zero and racing games, that the Star Wars Episode 1 racing game was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Another one just keep in mind. What is it? Empire at War.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few good old school games. Before EA ruined that license.
Or if you like
I'm not
Age of Empires, Galactic Battlegrounds. Galactic Battlegrounds is basically Age of Empires with the Star Wars
Yeah.
skin.
I don't know, Microsoft's been hit or miss with that shit. They tried it with Halo, where they're like, let's just do Age of Empires with Halo! And that's when you got Halo Wars, and it was kind of shit.
Yeah, first one wasn't too bad.
Wasn't great either.
I seriously do recommend Fallen Order, though. That was a really good game.
Have you seen?
I've heard good things about it. It's just it's not a lack of desire to play it. It's just because I had planned to play it when it was on Game Pass. It's a lack of time. I haven't even finished the other single player games I have bought that I wanted to play. I still got to finish Dead Space. I still got to finish Sonic Frontiers. I own Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I have yet to play it. I bought that one. I haven't played it. I'm just out of time. Never have time to do this shit.
Most of these games could benefit from some, like, half-assed co-op or something. Like, just throw it in. Swear to God. I'd play, like, 10 times more games if they were like Borderlands with their co-op and just fucking...
Hey.
Yeah, that's what stops me a lot of the times is I want to play single-player games, but then I get online to stream and I want to play multiplayer games. And the single-player games always take a back seat. Like, if these games just had... Even if it's shitty co-op, just letting me play through it with a person would change my ability to play it. Get in here, Ezzy. There we go.
And when it comes to co-op games, Jeff doesn't half-ass anything. He's just a full ass.
Yeah, I'll take the whole ass, baby.
Ain't no way. You gotta share some of the ass, Dev. Don't be a greedy.
Don't be stingy.
Don't be stingy.
But yeah, when it comes to gaming, multiplayer gaming, Def is the whole ass. He is the asshole.
Yeah, no, we got it.
Did you beat Doom Eternal?
Yeah, I beat Doom Eternal. And then I tried the multiplayer mode and absolutely fucking hated it.
Yeah, that should be.
Did you get the DLC or?
I got it, and that I haven't played through. I own the DLC, but didn't play through it. That's another problem. Is I have trouble going back to games I've already beat with their DLC. Because once I put them down, I move on.
I felt like the full game was enough for me. I enjoyed Doom
Yeah,
Eternal.
once I beat the game, I kind of move on, and then I'm like, I'll go back and try that DLC. That sounds good. And then I never end up going back to it. I haven't gone back to do the DLC for. I haven't gone back to do the DLC for Doom Eternal. I haven't gone back to do the DLC for Cuphead. Like, I didn't go back to do the DLC for Sonic Mania. Like, these are all games I've played and beat.
To be fair,
and want to go back to.
Cuphead's DLC released around like a fuck ton of other games.
So
was that a
way later?
No, it's not just. It was a DLC. It was a DLC. I mean, it's not just that I.
What do you need?
It's not just like I didn't have time.
Island.
It's not like I didn't just have time to go back and play them. These are games that I wanted to play to the point that I actually purchased all of them. I own all of those DLCs I've listed. I've played none of them.
Oh wait, and not now to now to add to the list as well. Dead Cells Castlevania.
No, I played that one. I downloaded and played that one.
Yeah, because I on a Switch.
Yeah, that's where I played it. I was not impressed, unfortunately.
Prairie is doing a Dead Cells update. Eventually.
Don't
Starve update.
Just either make a proper Castlevania game or stop putting Castlevania's name on shit. I'm sorry, that Dead Cells update, it barely felt like it was Castlevania themed at all. Other than Alucard and some of the Castlevania characters showing up and one or two new weapons, the castle, Dracula's actual castle, looks really similar to the final castle of Dead Cells anyway. To the point where if you hadn't told me that was DLC and you showed me a screenshot, I wouldn't have known. It doesn't look Castlevania enough.
But that
it just looks like more
Dead
Dead Cells.
I do agree with the guy from The Escapist that did the review for it, that just it really doesn't have the Castlevania feel because it's put into another game, but it does, at that same time, it does show, hey, give these guys the license.
Yeah, give them the license and let them make one. No, I'll agree with that completely.
Father Blitz.
This shows that they can do it.
Later, I see.
I mean, Dead Cells itself showed they could do it. Dead Cells itself was great. It's just one of those things that, like, playing it doesn't give me joy. Playing it just makes me mad that there isn't another Castlevania game. That's all it
Why did they
does.
stop making them? Doesn't really make much sense.
Oh, because they learned they can make a shitload of money from making fucking slot machines. That's what Konami makes now, slot machines. They're a slot machine company.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they aren't just licensing the shit.
No witchcraft.
I don't know why they don't just license it.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you on that one.
Like, if you're gonna do that, do it. Just license your properties. Make a fuck ton of money. Be like, you give us 15%. If you make the games good, you get to keep the fucking license. There you go.
Okay, kind of what Disney does with Star Wars,
Yeah,
but
just license it.
actually make it good.
I mean,
Disney
to be fair,
doesn't
they
have any
did kind of start
quality.
pulling out once fucking EA kind of started making shitter after shitter.
Yeah, I mean,
Fallen Order.
I mean, you still need to, like, supervise. I'm not saying Konami could just license it out and then do nothing. They still have to check in and sign off on the product that's made. You do need to do some quality control at the very least. But it's a lot less work than making the game yourself. If you don't have the time to make the game because you're too busy making fucking Silent Hill slot machines, then fucking let someone else do it. Fuck, Nintendo does it. Nintendo didn't make Metroid Prime. Or Metroid Dread, for that matter.
No, they just found someone who was.
Yeah,
really
I don't think Nintendo's made a Metroid game since Super Nintendo. They have just licensed Metroid out over and over. Like the fucking Wii U one or the Wii game, whatever, Wii or Wii U. That Metroid,
are you
that was
about Other M.
Other M.
Or-
Yeah, that was Team Ninja. That wasn't Nintendo.
Yeah, Team Ninja.
That was Team Ninja.
And controversial opinion, I did not mind.
I didn't mind Other M either. I'll agree. I think what killed it for most people was the cutscenes in the story. I'll agree. Samus needed to shut the fuck up. She does not need to talk. Silent protagonist, stay silent. She works best as a silent protagonist. But aside from that, like, if you forget the story and just go with the gameplay, I was fine with the gameplay. I thought the gameplay was a good mix of 2D side-scrolling Metroid and 3D, shooter Metroid. It did a pretty good job. It felt like Ninja Gaiden meets Metroid. Which makes sense. It was made by Team Ninja. It played fine.
Here's the thing. I'd have rather that game got review bombed and fucking trashed, so that shit never happened again. On God.
What, Other M?
Because, yeah, if
It
they
wasn't
didn't
that
fucking
bad.
do it, if they didn't fucking do that, they'd have kept going with Samus's storyline, made another Team Ninja game.
Nah, I mean they'd have probably pulled back on her being a talking protagonist and pulled back on her being, and it wasn't just that she talked; it's that they made her into a whiny, naive. Yeah, they made her into a sissy. Like they made her into a whiny bitch. All she did was cry. She was too emotional.
So stereotypical of like just a female character, and it's like nobody fucking wanted that at all.
Like if they'd have made a sequel to Other M and just made her go back to being silent, I think people would have liked it.
It's like the motherfuckers who made Halo 5. They said, "Oh, we didn't know you guys liked Master Chief, motherfucker. You made Halo 4."
Like the remake of Metroid 2 for DS, that was somebody else. Metroid Prime was Retro Studios. That wasn't Nintendo. Metroid Dread. What didn't Retro make Dread?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think Retro Studios has been their go-to for Metroid Dread. But Nintendo doesn't own them. They make other shit. They don't just exclusively make Nintendo games. They just license them to Retro. It's not like Game Freak. Nintendo owns Game Freak. They don't own Retro Studios. Because they have made other stuff. They mostly make Nintendo games at this point, but they have made other stuff.
Developers Mercury Steam.
Mercury Steam. Yeah, that's right. That's the one that made the DS one.
They also made Space Lords. Woo!
Yeah, so they make other stuff. Like Nintendo licenses their stuff out all the time.
They also made like the last couple Castlevania games.
Yeah, Mercury Steam. Yeah.
Yep, Lord of Shadows 2.
And they're good at 2D platformers, which makes them perfect for Castlevania. It made them perfect for Metroid. Like, that's what they do well. And they just need to do more of that.
Apparently they have something called Project Iron in the works that nobody knows what the fuck it is.
Yep. Back in the day, Nintendo licensed out Zelda to Capcom, and Capcom made some of the Zelda games. I would argue the best Zelda game on Game Boy Advance was made by Capcom, not Nintendo. It's Capcom made the Minish Cap, and that was the best Zelda game on Game Boy Advance. We could still see another Castlevania game. It's just, it has to be done right.
Here I thought you were talking about the Zelda 3DO.
No. Those were licensed to somebody else. Those weren't Capcom.
I don't even think Nintendo had input.
No,
with that
I was
shit.
trying to get you a riot on. You were saying that was the best Nintendo.
They were part of a deal that, you're right, Nintendo had nothing to do with them. They were included.
meme, yeah.
They were included as part of a deal for Panasonic to make a console that included not like a TV/console. It was a TV that had a console built into it, and as part of that deal, they got to make two Zelda games in order
And
to
a
get that
Mario.
deal to go through. Yep, and they were all terrible.
Hey, Luigi. Dude, I'm sorry. Those games alone are the best things to ever exist. They are the kings of YouTube poops.
Yep.
And for that alone, I respect them.
Oracle
and
of
give them my
Seasons.
props.
Yeah, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages. That was Capcom. Fun fact, that was originally supposed to be 3 games, not 2. They were going to make 3 separate Zelda games that you had to, so you had to buy 3 copies of the game to get the full story, because that's how they worked. It wouldn't matter what order you played the 3 in, but they were going to do that. These 3 games are slightly different, and if you beat one and then use that save file on the other one, then you get a different experience. And they were basically going to make this massive Zelda game that spanned 3 games that could be played in any order. It turned out to be too complicated, so they went with the Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons games, and that's how they worked. You beat Oracle of Ages, transfer the save file to Seasons, beat Seasons, and you get the full story. Or you can do it vice versa. They basically all had 2 endings. The ending of beating the game you beat, and then the ending of beating them both back to back.
fucking stupid.
They were really good. Oh, that dual release thing, it's good when done right, because they playing through the Oracle of Seasons after Oracle of Ages legitimately felt like you were playing a sequel, only you didn't have to wait years for the sequel to come out. They were both released at the same time. It's not like Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue where they're slightly different, and playing the second one after playing the first one gets you nothing. Yeah, it's not like that.
Honestly, I think Pokemon as a whole is just mid as fuck. Played it, I beat it, it was okay. I don't understand the hype.
You don't play competitive Pokemon. You don't go shiny hunting. You ain't doing it right.
I just played Charizard and won the game.
Yeah, that was basically how they did it, and to get the full experience, you played both. So Oracle of Ages was more focused on like dungeons with puzzles in them, like the Zelda puzzles, and Oracle of Seasons was more combat focused dungeons. So, yeah, you could kind of pick your experience. I didn't mind the dual release of them, and they did what Pokemon doesn't do. Or at least didn't do back then. They may do it now, where they sold them. You could either buy them separate, or if you bought them both on launch day, you could buy the dual pack and save a little bit of money.
They do that with Pokemon now.
Yeah, they do that. I figured they would now. I know back then they didn't. You had to buy them all separately, which was bullshit.
The fact that there's even still separate editions is bullshit. It's like, this isn't fucking...
It's tradition at this point.
It's cringe. Those games should play more like fucking actual RPGs. It's always just, it's the same fucking thing over and over and over and over, and people just eat the shit up.
Well, in their defense, they finally changed the formula with the new one. It was just buggy as all get out.
I think they should go more in the direction of fucking Ni no Kuni. Like, say it's different regions, different rules, bitch. So that way they can, if it fails, there you go. It's just one region's rules on Pokemon.
Thanks for popping in. I'm probably about to go to bed myself. It's almost 6 a.m. and I've stayed up way later than I should have already.
To a degree, they have somewhat done that. Each game has a own variation rule. So, like, X and Y has Mega Evolution.
That's not the same
Sun and Moon has...
That's just new transformation, bro. That's not the same.
No, he's talking about like full gameplay changes. All the rest of them have been exactly the same. Even Sun and Moon, Black and White. You know, all of those before all of the Pokemon.
Mystery Dungeon.
No. He's not. He's talking about a mainline game. You know what he's talking about, Ozzy. You know what he's talking about. Every game before fucking Arceus was exactly the same, just some had prettier graphics. It was the same fucking formula over and over and over again. Arceus changed it by making it open world and changing the way you catch Pokemon, changing the way battles work. That was an actual change to the mechanics of the game. The other ones, they added a Mega Evolution. They added minor adjustments, but they were basically the same fucking games over and over and over again. Which is why
Arceus is all that fun.
Which is why the games were getting stale. Arceus was the breath of fresh air that the series needed, and the Sword and Shield, Violet and Scarlet, whatever the two newest ones are, they should have been a step up from Arceus, but they were so buggy they kind of weren't. I loved Arceus. Like, I played that one in its entirety, and I get the appeal. That one is legitimately a different game. I got a very different feeling playing that one than I did any of the other Pokemon games. It wasn't just I found that one new thing they added. The whole game felt different. It was fun to go Pokemon hunting again in that game. It was so many quality of life fixes, so much breath of fresh air stuff in that game to make it feel new and fresh. I enjoyed the entire experience. I haven't played Scarlet and Violet yet, but from the videos I've seen, it can be quite buggy, and it sounds like they walked back some of those changes from Arceus. The main quality of life changes from Arceus were the lack of dialogue.
Okay, hold on. Hear me out. Why has Pokemon not had a party system yet?
What are you talking about?
Like, other trainers coming with you? Why are you traveling alone all the time? Like, even the show has, like, Ash, every fucking time he gains a following of friends. Like, they've never tried to replicate that feeling, like, ever. And I'm like, why?
Sorry to burst your bubble, but especially if we're talking the new games, they do have that. You can actually bring in your friends into your own
they
world.
have that now.
It's just fucking online people. That's it.
Well, how are you? I'm not quite sure what you're getting with that.
I mean, are you wanting like?
They don't have to be like. Exactly
Are you wanting
like characters you can play as or something?
Are you
But they
wanting
can give
like
you, buffs or something, like party member buffs or something?
Like, are you wanting like followers that fight
Kinda.
alongside you? Because they did that in one of them.
There's always double battles. There's
Double battles they tried, and they had people that would join you, like NPCs, and they would battle alongside you. It sucked, and that's why they don't do that anymore. Double battles are terrible.
It's basically you getting up on one Pokemon and then you getting up on the other one.
Yeah, it wasn't a very interesting mechanic, and it didn't work out well. It's not that kind of RPG. Your party is your Pokemon, not the trainer.
like I said, it doesn't have to be like a character. It could just be like, okay, you have like your group of fucking people who come with you, and you can go on like side quests with them or something, and like as you do like their little stupid side quests or something, you can eventually earn like a perk that'll help you in like the fight. Like,
I mean, I'm not
later in the
against
game and
that.
shit.
I'm not against
like
that.
something
It's
to
just,
spice up the non-battles, man. Like it's like I swear to God, you just run around and collect Pokemon all day. That's all you do.
Yep. I mean, and fight
Boost
them.
level to fucking max level, and then you just whoop the rest of the game's ass. That's all you do.
Yeah. That's Pokemon. In defense of Pokemon, I will take this time to remind you, it is a game for children, like 6-year-olds. It's meant to be simple. It's a kid's game.
It can be simple and still.
I know adults hate it when I say that. I know adults and Pokemon fans hate it when I say that. But the thing you like wasn't made for you. It's made for children who can barely read. It's a child's game. And children like things simple, and they don't get tired of repetition, which is why the games have been the same for so long. Because kids like the same. My kids, even at the age of 8 and 9, will still listen to the same song on repeat. Kids take a long time to get tired of something. Especially if they like it.
In some ways, it's also like asking, why is Teen Titans Go so baby and idiotic?
Because it's for children.
It's for children.
Yeah, those are games for children. Those are shows for children. Children's shows have repetition because kids like, when kids find a thing they like, they latch onto it and they want the same thing over and over again until they grow out of it. Which is why Pokemon stayed the same forever, because it was working and kids loved it. That's why.
Here's the thing. I think a lot of kids grow up from the show. Like, they find the games from the TV show.
They did that. They made a version of Pokemon that followed the show instead of having a separate story. Because the games were always a separate thing. They didn't have
Pokemon
Ash and all
Yellow.
that. Yeah. Kids didn't like that one as much.
It's not even real. Like, that's not even the same thing as what I'm talking about. Like, that's just trying to exactly copy the anime fucking plot for plot. And that doesn't work. That obviously doesn't work. It's a fucking Game Boy game. It was fucking, like, one of the first... Like, it was a fucking original Game Boy game. Of course that ain't gonna work. We're way in the future now. We could do something like that.
Oh no,
again
they
and
did
actually have
it. They
work.
did it again on the Switch. It's called Let's Go Pikachu. Let's Go Eevee. Followed the anime. It didn't work. Let's Go Pikachu? Yeah. It's anime. Let's Go Eevee's just the other version of it. And they went with the most popular game kids were playing at the time too, which was Pokemon Go. So it uses the Pokemon Go catch mechanic.
Actually, they should have gone Let's Go Clefairy and made it how the anime was originally going to go. Because Pikachu
wasn't. Yeah, he
original
wasn't.
mascot.
Yeah, he wasn't the original
Clefairy
mascot.
was the original mascot.
It was Clefairy, then it was going to be Jigglypuff, and then they stuck with Pikachu. Pikachu was the third pick.
Made the wiser choice.
Yeah, Pikachu was the third pick. I don't know. Jigglypuff would have worked. Jigglypuff is one of the more popular characters now thanks to Smash Brothers. Kids love Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is my daughter's favorite Pokemon. Neither one of my daughters...
Pokemon with pet taking care mechanics.
Well, I'm talking about it following the anime, and all the characters from the anime are in it, and etc. Kids didn't care about that. They didn't care about the fact that the characters from the show were in it. They didn't care. That didn't matter. I mean, it has a lot of kid-friendly mechanics in it. You can pet your Pokemon. It uses the Pokemon Go catch mechanic, so you don't have to battle Pokemon. You just throw balls at them to catch them. Yeah, like my kids loved Pokemon, like Let's Go Eevee. Like they asked for that game and they loved it.
I understand that these are kids games, but they're pretty fucking majority audience now. They could do for some mechanics that are not entirely just based around children. Like stuff that doesn't need to be required, but like interesting shit nonetheless.
Yeah, they made that game. It's called Arceus. Arceus had none of the tutorials, none of the hand-holding, and it was not friendly for children. That one was geared toward the older crowd. I agree with you. They can do both. Make your kids' versions, which is your mainline Pokemon games, and then have Arceus be a series of its own for adults. Because Arceus was very clearly targeted at an older crowd. It had none of the shit from the show in it. It had none of the tropes from the older games in it. Had a brand new storyline, brand new mechanics, no hand-holding, very little tutorial. It was very clearly focused on people who've been playing these games for years. While the mainline Pokemon games still cater to children. I'm fine with that.
But the worst thing that came out of the Let's Go series was that bloody Pokeball controller.
I don't.
That was unusable.
I didn't get it because it was $50 and sold separately.
I didn't get it either. I just saw it and all the reviews on. It was unusable.
How did that even work?
It's a Pokeball. It's a controller that looks like a Pokeball. It's got a joystick on it.
Where the little button that they press to
let's
make
go.
It bigger?
Yeah,
that was the controller.
Yeah, that was like a joystick that you could click in. Because Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee could be played with one Joy-Con. Like, you didn't really need any buttons. You needed one button and a joystick. That was it. That's all you needed to play that game. So that's what the Pokeball was. It was a Pokeball where the center of the Pokeball is a joystick and you can click it in like a button. So you use that to walk around, and then when you're actually catching the Pokemon, that's all motion controlled. Even when you're playing with the Joy-Con. That's why I didn't like that game. It used motion controls.
Yeah,
and then you just throw your arm at the screen, and that throws the Pokeball.
Oh wait, there's one thing you're forgetting in all of this, because you didn't get it, you might not be aware of.
What's that?
To actually throw the Pokeball and have it go where you want it, you have to hold the ball vertically.
Oh, you have to hold it a certain way?
You have to hold it a certain way.
Yeah, that's why it sucks then.
Because
it's a ball. Because it's a ball. How do you know if you're not holding a ball vertically or upside down? It's a ball. It doesn't have a top and a bottom. It's a ball. Yeah, I see your point. I just hated the motion controls and they being forced into the game. The only way to play that game without motion controls was to play it in handheld mode, which was my preferred way to play. I don't mind the Pokemon throwing the ball to catch mechanic, the first person view. I don't mind that as a way to catch Pokemon. I play Pokemon Go. That works on a touch screen because I'm not physically throwing my fucking arm out. I'm just swiping a screen. When you try to translate that onto a television, it's terrible.
Yep.
It didn't work for me.
Thankfully, you could just do controller and push button.
Only in handheld mode. That was my other complaint. Only in handheld mode.
If you were playing on the TV, you had to use the motion control.
Yep, even if you hooked your controllers, up to the thing to make it into a controller, hooked it up to the stand, it still made you use the motion controls.
Yep.
Like if you wanted, which pissed me off because I'm like, I know this game works without motion controls. I'm doing it in handheld mode. Why do I have to stay in handheld mode to get this?
Because we want to make it.
Because Nintendo has some weird obsession with fucking motion controls. We get it. They made the Wii popular. Stop trying to chase those glory days. That was lightning in a bottle. It's not going to happen again. People grew out of it. Okay? It was a fad. We all played it. We all got over it. Do you know where motion controls work now? There's one place and one place only motion controls work now. And Nintendo ain't doing it.
VR?
VR. That's it.
And even that's slightly hit and miss from what I've heard.
I haven't had any trouble. It depends on the quality of your headset. The older headsets, yes. Like those.
The Wii was okay. I just didn't like traditional games on the Wii. Like that shit was dumb.
It's just the motion controls weren't very. It's just everything wanted to make a whole game around it, and plus the motion controls weren't super accurate on the Wii. You just had to get close enough. And when the game was designed, around you getting close enough, then those games worked fine. When you played a Wii game that required precision, fuck you, it ain't working. The Wii motion controller, the fucking Wiimote, it just was not accurate enough to do anything with accuracy. The games had to compensate by giving you some aim assist or some close enough aiming kind of thing. VR works well when you have a good headset with good tracking. If you're using one of those older headsets that uses sensors you have to like mount up on the wall around your room, those suck. I had one of those. Those motion controls suck on. Like the Quest 2, the new inside-out tracking that uses cameras to track your movements and actually has hand tracking and shit, those are good. That's spot on. I've never had a problem with tracking in those.
You know what would get me to get a VR headset basically day one from this point on?
Porn already exists, Ozzy.
No, a VR remake of Time Crisis.
I post something in the indies section. I don't know if y'all like that or not. But
Just think about it, Def. How good would Time Crisis be in VR?
That game exists. It's just not called Time Crisis.
Oh yeah, but I mean, give us Time Crisis VR.
I mean, what specifically about Time Crisis do you think would work well in VR? What mechanic?
Just the whole shooting part. And I know, as you said, it's been done.
Yeah, it already exists.
Like Boneworks and that, but
if you're talking about the time bending mechanic, that's been done in games like Superhot.
No. There was no time bending in Time Crisis.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for like all these any mechanic you can think of, it's already been done in VR, and those games are usually awesome.
I'm also just talking Time Crisis itself.
I mean, yeah, Time Crisis is a good game.
It's a legendary game.
I think they should make a Time Crisis for VR. I think they should make a House of the Dead. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of those games would work well in VR, and they should make them. But there's already way better games on VR. Like, I can't believe those are the games that would talk you into getting VR. Like, if that's what you're waiting for, go ahead and get a VR headset. Better games exist, and those will probably get made eventually. Like, Half-Life Alyx alone should talk you into it. Resident Evil 7 and 8 in VR are completely different experiences. Like, they're amazing.
I've never been a Resident Evil fan. Sorry.
Those are those are the two first-person Resident Evil games, and they're both amazing in VR. I haven't played Resident Evil 4 in VR. That's the third-person one, but Resident Evil 7 and 8 are amazing in VR. Half-Life Alyx is amazing. The Walking Dead game is amazing. There's a ton of really good games.
I've never played Resident Evil 1.
You should. They're good games.
It never hit my radar.
I mean, you absolutely should.
I have seen
they're
them,
good games. And if you're talking about shooters, there's a ton of good shooters in VR. Like, look at the last VR game I posted in the VR section on Discord. That game alone, I think would just I think that would sell you on a headset. That is by far, second only to Half-Life Alyx, that is the best VR experience I've ever had.
Do you still
it is
set up the
amazing.
cameras, or is it?
What do you mean? Oh no! If you get a Quest 2, it's self-contained and completely fucking wireless. You can just set it up anywhere and play it. Yeah, like the Quest 2 is amazing. It's all in one. You can hook it up to your PC. to play PC VR games, but if you want to just play Quest 2 games, you can play them directly off the headset. You can take it with you anywhere. And setting up a boundary is quick and easy. You just put the headset on, you literally draw out an outline on your floor because you can see the outside world through the headset. You can double tap the headset and it'll go to real world view. You can look through the cameras and see what's around you. So you just draw out your outline on the floor and then you go back into the game, and anytime you get close to that outline you've drawn, you tell it where the boundary is. Anytime you get close to the boundary, it warns you you're getting close to the boundary. And then you just step away from it. So you don't have to worry about bumping into shit in real life.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great experience, and they just lowered the price on them, so they're even cheaper now. Like, there's no reason you shouldn't already have a VR headset at this point. There's some amazing games on VR. It's cheaper than getting a console at this point. So that barrier to entry that everybody hated, you know, back when they were like $1,200, now they're like cheaper than PS5 now. So if you're on the fence, like, now's the time. I don't think they're gonna get any cheaper. They
just give us all those old school arcade.
That is exactly what Arcade Legends does. There's games that let you create your own arcade and then just download ROMs from an emulator and play them on arcade machines. There's Pixel Ripped, the game I was talking about. That is an amazing experience. So to kind of break it down for you, that game starts with you sitting in a chair. Like, the whole game's played sitting down, and there's very little movement. So it's the best game to introduce you to VR. You're sitting down in an 8-bit world playing a 8-bit Mega Man-like shooter. When the game becomes real, like, you're in the game and it becomes real, and the boss in the game breaks out of the game and goes to attack the real world, and you're a video game character. So the story is you have to go.
So it's basically the gaming version of Last Action Hero. Gotcha.
In reverse. You're the video game character. You're not in the real world. So in order to save
20 minutes of
so
Last Action
and
Hero.
you don't ever leave the video game world though. In order, it's different. I get what you're saying, but it's different. In order to save the video game world, they look up who the highest ranked player of that video game is in the real world. It's a 9-year-old girl who's in class at school at the time. So you go jump into her Game Boy. She took her Game Boy to school. And then the VR game suddenly becomes you as a 9-year-old girl playing a Game Boy while in class. You have to try to play the game while not getting caught by the teacher. So you can look up from the Game Boy and look around, and you have to distract the teacher by spitting spit wads, and then you look back down at the game. So you're doing two things at once, and that's how it kind of introduces you to VR. And it becomes more immersive from there. There's one point where the video game characters break out of the video game, and it has you playing the video game while they're jumping around physical things in the room. So you're fighting things in real life and things in the video game at the same time. It's something that has to be experienced, but it's amazing. The level of immersion, just the homage to all things old school video games. Even just looking around that classroom, it's got old school video game posters. They play old school video game commercials on the television. Yeah, it's like going back in time to the 80s and trying to play a Game Boy in class without getting caught by your teacher. It's great. It's so good.
Yo, Dev. You should check out that game I posted in the Aussie's Indie section. Aussie, it's like the it's not the TMNT fucking beat 'em up game, but it sure as fuck looks like a spiritual sequel to that motherfucker.
Are you talking about the new Toxic Avengers one?
Toxic Crusaders, yeah.
Toxic Crusaders, yeah.
Apparently they got some voice actors from Team Four Star in there. They're like pumped about that. I don't know.
Hey, those guys are good voice actors, man. Good on them.
Yeah. Toxic Crusaders, a R-rated movie that somehow became a children's cartoon.
I mean, that's most stuff from the 80s.
That's most stuff from the 80s.
You know they made a Rambo cartoon?
They made a Rambo cartoon. They made a RoboCop cartoon.
Terminator.
Everybody fucking watched those R-rated movies and they fucking knew it.
Of course. Ghostbusters.
You're stuck in an illusion created by the Horadrim.
I mean, to be fair, Ghostbusters wasn't that bad.
Through this.
I mean, it still wasn't for kids. There's oral sex in that movie. Like, it's not for kids.
It's not that explicit. I mean, it is when you look now, but like, I didn't know when I was a fucking.
Oh
kid. I
yeah,
was
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
What's
It's,
happening?
yeah, that's the point he was making. Standards were different back then.
No harm will come to you here.
What the hell did I stumble upon?
Yeah, nowadays parents would be like, "That's oral sex," and just tell their kids instantly, instead of like just shutting up and enjoying it.
An admirer
Fucking
of
moron, I
souls.
swear to God.
I saved
That's what
you
my
in
mom
the
would do. She'd start fucking flipping it.
You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me.
Why are you helping me?
Wow, okay. I didn't think they were going to reference that again.
You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim.
Actually grabs them
Sorry, I
by
had a
the
cutscene.
The path
bits.
always ends in fire and death.
I have no idea what's going on right now. That weird wolf dog thing.
Open the door.
I don't know if I should trust this thing. You look like a demon.
Why are you telling me all this?
To warn you.
I do stream on Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch right now, Daniel. You should probably look my name up before you start, you know, telling me what to do here.
The portal will lead you to that little girl you're looking for.
Fun fact, streaming where you're at on Plenty of Fish is just advertisement from a Twitch stream. So, you know, go check me out on Twitch for that full HD experience. What is this place?
The
Twitch.tv
They couldn't-
Diablo,
Yeah, I'm pretty easy to find.
beneath the earth.
I thought you get the whole HD experience on the other. Oh, that's the other HD experience. My bad.
They just couldn't resist putting Tristram in the game again.
That's the H-double-D experience.
I like the world the way it was, without Lilith. Her little game of rebellion will only.
I get you're just making a suggestion, Daniel.
You've already.
But I'm just helping you. How do I put this? Get better practices. Google takes 2 seconds. You should always Google search something before, you know, just spitting out information about it. It's a common mistake people make on Twitter. They just spout out information without Googling to fact check themselves and see if what they're talking about is true. You could be like, this guy's streaming. Oh, he is on Twitch. I mean, you could literally just Google my screen name and see all the places I'm on. I'm on Twitch right now. I'm on YouTube. I'm pretty easy to find. Googling my screen name will bring up a lot of cool stuff. You should try that.
Back in the Haradrim's illusion.
My main audience is not Twitch, though, so
I think I've lost my way.
stream a ton of different places. All at once.
The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods.
Alright.
Yeah, after I finish this dungeon, I'm probably going to do the same. It's 6 a.m. I've been playing this shit for 9 hours. Jesus Christ. I've lost track of time in Diablo 4. Yeah, I'll be buying this when it comes out.
How much longer is the beta?
They're doing a beta this weekend and then doing the open beta where you don't need a code next weekend. I don't know if your progress will carry over between the two. Gameplay-wise, I like most everything they've done. I have a few minor complaints, but nothing they couldn't fix with an update if they really wanted to.
I'm out.
Later.
You said you were gonna send me something. I don't remember. If you do, go ahead. I don't care. It's whatever.
Yeah.
He's gonna send you something.
I did say I was going to send you something. I can't remember what it was now. God damn
It
it.
was something about like the E-Place stuff or whatever.
I can't remember.
Oh, what happened to all those streamers? That's what it was. From
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you get around to it, it's whatever. If not,
I see.
Later, guys.
The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion.
Yeah, no shit.
We must be close.
But yeah, if you do want to play the Diablo 4 beta, if you didn't get a code for this weekend, it will be open to everyone next weekend. So you got a week. Feel free to continue to watch me to see what you can expect. I don't know if they're going to change the level cap for next weekend or give you more time to play or whatever, but so far I like it. I just have a few minor complaints of stuff I hope they change.
But let's not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell to help us cross the Black Lake and stop Lilith.
Okay.
Sealed shut. What of the passage over there?
Yeah, I'm one step ahead of you. I already kind of figured that was going to happen. Item received. Soul and incantations. That gear is better than what I have on. Anything else I can interact with here? Oh, wait, here's the thing.
This is... I think it's written in Horadric code. And
My...
symbol on the door.
And she's talking. My main complaint... Okay, I guess I gotta protect you while you do stuff. My main complaint is there's only one hotbar. So they give you just a horde, like there's your ability tree, just a horde of abilities. And you can only put 4 on your hotbar at a time. So it's kind of useless to throw your points into any more than 4 powers, which really limits your build and your ability to play around with different, different combos and different builds. Because you're limited to 4 powers, and 4 powers only. So not only can you not throw points into this other shit, like all these other powers I'd love to play with, because if I put points in them, I can't use them without unequipping one of the ones I am using. Not only can you not do that, but when you put on gear, like my shoes here, well, they give me extra powers, like Ice Shard and Teleport, etc. More stuff I can't use without unequipping some of the stuff I have leveled. So I'm like it either makes your gear feel useless or your powers feel useless. Like you can't. It really limits your ability to mix and match and kind of build your own custom character here. Which I'm shocked that they did that, because all the way back, even as far back as Diablo 2, you could use all the powers you wanted and just put them on hotkeys. And then when they remade Diablo 2, they gave you multiple hotbars. So you could use all the powers you wanted and then just hold a button to switch to another hotbar and cast more powers. Them limiting you to one hotbar really limits the builds that you can make. And it's counterintuitive to the gear system. So they're using the hotbar from Diablo 3 with the gear system from Diablo 2. And those two things don't mesh. Diablo 3 only had 4 powers on its hotbar because Diablo 2 didn't have a skill tree. It just had you pick powers as you leveled up. So if you wanted to redo your build, you just had to reset your levels. It had very limited amounts of powers to begin with. This has like 50 powers. So it's got all the stuff from Diablo 2 with all the worst stuff from Diablo 3. So I don't understand why they did that, and I hope they update it to change it, because it's pretty limiting as it is. Yeah, I think what happened was this was the way the remake to Diablo 2 worked at launch. And this is clearly running on that engine. Like, I think the only reason they remade Diablo 2 was to test the engine for Diablo 4. So they were clearly working on both at the same time, and they were going to release the remake of Diablo 2 first and kind of get feedback. They got that feedback. Everybody hated the one hotbar system, so they had to update it to change it. This game was clearly being worked on before they made that change, so I'm hoping that once it gets released, that change will be included. This is a beta, so it's an older version of the game before they made that change, I guess. So I'm hoping that either at release or shortly after, they'll implement that second, third hotbar system. Because everybody hated Diablo 2's remake at launch because it fundamentally changed the way Diablo 2 worked by taking away your ability to hotkey everything. Come on, bitch. Where are we going?
It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
One way to find out.
Of course. We can't let anything stop our pursuit of Lilith. I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
Only if you stay on this side of the door.
Fine.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake. Chespith Chat.
Alright, let's go fuck shit up. Thank you for the tip, Italian. Just a moment here. Are you a Diablo fan, Daniel? Did you play 2 or 3? Or the remake of 2? Or would Diablo 4 be your first Diablo game? My home, bitches. Burn the fuck out of you. Thank you, Italian dude. Are you Italian? From Italy. Use the redneck pronunciation. From Italy. Oh, Ozzy, that reminds me. Have you seen the TikTok conspiracies?
No.
So there's an entire lane of TikTok videos and a large group of people who believe that Australia is not real.
Oh, these.
Yeah. Are you going to tell me?
This has been going on years.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
And apparently, we're all actors.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, how much is New Zealand paying you? And if I play along, do I get paid?
One, we're not getting paid. We're not actors. We actually live here.
Okay,
It's
well you
actually
shouldn't work for free, but how much would they pay me to play along? Because, I mean, I'll play along, and if they have an American, playing along with this, that'll really help their case. I just can't believe you lied to me all this time. And here, I thought we were friends.
But yes, it is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, What are the odds that they send a bunch of prisoners to an island and they don't build a raft and leave and just escape and that make their own society? I mean, they're criminals. What are the odds that an entire island of criminals makes a society that becomes a world superpower? That doesn't make any sense. But New Zealand, trying to hide the fact that their accents are stupid. And paying
so you
off.
think New Zealand's real, but Australia's not. Okay.
Well, I mean, New Zealand's not an island. You can walk to New Zealand. You can't walk to Australia. You have to get in a boat or get in a vehicle to get there. And once you're in that boat or that vehicle, you know, that airplane pilot could just say he's taking you to Australia and then fly you somewhere else and you wouldn't know. Or that boat driver could do the same. He could just drive out to sea, come back to a different part of the show. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Makes sense. I think they're onto something here. I mean, you guys are kind of busted. Got your own little Truman Show going on over there. I mean, it would explain why I've never met an Australian in real life.
Really? You've never been an Australian?
No, not in real life. Probably because they don't exist.
I could have sworn one would have had to have come over there at some point.
This bitch just does not want to die. Oh, God. Alright, what do we got?
Why was a demon guarding that book? I should take this back to Neyrelle.
Cannot be moved from this area. Oh, okay. Walk out of here. I can't just carry it back out of here. Teleporter? Oh, okay. That's why they put a teleporter there. Where the hell is she?
I hope you had more luck than me.
Found this book.
This ledger was written by the Haradrim. This is chronicling spells and theories created by Rathma, the first necromancer.
That's not what we're looking for.
No. But it can still work. There must be a spell in this book we can use to bring my mother back. She knows the ritual to cross the Black Lake.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
It's all we have. My mother will help us through.
Really? Because she tried to kill you last time. This is a bad idea.
Yeah, but how many guys have gotten drunk and been in the same situation?
I don't know any guys who've gotten drunk and tried to bring someone back to life.
Oh no, all I heard you just say is she tried to kill you, and that's a bad idea.
I thought I heard something, but demons? How is that possible? It couldn't have been the Haradrim. They're secretive, but would never follow such a path. You mean that we found Rothma's book here, and Lilith's going after him? My mother told me once, there are no coincidences where immortals are involved.
What else do I need to do?
Still need a blessing. Perhaps the cathedral could help. You should visit Prava.
Okay, visit Prava. Ah, there's just no fast way over there.
So, have you heard on the news that Trump is going to be arrested on Tuesday?
I believe it when I see it.
According to him as well.
Yeah, well, believe it when I see it. That man has a uncanny way of weaseling his way out of shit, even when something seems like it's a surefire thing. He'll find a way out of it. Like a cockroach. You think you got him, but he scurries off and comes back later. What is that? Darkened away? Let's go see what that is. This is this way.
This is the way?
This is the way.
Although I've got to start watching season 3 of Mandalorian. Haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen any of them.
More strangers in the camp.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I've heard mixed things. Season 1 was good. Season 2 was good until they brought in Boba Fett, who fucked everything up and wasn't that good. And then Season 3, it supposedly got good again.
No, Boba Fett was good.
What? I've been in here. Okay, never mind. I've been in here. Nothing in there for me. Go around that way. What is this thing? What's up, bitches? Ah, damn it. I was hoping I could kill it before that happened.
I'm not ready yet.
There we go. Take my free loot, please. Thank you. Completing an event all by myself, solo. Public event done solo. Alright, let's keep going.
Not going to bed.
Yeah, trying to get to the next waypoint. I'm not debating on going to bed or not. Didn't realize it was already almost 7 a.m. Should probably just stay up at this point. I don't fuck up my sleep schedule and get tired at the time I'm supposed to be at work. You can't go that way. Ooh. It's candy. New area discovered. Surprised you're not getting in on this beta, man. They've done a good job. I'm definitely buying this one.
Okay, let's see how they screw it up.
Come on, man. Believe in something.
This is Activision Blizzard. I believe that they'll screw it up.
There's some stuff they'll screw up, but they've been known to get some stuff right. And so far, when it comes to PC Diablo, that's been a thing they've consistently done right. I say PC specifically because that mobile atrocity exists. But that was made by a different team. That wasn't made by Activision Blizzard. That wasn't made by Blizzard. That was some shit they licensed out.
It was ordered to be made by Blizzard.
But it was some shit they licensed out. When it comes to Diablo games made by Blizzard, they have been consistently good. The remake to Diablo 2 was a remake done right. And it looks like they're doing more of that with this. A lot of that's carrying over here, so. Here's hoping. And if the beta is any indication on what the final product for this will be, I'm in. So far, the only thing I'm worried about is the monetization. There's no signs of monetization in this beta, and we know it's going to be there. So, I'm curious to what that looks like. As long as that doesn't fuck shit up completely, as long as it doesn't have any pay to win, I'm in. Because the base game here is good. So they've got the groundwork is good. Now they just gotta build upon it.
Yeah, this is like a Dragon Ball villain wishing for immortality. You know they're gonna screw it up somehow.
I don't think so. I think the Diablo fan base is a lot different than the Call of Duty fan base they're used to. You know, Activision's used to taking advantage of the Call of Duty fan base. The Diablo fan base has made it very clear that they're not having any of this. I mean, sure, you made money off Diablo Immortal, but not in the US. You made that money from Korea and China. And you can't do that with Diablo on PC. Because Well, Korea and China don't play PC games. They play mobile games. And if you want to keep milking the Asian crowd in those countries for that mobile money and do proper Diablo on PC for us Americans, I am fine with that. Well, I say us Americans, I mean the rest of the world. So, it's what I'm hoping will happen. It's what I'm pretty much expecting to happen at this point, honestly. It's in their worst interest to put predatory microtransactions into a PC Diablo game, because the only people that buy those are those Asian markets, and the Asian markets don't play PC games. They don't play PC Diablo. Plus, the PC Diablo crowd's a very vocal crowd. They've made their distaste for that shit known. And how big a mistake it would be if you went that route with the PC game. So, I have faith that they won't. That they'll just keep that shit to the mobile game and let the PC game be traditional Diablo. Again, in their best interest. How's this thing? Like I said, if they can do that, they got my money, because the game itself here is good. I'm liking all the new directions gameplay-wise they're taking. What am I looking for in here? I gotta slay 6 something. Well, I've been everywhere and can't find any more of them. Yeah, that's leaving the area. I don't want to go there. I gotta stay inside the circle. So, what am I looking for here? Where's the things I'm supposed to be killing here? Tainted blood ritual. Slay the... I don't see anything to slay, buddy. Legit been everywhere in here. It's not here. Did it not spawn? I guess it didn't spawn. Okay, well, never mind then. We'll just leave. Just a public event anyway. I don't have to do it. There we go. New city.
Reverend Mother Prava expects me.
Open the gates.
You were good soldiers. Worked hard. Fought hard. Drank hard too. Brothers. Sisters. I hope you find peace in these flames.
You done?
Vigo, what are you doing here?
So you lived. I came clean to Prava. About taking that woman's bribe. It's looking bad. My ass is on the line. Might not have a job when she's done with me. Hey, you're here for her, right? Let's go together. Maybe she'll go easy on me if you're there.
You say so, buddy.
Not many could bear your sins.
This is no mere armor. This is a holy vessel of the highest craftsmanship. It may uplift the repentant sinner directly to the light.
Looks like Pyramid Head from Silent Hill.
Armor do that. Faith rather than flesh moves this suit, though how is only known to a privileged few. The practice has been long abandoned. Something big is coming. Holy war. Mark my words. She wouldn't have asked me to prepare a relic like this otherwise.
And the new update to Warframe's going to be interesting.
Oh.
It's going in a more roguelike path for this gameplay, which is self-contained in this particular area. But basically, you're only going to get a small random selection of frames to actually choose from. If your frame is there, you can choose your frame, but like you can also possibly
Have the new watch commander
get
the forces lost at the mine.
ones you don't already have if you're like a new player, and then that'll allow you to like test out new gameplay types. So it forces you out of your comfort zone because you're not going to just be able to play
Right.
Rhino all the time.
I'm not against it. May re-download to look into that. Alright, I'm right back. I gotta remember.
And especially for also Sassy, it's also going to be a new starting off point if you want. You can either start off like back where we originally did, or canonically you can start at this point, and it's the way the story's gone feeds into this without trying to spoil everything.
Right. Yeah, I'll give it a go. Oh, I'll be right back. Gotta take a break here. Be right back, would you? Alright, I'm back. Try to unlock this waypoint here.
First, you will be made worthy of a blessing. A holy war cannot be won with faithless troops. Make no mistake, this war is holy. Lilith has brought the eternal conflict to Sanctuary, and Inarius will deliver us as writ in prophecy. Until then, we have our parts to play. Make a pilgrimage to the Alabaster Monastery. Cleanse your spirit. Then we may discuss a blessing.
Okay, make a pilgrimage.
May as well make myself useful. Come by the ruins, south of here.
Okay, not any vendors or anything in this town? Keep that one. Do a little housekeeping here first. And then I'll probably call it for the night.
Need something forged?
Which one was the one I was going to keep? That one? Yeah.
Good. What else you got?
Damn it. Oh, I don't care about that.
I'll take it.
Lose healing, damage reduction from distant enemies. Dodge chance. May not be worth keeping, but I'll hold on to it for now. Okay, so got lots to do here, but that is where I'll call it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The kids. The kids waking up, so they're having a sleepover, so that means there's other kids in the house, so I'd better go in there and start making breakfast, call it a day. Later, man. And as for the rest of you wonderful witches, I want to thank you all for watching. If you are new to the stream, there are socials above my head here, unless, of course, you're on a mobile platform, in which case there are, links and everything are in the description or the profile down below. Stream every single night except for Wednesday most of the time, but follow me on Twitter to see when I go live. It's our live tweets on Twitter. It means when I get done streaming, I delete the tweet that said I was live, so you'll only ever see a tweet saying I'm live when I'm actually live. So if you see it, click on it. The Discord's where the community's at. It's a couple hundred strong. Grows every single day. There's people who play shooters, people who play RPGs, people from all walks of life, from all facets of gaming. So be sure to join. Make yourself a new friend, a new gaming buddy. Hell, maybe even a new lover. For now, though, I'm going to go start my day, and I hope you guys have a good day as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you witches later tonight. Have a good day, everybody.